Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your very late host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, small law firm in central Minnesota. With me here in studio is Mr. Drexel. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How's everybody doing? I mean, does my head look proportionate tonight?
Well,
Not
I
really,
trimmed
though.
off some of your shoulder, but you still look like Kanye.
Hey, you know what though? The stream, everyone in the chat had a right to roast me last night with whatever this camera's doing with my body dimensions, right?
I don't know if it's the camera, man.
Hey, look, man.
You're big as hell. You're just wide as shit. That's the problem.
You know what I think the problem is? The only exercise I haven't been able to get consistently during this lockdown is traps. Oh God, that sounds
you gotta
bad.
be like that dude with the big neck. The mugshot. You've seen that guy, right? The guy with the biggest neck I've ever seen. But you're looking at me funny like you
Bob
don't know what I'm
Sapp
talking about. No, way bigger.
Because Bob Sapp and Mark Coleman have monstrous traps.
No. Nothing. Here. I just my Google image search was brother with a big neck. I'm going to show you this guy because I don't think you're going to believe it.
Okay, let's see this dude.
Here we go. Everybody in the chat already knows who this is.
How do they know this thing?
Listen.
Never heard of this dude, man.
Go. All right. Look at my man's neck.
Oh.
Look at that neck. Choke him out. I dare you to try. I dare you to try choking that man. It's impossible.
You're stupid, man. Okay. Look, my man's neck game is serious, right?
You've never seen this guy?
No, never.
There are other mug shots of him too.
Oh no.
Hold on.
You know that ain't right.
Hold on. I'm gonna.
That neck is serious though.
This one. I hope this one's on like his dating profile.
I don't know
Here
which
we
way
go.
Oh.
We can adjust the camera.
All right.
I set all this up on the fly because he's got all these.
He has that many mugshots?
He's got some like glamour pose too here.
Wait.
Hold on. You'll see. I'm pulling both of these up.
Let's see what we got.
Hold on. I'm slow. Sorry. I'm like I'm dying today, man. I am low energy.
Yeah, I know.
I'm that's not the Yeah.
I can't stand you, man. When you start making these sounds,
you know you like it. All right, here we go. Oh, I broke it. 1 second. Guys, I'm telling you,
you're horrible, man.
I am terrible at running this show today. It's okay. Here we go. Look at that.
That's stupid.
Real
Ribbon,
men don't
let's get
skip
neck day.
Here we go. Look at this. New York Times did an article on this guy.
So who is he?
Look at that. Look at that neck. I'm telling you,
I can't,
you're
man.
pulling up Tinder or Grindr or whatever, and you come across my man in this white t-shirt, and you're like, look at that neck.
That neck is serious, though. I can't take you seriously, man. Could you imagine going to like a job
Hold
interview?
on. There's some comments. Dude puts his turtleneck sweaters on upside down. Dude is up to his neck in charges. Looks like his head is attached to his thigh. You people should be ashamed of yourself. All this negativity isn't right at all.
That's terrible, man.
My neck, my back, they took my meth and my crack. He'll be out of jail neck week.
You're horrible, man.
These are all comments. Someone else wrote this.
This dude never skipped neck day ever.
Police sketch artist. Okay, what did he look like? Witness. Neck.
Oh.
Sketch artist. We got him, boys. Let's roll.
Oh shit, man. That is some quality shit. I didn't know. Like, maybe I saw the dude. I just don't remember it being like.
It was probably 2 years ago where
Okay.
like it. I mean, it just randomly took off. Like this guy's mugshot got out, and you know how that goes. Like,
yeah.
A mugshot happens, and
What's
then
his face?
it's over.
Leveled up. Jeremy Meeks, the legend. Basically, he's Tyrone.
Oh, okay.
And he ended up marrying a billionaire.
Attaboy.
Yeah, so he's the dude who got a modeling contract from his mugshot.
Okay.
And now he's married to a billionaire.
Was he smiling in the mugshot?
He was not.
Always smile in your mugshots.
Well, you look creepier
if you're a chick.
If you're a chick. This is a dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, with a name like Jeremy, I figured it's probably a lady.
I actually know a couple of chicks.
You sure?
What?
I swear, like I broke everything.
Dude.
Hold on. I'm gonna get you on live chat so you can. There we go.
Oh. Wait, so couldn't I see that before?
Some of the comments get filtered out on top chat, so I put them on live chat. So.
Nice.
Oh my gosh. Okay, guys. So tonight, we've got a little bit. I don't know. We're gonna just kind of talk through some stuff. Some of your super chats are addressing an issue that'll probably come up in a little bit. We'll get to those in a minute, and at some point, I'm gonna invite Anna on the show. We were talking kind of in the chat to Anna 2 weeks ago when you were here, and she says she is a attractive young 20s black virgin, and I don't remember where the conversation was going, but she wanted to come on and kind of chat and talk about that sort of aspect. So I figured we could do that.
That's cool.
And then other than that, we can do whatever. Guys, we watched a ridiculous movie earlier today.
Oh, God.
It was a thing of beauty. Really.
It was. There was a few guys in the chat who have actually seen it, right? Zombievers, guys.
Yeah, we watched Zombievers.
Oh, God. That is... Do you know what I think one of the best parts about that movie was? The runtime.
Yeah.
75-minute runtime.
I've been looking... See, when I go on Twitch... and it is on Watch Party. Y'all may have to do it at some point here. But when I go on Twitch and I see all these movies, like there's some good movies out there. Usual Suspects. I'm like 2.5.
Yeah. It's
that's
like,
a
Usual
long
Suspects
time.
is not a movie. I don't think that because it's a movie that I don't think dramas translate well to watch parties. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't want to watch Interstellar on a watch party. Great movie, but some
I've
movies.
never seen it. I heard it's really good. I want to.
You'll love it, man.
Is it or Ad Astra better?
Ooh, didn't see Ad Astra yet. I want to catch that though, just to see how it worked. So yeah, but I definitely loved Interstellar. That was actually my other than The Dark Knight, that Interstellar is my favorite Chris Nolan movie.
I heard it was real good.
Yeah, it just works.
Very powerful critical approach to describing the movie. It was real good. But we did have Chris Hook on the show yesterday. That was a lot of fun. He's a cool dude.
I like him.
I know some people kind of got a rough impression of his politics, where
okay, California leanings, right?
Yeah, you got it.
I don't know too many people in California who okay, you know what it reminds me of? Canadians have that same thing.
Yeah,
you can talk to a Canadian. You're cool, and at some point, Nick, what are they going to interject?
It's going to be healthcare.
Yep, universal healthcare.
That's going to come through.
What else is going to come up?
Usually like politeness.
Man.
Or that they burned down the White House.
Yeah.
One of those three things.
Yeah.
But like
they're always going to slip in that like they're going to start slipping in some socialist, communist viewpoints.
And it's a product of where they are.
Their environment. Yeah.
And the people they hang around with and the viewpoints that they hear all day. So
I still like him though.
He's great.
Yeah.
He's great. Love to have him back on. He did tentatively agree to come on a Big Brain panel at some time. So I'm checking with them to see when we can set one up. But it was a good show. I really liked talking to him, and he seems like a good guy, good lawyer. So if you ever have your house burned down or whatever in California, you should look him up. Go after that insurance company. So anyway, well, I guess we could just start by addressing some of the super chats because I think
Let's do it.
I think it's going to naturally lead into the subject you wanted to talk about today.
Oh yeah, this is going to be. Wait, hold on. In I believe it's like Catholicism stuff. When people do like funerals and stuff, what is up down left right or up down right left?
I don't remember.
What?
I'm Catholic, and I think it's up, down, left, right.
Up, down, left, right, right?
Yeah, the joke from Nuns on the Run was spectacles, testicles, wallet, and watch. But that would be right, left, and I thought that was
right.
So, I don't know.
It's going to be one of those tonight.
Yeah, well, I guess we can broach the subject a little bit now. So you went on Q's show.
Yep.
And you came here, and you seemed a little upset. Like agitated.
Yeah, agitated be a better word.
Yeah, not like, you weren't crying.
No, I wasn't like throwing stuff around.
You weren't crying until you saw a guy's neck and got jealous.
So, the Marriage Stream Part 2 on Out of the Darkness, which is his channel, was a total shit show.
Yeah, I didn't watch
total shit show.
The whole thing. I caught the last probably 20, 30 minutes of it. And, well, I don't know, man. So I'm watching it, and near the end of the show, things seemed to be like, people had said stuff, it had gone back and forth. There was some, a little bit of jabs going back and forth, but it didn't seem too crazy. But near the end of the show, some weird stuff started happening. The vibe changed quite a bit, or at least in the part that I saw. And I don't know, it felt really uncomfortable. I was watching and I was like, what's happening here?
Yeah.
And it was a little bit.
Well, I'll tell you what's wild is the thing that got me. Some pneumatic autists put Q's mom and the Latina were dead wrong, calling me ignorant, and I got the name calling and stuff. But it's okay, because you know what? When was the last time you heard someone really clap back at anybody? Like really clap back? Oh,
I don't know.
You're going to tonight. So.
See, and here I am, like dreading this show all day because, I'm going to have one of my friends putting another friend on blast.
That's right.
And I don't like that. Like it's I don't like being involved in that stuff. And
I hate to do it to you, but like so I'll tell you what you just described and what you described just now. One of the things is that the show was a shit show for like 10,000 different reasons, right?
Yeah.
And I'll get into what the reason for this was, but one of the things that was really telling was reading the comments section, and there are people who unsubscribed to the show live on the air toward the end. Like it was that big of a shit show, and the thing that caught me was the amount of people who were contacting me, right, men and women, who were like, "That was some straight up, that was putting you on trial." Yeah, it was like this antagonistic, and I said, and the more, like, how sometimes, Nick, the more you think about something, the more it agitates. Like, because let's say someone gives you like a backhanded kind of, parting word, something like. At first, you're kind of like, that was kind of fucked up, and you kind of go on all day, but then all of a sudden, it starts to build, right? And then people go like this. Like, you know what it reminds me of? In the original Rocky. Do you remember when Rocky's watching his little like infomercial about the big fight with Apollo Creed, right? Yeah. And that reporter like just clearly disrespects him, right? And Paulie goes, "You're taking shots. You don't bother me none," right? Yeah. And then of course, and he starts pressing him, right? Like, "Rocky, they're taking shots." He goes, "I said it don't bother me none." But once he got outside the house, and Adrian, he's talking to Adrian before he leaves, and what did he say, Nick? Remember when I said, what happened on the TV didn't bother me none, right? She goes, "Yeah." He goes, "Well, it did." Right. That shit show that happened became more infuriating the more I thought about it. Because as it was happening, I'm like, I just kept saying, "Keep your cool. You're cool." Yeah, and that's why I think a lot of people watching, self included, you did keep. You kept cool, and I didn't raise my voice. I didn't yell at anybody. No. But it seemed to end like on a relatively amicable note. So I was like, both Lady Rackets and I had talked about it. It was like, that was kind of, that was not really a pleasant ending, but you seemed okay with it. So it was like, then of course you come here. Then you come to my house. Yep. I came to your house. And you tell me that things were not as great. No. So the big thing is this. It was right here on the show I did with Peacock, right? Yeah. And on that stream, I declared war, right?
Yeah.
And I said there would be no more chill. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So tonight, you will see the consequences that people have for crossing me. You see what I'm saying?
Sure.
Actions have consequences. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So when you want to do fuck shit to somebody that has dirt on you, right? Because there's two kinds of people in this world. There's the people who are what they are, and there's people who pretend to be something. So when I have fraudulent people coming at me and trying to, like, condescend, check, denigrate, check, and some of the name calling, just the vibe. I was like, and the whole time, I want you to imagine it would be like Jerry Falwell Jr. grandstanding, being like this. And this pool boy here is blah 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 blah. And the dude's, and let's say he was calling him a cuck, right? The pool boy, and the pool boy's looking at him like, I've been smashing your wife for 8 years, right? Mm-hmm. And then the person starts to, I'm not gonna say a smear campaign, but just the way that the stay in your lane comments and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Think about this for a second, Nick. You invited someone to debate. Now, we're not even going to talk about the fact that you had all that backup. You see what I'm saying? Like that's clearly that is a sign of weakness and cowardice to begin with.
Well, I thought
we talked about bringing women along after the first marriage stream, right? But we didn't say, like here's the thing, that format was off. Having a bunch of women harping, and here's Q doing this Super Saiyan simp mode, and I'm like, I was even introduced getting booed.
Yeah, I thought. And I didn't see any of the beginning stuff.
Oh,
right?
Man. Okay, I'll tell you what it was, Nick. Straight up. Anyone in the chat who saw know this. It started off with what happened on that stream was the equivalent of being a dude accused of being a deadbeat dad on Maury. Now, you've seen the Maury, Are You the Father, right? The paternity test episodes, right?
When they come out, they get booed.
They always get booed, right? Like they always,
right.
So everyone in the audience is against the guy. And the guy's like, yo, man, this chick who's trying to pretend to be virtuous is not who she says she is, right?
Yeah.
And then, the crowd's, boo, boo, you're a deadbeat. And there's dudes out, and you guys have seen those compilations, right? Where they'll say, yo, this chick is a hoe.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not the father. And then what happens? Oh, yeah, you are the baby daddy, blah, blah, blah. And then what happens? Maury opens the thing, and you are not the father. And the dude does a dance, the chick runs away because she doesn't want to accept her responsibility, right?
Sure.
Then she brings 6, 7, 8 other dudes out there. Each one gets booed, though, right? Mm-hmm. So how can every guy out there be a horrible man, horrible so-called deadbeat father, yet none of them are the father? What's that telling you about the woman, though? So you have 8, and I actually saw this episode, Nick. A chick had 8 different dudes on the stage on Maury. None of them were the father.
Yeah.
So let me get this straight. You have 8 different dudes. The window of opportunity for a woman to get pregnant, Nick, is actually very small. That's why they can track the pregnancy and go, oh, you got pregnant here, you're X amount of weeks along, right? So if you have 8 different dudes on stage and you have this small window where you could have gotten pregnant, how many dudes are running through you? You keep it a buck.
16.
Right? Like, so that was kind of the gist of what happened. And more people were, like I said, men and women came at me. They were like, Drex, you gotta clap back, because that was some straight up bull. Like they were offended. I had women tell me they were offended by that. Like they were offended by the show. And I said, don't worry. So that was on Sunday. On, I believe it was Monday. It was Monday. It was Monday. I get a call from Q, right? But sure. I was just busy doing shit. I got the new car and all that stuff. So just busy doing shit, right? Just moving around. And what ended up happening was this. We started playing phone tag. So I never got to, nothing about what's going to happen tonight was going to change, right? I want that to be clear. So don't think this is one of those like, I wonder if Drexel just saying this because he didn't even talk to the guy. I was going to tell him right there on the phone, like, yo, this will be the last time we ever speak. You understand? We will never speak after this conversation right here because I'm going to completely fucking annihilate you on the stream. And that was the plan after that stream. Once I woke up Monday, my decision was already made.
Sure.
I'm going nuclear. You understand? No holds barred. Anyone who thinks I'm going to have a chill tonight about this topic, that's why I actually brought my friend Nick a bag of popcorn. Because after you finish these super chats, you're going to tag me in. And then I'm going to go all the way in on this fucking dude. And some of those other people on the panel who had some slick words to say about me that was out of bounds. and I'm going all the way in.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm not going to tell you what to say and what not to say. Just know that
I know the gamer words.
No, that's not what I mean. I'm just like I've said my piece. I'm not, I hate being in.
No, I don't want to put you in this
middle.
position.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
I know. I mean, we've only known each other going into our third decade.
Going into forever.
Forever, literally forever.
So.
And you know what though? Before you get into the super chats, I'll begin and end everything I'm going to say like this. I want to have a clear starting point for you and everyone in the chat. Nick and I are we're going to approach a 3-decade-long friendship that we've known each other, we've been hanging out. His own mother when we were growing up, your mom addressed me as, I have 2 sons, a black one and a white one.
Yeah.
So when people think that, I wonder if, how far back do these guys go? And Nick, you've been in my house many times. I've been in your house many times. You know that my house is completely barren, right? It looks like a straight up institutionalized manor, right? Yeah. It's just white walls. The only decoration was put by my mom going, this house needs some color. It's horrible in here. And it literally in that voice. And Nick, you've been to my house. You've looked at my refrigerator. The only pictures in my house are on my refrigerator. Whose pictures are on the refrigerator? Remember who?
No.
Well, my daughter.
Yeah.
No one else is on there?
Well, see, I've only been to your house, I think, once since you had your daughter.
That's right. Yeah, because you've been way out here.
Right.
Well, the only other thing that's on my fridge are your children's pictures.
Yeah.
That Lady Rackets gave me, right? So to let you guys know where I stand with Nick Rekieta, the only people, like I said, that's like the how you would treat a brother. Like, if when you go to people's houses, usually people that are blood related are on refrigerators or in picture frames and stuff.
Right.
So the reason why this is so important is that you guys gotta understand the starting point. All this time we've known each other, Nick. This is how deep this shit goes with this Q situation. Let me ask you something. All this time we're gonna go into 3 decades.
Mm-hmm.
Have I ever lied to you even once?
No. Even when you were pissed off at me for a while.
Yeah, that was still the stupidest thing. I'm still, that's like one of my few like shameful, regretful moments. Like, because it was so far out of bounds, and like, but even then, it was a misunderstanding.
Yeah,
it was a huge misunderstanding because with men, the only reason why we ever kind of get into any real clash, Nick, is usually over either disrespect or perceived disrespect.
Right.
So all we had was perceived disrespect. Once I found out that wasn't what really happened, I was like, oh. Because it came out of left field. So it was like, it was more hurtful because I thought it came out of left field. And I'm sure you were kind of like, what the fuck, Drex is turning on me? Like, oh, yeah. I didn't direct that at him.
It was so confusing. But, it got worked out. It's water under the bridge.
Over Contra 3 and Ambassador wieners on a Foreman grill. Because we never directly addressed it. Remember that?
No.
To this day, we because we knew it was bullshit. We went, yep. Let's eat these fucking wieners on an Ambassador grill.
Please don't ever say, let's eat these wieners again. I disavow. That never happened in my life. It never happened,
man. It never happened. So that night, that guy goes to show you guys, not once have I ever lied to Nick. Not once has Nick ever lied to me. The reason why that is extremely important groundwork is because when I go through this shit show that I'm about to go through, and lay fire into all these fucking people who came at me sideways, I'm going to circle all the way back around and go, okay, Nick, so if I've never lied to you, you think I'm lying about any of this? And when you get to the end of the story, you're going to go, well, considering that we're going into the 3rd decade, I'm pretty sure everything you say is fucking true. And I got receipts. As you know, I'm the king of receipts. So when people start running their mouth, I'll be like this. Look, man, don't make me show the text, man. I'm not going to do it. Don't worry. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to put them on blast and actually show actual text or say exactly what I know. But I am going full on nuclear on this fucking guy tonight, right here on Rekieta Law. No chill tonight, man. Go ahead and start with the super chats.
Okay. Well, you might have to pause on answering some of them because they directly talk about the stream.
Okay.
So if any of those,
I'll just be like really brief or so I'll get to it or something.
Yeah. Like that. Like the first one, Andrew Bin says, I love my Drexel. They were so cruel to him on Q's stream and you did nothing, Nick. Shameful display, gay boy. No, because see, that's the thing. I'll be honest. People, well, they asked if I wanted to be on that show, and they said, "Did you want to be on the stream debating marriage with Drexel?" And I said, "That sounds like a horrible idea. No, I don't want to do that.
Clearly, it is.
I don't want to do that at all."
Yep.
So I wasn't on the show, and I think we were busy at the beginning of the show anyway, and we did tune in partway through, like I said, towards the end. Yep. So we caught the end, and it was very, very uncomfortable. And I was like, God, I'm glad I wasn't on this show. That's just not the kind of discussion I want to have in general.
But we can have that discussion and be civil.
Well, that's the thing. Like, because when I say that, like, you and I we obviously have disagreements about marriage because we have different experiences and different perspectives on it. Mm-hmm. So in some ways, we're going to obviously have some disagreements.
Yep.
But at the same time that's happening, like, I can see your perspective, and I don't have any problem with it, and I don't have any reason to disrespect that perspective or your experiences. And I think it's the same.
I've always said that about your marriage too, right? Like I've said, like so Nick, I've always been fair when countering the marriage argument. Remember, I always say I'm referring to marriage in the current era, in the current culture, this misandric, gynocentric thought culture, right? I'm talking about, so I even started the stream off, Nick, with saying, I'm speaking to the majority of Americans out here, right? American men. Remember, I only talk about marriage from the male perspective because marriage it's always been a benefit for women. So I'm only referring to the male perspective. And you know what I always said, Nick? I said, I refer to all of those Americans living in urban and suburban America. You see what I'm saying? Which is the vast majority, right?
Right.
You live in rural America. I'm not speaking to people in rural America because the rules are different, right? Like just the way things are run is different in rural compared to suburban and urban America. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like if someone said, "Hey, I'm going to open up a Tinder profile in the middle of nowhere," right? Well, Nick, what's going to hit, right?
Right.
Because you're in the middle of nowhere. So the options are limited. The social dynamic is different. Thus, the family dynamic is different because you're in small town America. I was speaking directly about urban and suburban America. Now, there were points that everyone on that show and I could agree with, right? Mm-hmm. And you could see they could talk out of both sides of their mouth. So in one hand, I would say something like, "Yo, Nick, you were there. You saw me when I went to a Christian college. Yeah. And I told you about my experiences at a Christian college, right?" And yet all of them agreed. You know that?
Yeah,
they were like, "Yeah, we know. It's
Christian colleges are a nightmare,
right?
Anyone who's been to
one. Now imagine me,
unless you're a hermit.
Facts.
Yeah.
So Nick, I have spoken about things, and this happened even on the first marriage stream, where I have said things that I would say anyone who is worldly, right? We're not talking about sheltered people. Worldly people know what I'm saying is true. So when I make comments about a preacher's daughter, right? There are people out there who are like this. "I don't know where Drexel's meeting these people. I'm what?" And I'm sitting there looking like, because that was one of my major critiques of Stephen Molyneux, right? I'm like, he was like, "Yes, you need to go and get a good Christian girl." I'm like, fucking realities is he living in? A lot of people, Nick, don't know how real these streets are.
Right.
And I'm out here telling guys, like, when I see guys out here getting hosed, Nick, I made a comment on that show, and they took offense to it. I said, you can ask any single man in 2020 who is the easiest chick to get laid with by, right?
Yeah, and you said married women.
It is not even close. Easier than a college thought, easier than just a career working woman. There is no easier lay for a modern man in 2020 than a married chick. And Nick, when I tell you it's not even close, shout out to my man, our lawyer buddy, who's probably watching right now. And I told him, I showed him some of the texts I've shown you, Nick, and he was like, "I knew it was bad, but damn." And I said, "Dude, this is all day, every day."
Yeah. All
day. Like, not like, "Oh, it's just the people you're both." Nick, white collar, blue collar, rich or poor, it doesn't matter. If you are a man in 2020, I swear to you, you know what I'm saying is true. That's how it is, man. But they want to come at me with, and you noticed this, I don't know if you saw much more of the stream, but their only argument, and if you guys pull up the thing right now, you will see this, Nick, on his own channel, which means everything is in your favor, right? Mm-hmm. On your own channel, people are saying, you had no fucking argument other than God and the Bible. Like,
yeah, and that's...
You got to come with something more than that. You can't just... Because I come at you with... Remember, Nick, I said there's 3 legs on the stool, right?
Right.
You have statistics and data, right? Observable reality, and the weakest argument is anecdotes, right? So if someone tries to use an anecdote to disprove you, right? Like, 82% of black women are overweight. Well, if you show me the one of those 18% that aren't, you can't be like, see, black women aren't overweight. I'd be like, okay, so what? You know, or look at my family of sisters, because health and fitness was preached in your family, right?
Right.
But that doesn't take away from the other 82%.
Yep.
So that was, like I said, I was talking about the exception to me, Nick, proves the rule. If you show me an exception to anything, it'll prove the rule.
So, yeah, and one thing I didn't like, and again, this is what I was talking about when I didn't like that and didn't want to do that conversation is you never know when a Christian's going to go this way, but I've dealt with a lot of Christians for a long time.
Say it.
I am one, been to many, many churches, and one of the things you run into inevitably is sanctimonious approaches to conversation. And it's like, you can have your full faith and believe whatever you want to believe, and you can believe that it's 100% right.
Mm-hmm.
But if I come to someone who doesn't hold that value system and that belief system, and I said, well, it's right because it says so here in this thing that I believe, or from this message that I heard, and so you're wrong, it will never actually work, because that's not an argument. That is me. I can share that with someone. I can say, this is my belief, these are my experiences, and this is why it's worked for me. But I can't say this is the logical approach to everything, because if they don't have that same shared experience, it's not going to work.
Correct.
And that's where I hate. Again, the prospect of the show was Drexel talks to Christian women about marriage, and I went, this is going to be a fucking nightmare, because you've got people who are going to go and I saw this, I think, come out somewhere, but it was basically that God created the institution of marriage, therefore it's good. And it's like, well, I can believe that, and you can believe that, but I can't give that to someone as why they should believe that marriage is good. It's a tautology.
Yep.
It's like it's good because it is.
Well, right, right, like.
And it's like, I don't know. So anyway, and one thing I think that many of the people on the stream, and again, the limited amount of time I watched, I think it was probably everybody, but I can't say for sure. But, and I've noticed, I've seen this with other discussions that we've had, and then people like watching it and maybe commenting later, where people miss a specific context that you're talking about. And you tried to hammer this out on the stream, and I think it went right past people, because I think maybe they were done listening at that point. But you're not talking about that person. You're talking about, one, how people might perceive a person in their situation, or even how other people might perceive them. Doesn't mean it's necessarily true. And this was with, we saw it with the single mom specifically, where you were making the analysis that to a guy, and probably like a mid-20s guy, right? A 25-year-old guy who's working his way up and looking for a partner, a single mom is real low on the totem pole. Very fucking low. Because they're walking, and there's myriad reasons for it that have nothing to do with the character of the woman at all. It's, okay, I'm walking in, my resources are going to go down significantly more than if it was just a single woman, rather than now it's a single woman with 1, 2, 3, however many kids that are coming up there. That's a problem. Her attention's going to be divided away from me and onto these kids already. Facts. And I have to overcome the baggage of the dad. I may have to deal with the dad.
Whole another set of problems.
If I'm looking for a partner and I see woman and she's attractive, it doesn't matter, and suddenly she's got a kid, I go, do I have to interact with the other guy? Because now suddenly kid exchanges are a thing that have to happen. You've got awkward stuff going on there. You're going to have drama between when he pisses her off or whatever. And you're going to be pulled into arguments that you have nothing to do with just by nature of function. So of course, like you say that, single women with children are very low on the male desirability scale. And that's just a fact.
It is.
And it has nothing. It's not a judgment on the person in any way.
She could that way because it was emotional. Women are only gonna respond with emotional arguments, right?
Right.
So then she hit with the whole I think what did she say? Something like, God defines my value, not a man. You can say that all you want, but you'll be single AF. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. And God does define your value, not a man. But a man defines his value of you.
Yeah, in a partner. Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
And so here, I'll say it right now. Supermodels, bikini models, whoever, the hottest chicks you've ever seen, everybody, single women, married women, whoever, their value to me is basically zero.
Yep.
Like from the sexual marketplace standpoint, because I have a partner that I'm monogamous with,
Correct.
and that's not changing anytime that I can think of.
Mm-hmm.
So like, it doesn't matter who walks by. I might go, damn, she's pretty.
Yep.
But that's going to be the end
That's
of the
it.
day.
Yeah. That's the extent of it.
And so that person will never have any sort of value to me in that respect. And that's what people need to understand. It doesn't mean that person's worthless.
Yep.
It just means they're worthless to me.
Correct. And to men of means, high value men, who they're like, why would I take in a single mom? I mean, they're good for pump and dump. To a high value man, they're like, yeah, I'll smash one. But in terms of like, wife one up, hell to the no.
Right.
No way.
Yeah.
Because if a man wants to start a family, he's going to start his own family. And especially, Nick, in the modern era. You see what I'm saying? Things have changed a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, the single mom so-called baggage was not nearly as extreme in, a bygone era. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
But in today's society, Nick, with as bad as things, nah, man, come on now. Get real.
And it's, the other thing about that, where was I? I had one more thing about that specific point. I'm going to get there in just a second. So it's, fuck. Damn it. I lost it. I'll probably think of it in a little bit. Let's do more of these chats.
All right, let's do the super chat.
Mike Walter says, hey, Nick, did you get my email last week about doing an interview with you and Ty Beard about the comics you guys read growing up? I've not heard back from you yet, so I wanted to follow up with you here. You know what, Mike? I don't remember seeing that email. I may have it. I may not. If you just go ahead and resend it to me, forward it to me or whatever, like you can forward the sent version so I see forward on the subject line and know it's from you. That would be helpful. I don't remember seeing it, so it's very, very possible I just missed it. Bad Vibe says, as Rain Man, rackets. Yep, time for rackets. Definitely late and gay. Late and gay. Rackets. Tet says he's about 100 minutes late. Tet says the last day has shown the mask being torn off many people. Laughing at someone's misfortune is one thing, but taking joy in the suffering of others and wishing them death is, in my opinion, evil. Hope y'all stay well and sane. That is, I believe, in reference to Trump and Melania and Kellyanne Conway and Hope Hicks all having coronavirus. So, here's the thing. When people get sick, we always wish them to recover. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, I didn't think would recover because I figured she died a long time ago.
I thought she was immortal, to be honest.
Real talk. I thought there was no way she was going to die. I figured
she just wouldn't die. Yeah.
They would do whatever to keep her alive. But I was shocked.
Really like
when
RoboCop level, right? Like preserve her brain and put her in like a cybernetic body.
Yeah, but I didn't actually want her to like die or anything like that or wish her ill.
Yep.
I'm in a way I think it makes for an interesting and sort of funny moment on the of Trump appointing a justice, but I would have preferred to see her step down and live a long and happy life.
Mm-hmm.
That would be great. That'd be great.
Of course, justice never stepped down, but I know what you mean.
Yeah. Well, one of them did. Kennedy stepped down, didn't he? Yeah, Anthony Kennedy. That's why either Kavanaugh or what's his face has a slot. He didn't die. He's just old. And so he's like, this is dumb.
I don't like the idea of a lifetime job.
No.
When you're wielding that kind of power, like
every federal level judge has a lifetime appointment.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's suspect, man.
So Nick's Hex says, instead of getting songs in my head, I get memories of people saying things. For the past 2 days, it has been you saying things in Ron's voice. Please cure my headache by saying you're spurging out. You're spurging out, lol. In Ron's voice. Automata says, hey, Drex, saw you on Out of the Darkness. kind of blew me away that single mom's clap back to you was that she could get a man tomorrow with a job. She quantified a man's worth to her as resources and said she could access them at will. The part that surprised me was how that was her immediate response and nearly the first thing she said to you, yet she was quite agitated when you covered the exact same ideas. Also, how's that channel going? Now, see, I didn't see that.
You missed a lot.
And when I hear that, like, that's hilarious to me because that was 2 super chats. Thank you, Automata. But I was reading the first part and I'm like, wait, so your argument is that you can get a guy and take resources from him.
That's right.
Like that fits exactly in with your personal philosophy on.
Absolutely.
And it's not just your personal philosophy, but like on the idea of what women value versus what men value.
Absolutely.
And that's the thing that people don't get, seem to overlook, like in this discussion, is that is a reality, and it's a biological reality that probably has developed over a very long time. And it's why men have been the hunter-gatherers and fighters, and protecting the womb was like just the imperative of the tribe, because if you don't have wombs, then you don't have legacy, and
you're gone. You go extinct.
And that's also why women are so vulnerable when there's an invasion, because you breed out your opponents.
Absolutely.
Because insurgencies will happen over a long period of time until you breed them out.
That's right.
That's how you eventually conquer.
Yeah.
So
look at so-called Latin America.
Why
are they speaking that language? Why am I speaking English? Like this is, it happens to everybody. Eventually, you'll see throughout time, Nick. There's always like a dominant society, right? Doesn't matter if it's Egypt, doesn't matter if it's Greece, doesn't matter if it's Rome, doesn't matter if it's China. At some point, things shift, right?
Yeah.
Civilizations rise, civilizations fall. Empires rise, they fall. I speak these things, and people look at me crazy because at the end of the day, Nick, they only argue with emotion. That's it. The extent of someone's argument with me in general has been either emotion, or God forbid they end up going like the religion. The worst thing you can do to a person who is like logical thinking is to go that religious route. And like you can use that as like a stepping stone, like on top of my reasons, religion. That's fair. But is that your only point? And the thing is, and I'll get to her. Don't worry, Miss Rosalina. I'll get to her because you're starting to see what I'm talking about, right? I talk about all these broads are chameleons. You understand? So when they say stuff like, "Oh, I'm a good Christian," I'm good. Let me ask you an honest question, Nick. If any person you've ever met walked up to you and went like this, "Hey, Nick, how you doing?" Shook your hand and goes, "I'm a good person." Okay.
Yeah.
5 minutes later, "I'm a good person."
I don't want to hear.
I'm a good person. What is that telling you, Nick? Are they a good person?
They're whatever they are, they're insecure about whether or not they're a good person.
So if you had to put your bottom dollar on it, would you suspect they're a good person or not good?
I'd say there's some shit.
Yep. Because what am I'm trying to convince you
right
to let your guard down, right? A good person, Nick, just does good things, right? This is why I tell you guys, watch what these broads do. Don't listen to their words, because in that same stream, Miss I'm a Good Christian, Nick, also talks about her past. And how else did she become a single mom? And I've told you guys, women's kryptonite is responsibility. She took zero accountability. Nope, I was a perfect wife. Were you, though? Because if I asked that dude, the ex-husband, Nick, men aren't running out like that on kids, man. I promise you, especially boys.
And women aren't either. Like that's the thing. Like even when a breakup is surprising or whatever, like it comes out of the blue, right? Someone cheats, has this torrid affair or whatever it is, and it breaks down a relationship or a marriage. And even when the blame can be put on one party for doing what they did, for whatever reason, that party will say, "I was missing something that I went to go get." Correct. And they might not be justified in it, but there's still something there. There's fault because you have two people in a relationship. There's fault on both sides, even if the fault isn't justified.
Correct.
So saying I was perfect, well, you clearly weren't.
Clearly weren't.
It's not a judgment on you. That's just the reality. If I say I was a perfect employee, but a job fired me, I must not have been perfect.
Facts.
And the reason for firing may have been unjust. There could have been a misunderstanding.
Yep.
That misunderstanding wouldn't happen if there was perfection. That's the definition of perfection.
Correct.
And so, God, yeah, people get mixed up on this show.
They definitely do.
Boomer Doomer says, a full month of feeding firemen in the books. I'll watch later, but for now, it's a Romeo y Julieta and enough Glenlivet 14 to relax. Grift some of my overtime. Your show gets me through a lot of work days. Hey, thanks, Boomer Doomer. I really appreciate that. Hope you do well. Kyle Cowden says, retirement. This is like the third stream I've caught since Tuesday and knew I wasn't getting the last minute call to respond. One of these days, I might have something entertaining to say. Hi, Drex. Have fun, y'all. Hey, thanks, Kyle.
Hey, thanks.
Welcome. Squally says, you're so late, but you brought Drex, so you are forgiven, Boomer. I'll tell you what was happening.
Yeah.
So since we're going to have Anna call in, you can see I've got the Google Hangout or the Google Meet thing below that I'm going to send to her when we're ready to bring her on the show. Hopefully she'll be available then. So I have this 2-camera setup, and I have to create a virtual camera in OBS and then pull that into Streamlabs OBS and also pull that into Google Meet. It's a real dumb, weird situation, but that's how it runs because Streamlabs doesn't have the virtual cam plugin yet. And so for some reason, Google Meet was not taking the virtual cam. It just wasn't showing up, and I hated it. But we've got it now. Swarm 069 says, that guy's class in an RPG, Necromancer.
Oh.
Scott Yonsai says, my donation for your Prohog Vice fund. Oh, damn it. Guys, I am looking for someone to wave me in Prohog Vice. People may not realize, because if you saw the rejections of my 2 briefs, and let me just pause for just a second. The first brief rejection, mea culpa, my bad. I should have just gone pro se the first time. The second brief is pro se, and I think maybe the appeals court isn't reading it properly. Now, it's rejected by a clerk, not the court itself, but I think maybe they aren't reading it properly and noticing that it's actually a different brief. But here's the deal. So when they reject it, they cite a rule that says I have to pay $250 as an initial matter. That's true. You have to pay $250, but you also have to file a motion to appear Prohog Vice, and you have to have another local attorney appear and motion for you to appear Prohog Vice. So it's 2 motions, and they have to attest to your character and fitness and say they'll help you follow the rules and all that stuff. All right? So if it was just a matter of me paying $250, I'd pay it twice. I don't care about that aspect of it at all. It's finding an attorney who isn't affiliated with this case in Texas to waive me in Prohog Vice. Now, the attorneys who are in Texas who aren't affiliated with this case don't know me, and they're being asked to vouch for my character and fitness. So it takes a little bit longer to set up that relationship. But let me express how weird the requiring an attorney to appear Prohog Vice on a pro se filing is. Okay? If the court applied this rule consistently, and I was sued in Texas in small claims court for $500 for failure to pay a bill, or I got a speeding ticket, let's say that. I get a speeding ticket while I'm in Texas. Under the court's interpretation of this rule, I can't represent myself in a speeding ticket without getting a Prohog Vice waiver, paying the court $250 and hiring an attorney to help me represent myself on a petty misdemeanor. That's how they're applying the rule. I don't believe that's how the rule is supposed to be applied, and I don't believe that anyone else who's commenting on this reasonably believes that either, but that's the reality. Now, I'm not in a position to argue with the appeals court on it, so my solution is to find Prohog Vice representation. Know that I have some feelers going out to try and get connected with a Texas attorney who will confidently waive me in. Whether or not I'll be able to do that, I don't know, but I'm working on it. All right? It's a weird situation, and yeah, it's really annoying. So in Kermit voice, can someone tell me why pork chops taste so good? Who couldn't have a great time with ham hocks? Don't even forget pork rinds. Oh, hi there, Monica. Wait, not the bees. Ah. Why are you laughing over there?
Why do you keep doing fucking voice?
People keep asking me to.
God, stop making him make that voice.
Will you lick my green taint there, Miss Piggy? I want nothing but like Muppets saying dirty stuff. Hey, Drexel. Hi. Want to suck on my nipples? That would be great. Could you imagine? That's all I want. I want just like
You're fucking horrible.
Like Samuel L. Jackson reading "Go the fuck to sleep," but
Yep.
it's actually like Kermit and Elmo saying dirty jokes all day. That's all I want.
Oh my god, you're killing me.
Like
You're killing me.
Gonzo with that nose, right? Like, what's he gonna do with it? I can't do Gonzo's voice. Or the two old men talking about Viagra and stuff. Like,
the Siskel and Ebert
Yeah.
clones.
The old guys. Or the Swedish Chef. I don't know what he would say. But
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I had a question for you about Lion King.
What's that?
This is way off bounds. You know about Lion King 2, right?
It was wait, hold on. There was a Lion King 1.5, right? And then
We're not
2.
talking about that shit. That's stupid. That was the retelling of Lion King 1 through Timon and Pumbaa's eyes, and it's really stupid.
Okay.
Lion King
it's Simba's
2
Pride, right?
Yeah, Simba's Pride, and it's got Kiara, his daughter, and she befriends, we'll say, Scar's son, which is mysteriously absent at the end of Lion King 1, but don't ask questions. Scar has a kid.
Okay.
What lioness gave it up to Scar? Because somebody had to birth that little cub, right?
Mm-hmm.
Scar's kid.
Because he was
Who
in
was
the
it?
same pride.
Was it Simba's mom?
So are you saying Simba's mom was dirt dogging him?
I mean,
Having affairs with the...
well, Mufasa's dead.
Oh, wait, hold on. What was the age then of the other lion?
Same age as Simba's kid. So like it must have happened like roughly the same age. They're both cubs at the same time in the next movie. Does anybody know? Wait, he wasn't Scar's kid?
Wait, what?
Oh, I thought he was. Okay, so it wasn't actually Scar's kid.
Oh, he's just some random lion? What?
Okay, I guess. Someone said that. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, Kavu wasn't Scar's kid. Oh, okay.
Okay, sorry. I didn't mean to ruin anybody's childhood. I was just thinking about that. I was like, which lioness gave it up to Scar?
Right? Like how that's what you thought about.
Don't you want to know? Survival of the fittest, man. You got to weed out the bad lioness who was a traitor to the pride.
You do.
Yeah, so you got to know.
You're the hyenas.
Oh, Kovu's mom was obsessed with Scar? Okay.
Got
it. That makes more sense. All right. Anyway, Sup a Sandwich says, I unsubbed from Q's channel after that stream. They were completely incapable of understanding nuance and a word majority. They were right on a lot of things, but wrong about the current state of things. Turd Ferguson says, Drex, answer the question all of us in the Discord were dying to know. Did the Hispanic chick from Q's show try to get your number? We thought she was thirsty for some Drex.
No, she didn't. She did not. She's an attractive woman, though.
Yeah, she's pretty.
Very attractive woman. Absolutely.
Yeah. You like Latinas. That's not stopping COVID. It's not stopping the spread, if you know what I mean.
Oh, shit. I mean, why do you always got to go there, man?
Go where? What was this?
You're killing me. Wait, what?
Wait a minute. Oh, we need to rewatch. Oh, Lady Ragged said we need to rewatch that. You're so wrong. She must mean Lion King 2. No, I'll just accept that everybody else is right. I don't ever want to watch Lion King 2
I never
ever
saw
again.
it, though. Like, I remember. Okay, I saw the first one. I love the first one. The real one. The cartoon one. Right. I took my daughter and I think it was like maybe a friend or two of hers. And they were like giggling and like look. I think she can pull out her phone. Normally that is a automatic, huge offense, right? I wasn't even mad because it was terrible. The live action one, terrible, right?
Yeah.
Lady Rackets had Lion King 1.5 in college.
That is so bad.
Yeah, so I never saw it. I saw the time. I was like, wait, Simone.
I
like,
still have it somewhere. It's so bad.
I assumed it was so bad.
I will never. I can't.
And then I never saw part 2.
I will sooner burn the DVD.
I bet you
with
will.
fire, not with not like a DVD burner.
Oh shit.
No. Of all the stuff we could watch, that is low on the list.
Oh god.
All right. All right. Okay. Swarm069 says, "Man, Drex, that camera got you that Space Marine head to shoulder ratio." Richard Pierce says, "Drex and Q are similar at the abstract level, but from diametrically opposite perspectives. I like to listen to both. Please don't fight, guys." Well, I don't know if it's avoidable at this point. Peter Pete says, "I didn't like the stream when Q said that I can't be a moral person if I'm not Christian. That judgmental BS is why I left the church. Q, the unethical prick." I don't like that line of thinking either. And
don't worry, we're gonna get into that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I also think people have a weird definition of morality, and morality is subject to the ethical set you're in.
Correct.
Is how I describe it. But moral is just correct behavior in whatever system you're in. Correct. You can have a system where murder is moral within the system.
Yep.
Now, some people say that there's an objective morality, and that's fine and dandy. There may be some objective morality. We can't get to it because, and I talked a bit about this on the PPP stream, like God may be objectively right, but his objectivity is subject to human error. Like we have two people who can read the same verses of the Bible and get different views. So we've got subjectivity built into it.
Absolutely.
So whether or not there is objective morality, it's not super useful for us. But anyway, we'll get into that, I guess. Underscore says, "Show Drex the Boogie versus Frank video."
I know who Boogie is. I've heard of that.
You know guy. Boogie, yeah. Frank is a guy named Frank Hassel, not Frank Castle. Frank.
Wait,
Hassel.
that was on your show, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Did you watch that?
I didn't. I saw the show link, but I was busy.
Yeah.
So I'm aware of when these guys come on. But
long story short, Frank Hassel showed up in Boogie's town, tweeted out, "I'm in Fayetteville. You Boogie, you pussy," and then Boogie took that as a threat.
That's why he had the gun.
And well, no, so took it as a threat. Then they got on a show, Keemstar show, and they started arguing. And Boogie said, "If you come to my house, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna shoot you. I'm gonna murder you. This isn't funny. It's not a joke. Look, I'm intending to kill you." And I was like, bro.
Not as your lawyer. Don't say that.
Yeah, don't ever say you're intending to kill someone. That's a bad look.
Yep.
And then, so what does Frank do? Because he's a troll. And if you know anything about Frank Hassel, you know he's a troll. Like, that's his whole shtick. He does prank phone calls, prank things. He shows up at the house and knocks on the door and stands there and says, "Are you going to come out and shoot me?" or whatever. And so Boogie comes out with a gun, points at him. He ends up firing in the air and tells Frank to leave the property.
That wasn't smart.
No, not really. So it was a wild thing. And it's like, both these guys are going too far. Like, Frank's an asshole, but you know he's an asshole.
Yeah,
like, don't open the door. Just don't open the door. Just call the cops. Like, if you can't deal with it yourself, just call the cops and say, "There's a guy outside my door. I asked him to leave. He won't. You know, I feel threatened or whatever. Can you get him out of here?" And the cops will show up. Most places. Certainly in Fayetteville.
Absolutely.
E1337 Neo says, "Hey, Nick and Drexel, never forget Bolo Jung's one-liners from Bloodsport. And I quote the best one among them, 'You are next.'"
Oh, yeah, of course. Of course. God,
Richard Pierce says, Muppet Professor Bunsen saying, "Oh gosh, I don't know how to do his voice off the top of my head. It's not one that I'm familiar. I know Baker's like me, but I don't know what Professor Bunsen's voice sounds like." But he says 42069, Baker responding, me, nice.
Wow.
Okay, I wish I knew what Bunsen's voice was. I'll have to look it up. All right. And just making sure We're good on. Nope, we got a justice chat from Ptolemy Mike. Says, just here to pay my grifty surcharge. I have nothing more to say at this time, Your Honor. Hey, thanks, Ptolemy Mike. All right. I guess we're at that time of the show. I was kind of hoping one of us would die before this happened. Because like you said, I'm honesty, right? I've been not looking forward to this since you told me about it. So, I guess I have to tag you in.
Sure, man.
Like I have to give you the floor. I think So I'm supposed to
go ahead and get your popcorn. Get your popcorn ready. So I'm gonna go all the way in on all these fucking people, man.
I'm gonna sad eat popcorn though, like a fat chick until she realizes that there's not many calories in popcorn and goes to the Snicker bars or whatever.
Fact. So, without further ado, but just so that we're clear, I did try to communicate with the dude. Like I said, if I check history,
don't show phone numbers, please.
And it doesn't show no numbers. Don't worry. It's already at the top. But the thing is, there were lots of missed calls, right?
Right.
And what's most important is this: understand where all this comes from. The text that I got before the show even happened is one of the most ridiculous texts ever. So you guys gotta understand the setup. Hold on, I know why it's not showing. Let's get started. So, just do a quick scroll.
I am John on the corner. I'm starving.
You should be. All right, so the thing is, this doesn't show any numbers or anything. I'm going to read this text after we set a time, right? This is the actual text. I told him I'm down, right, for the time, 8 p.m.
Uh-huh.
The text I received, wait for this. My next issue is that we are going to handcuff you a little bit tonight. You have to keep it PG. We are having 2 Christian women on. Now, of course, I savagely responded to that, but I said, bring them on, right?
Yeah.
Do you know why that's important?
Because you did keep it PG.
I did.
Did someone not keep it PG?
No, he pulled a bitch move.
What's that?
So, here's what he did. He claims to say that we have to, be PG or whatever, right? And yet, when I look at it, it's like this, Nick. I show up, and what I end up with is a third. His mom shows up.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
I was gonna say there were 3 women on that show.
This was okay. This was not the terms and conditions that I would have agreed to. Because if you had told me I'm just going to be basically put on trial, right?
Right. With
3 women who are basically going to just all have the same viewpoints, and then you're just going to back them up by simping, right? And I said, okay. As soon as I saw his mom, like, yeah, we got Mama Q here, and I went, looking like, are you serious? So I'm like, Drex, keep your cool, man, be civil. And then the whole introducing me with the whole boo thing.
Like I would never want to
you don't bring your mom
engage in a debate where my mom was on the show, because what am I going to do? Like, that's my mom. I'm not going to, I feel like that hampers your ability to discuss something.
It does.
In some way or another, because you're going to back up your mom. Even if you disagree, you're going to back up your mom.
Yep. It's not a good look. So, I really took offense to that, because when you're changing terms and conditions on somebody, like right there, like, oh, by the way, like that'd be like me. What if I showed up with my mom or showed up with whomever, right? You'd be like, well, hold on, like, what is this, right?
Right.
So, further ado, we're gonna go right down the line. So, let's start. We got 4 people on that. No, that would have been 5 people, right? So we'll count everybody. So starting, person number 1, Soda.
Mm-hmm.
Soda McSoda. No issue at all. I have no issue with Soda in any way, shape, or form. I met him. I like him. He's a cool guy. He seems to be a good dude, good husband. No issues whatsoever with Silver. Next up, the black chick, Cece.
Yeah.
A couple of things that were kind of like, like she did the whole, there's a couple of things she said. Like one of them was that, there was kind of like this insinuation that about like how women should be compensated based on intangibles in a divorce. And it's like, wait a minute. And they all kind of had this thing like, basically they were kind of insinuating that men were deadbeats, so the government has to force men to pay, right? Because I talked about the issues with alimony, child support, right?
Right.
So there's a certain twinge there. It's kind of like, still sounds like you're trying to put that responsibility on the dude, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, but all in all, she was the most I felt sound and at least fair, right? I think she gave me the fairest opportunity to be like, oh look, I didn't know about some of these things. Me and my husband and I have this kind of relationship, and I was like, okay, still cool, no issues whatsoever, other than just a couple of gripes, right?
Right. But disagreements are just disagreements.
Disagreements are disagreements. I don't have any issue there. Disagreement is a disagreement. So Cece's in the clear. She has her little issues, but still in the clear. Now, let's get to the Latina. Let's start with my biggest issue with the Latina.
Sure.
When you say these words, these exact words, which is, I know that I am, these were her words, Nick, disgusting and ratchet without God. Let me hear something, Nick.
That's weird. She said...
That's her exact words. So
did she say ratchet or wretched?
Ratchet.
Okay.
Disgusting and ratchet. So what this person is telling you is, if you were to go out there and ask, who is this person before they enter the church, right? Because you know how I feel about these people who keep claiming they're Christians, right?
Yeah.
And I said, okay, you claim to be something, but if I start to look into your background, is that really what's real, right? And the reason why that's so important is this reason, and this reason only. It's similar to the inmate, right? Who's in prison. And do you notice all these guys seem to find Jesus in prison, right?
Right.
Why didn't you find Jesus when you were out there in the streets doing horrible things to people? See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I was kind of like,
Now, to be, I guess to bounce some devil's advocate arguments, right? There are Bible verses that say, for example, that all of my good deeds are as filthy rags, like that. And I'm gonna misquote the Bible because I'm bad at it, but that's fine. But the idea is that, like, it doesn't matter how good we are, we're not good enough ever. So is it possible that she's merely saying that outside of God, I'm just a wretched human?
I'm okay with that.
Right.
Here's the thing. Understand where I'm coming from, Nick.
You got me eating popcorn.
Right? So, Nick, my thing is this. I am okay with someone saying that. My issue comes, as you can imagine, is when you are saying these things, but then you try to have this moral high ground.
Right.
And like moral authority over me. And I'm like, wait a minute. And that's where my beef comes from. I'm kind of like, Now, she got in her feelings a few times on there. I saw that, right? She got a little temper tantrum because, I could see her trying to refrain. And I saw someone in the chat who said they know about Latinas like that, right? And they got away. I've been around all kinds of people. And I'll tell you, Nick, in the Latin community, man, they give those dudes hell. There's some Latinas out there who are really loyal and like really good women. And they pick bad dudes, which I see happen way too often.
Yeah.
And they can end up being single moms. And that is unfortunate, but it's like you still chose a dude that you had no business choosing. So, other than, those few things, for the most part, I didn't have too big of an issue with Rosalie, other than the issues that we already discussed, right? With the whole, women's value and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
So, that's about all I'm going to say about Miss Rosalina. fairly pretty neutral. There's a couple of things that irked, right?
Sure.
Now, we're going to get into the heavy lift.
I'm guessing Mama Q's up
Mama
next.
Q's up next.
She said something that really, really irritated me. I bet you know exactly what it was.
About the raising?
Yep.
I bet it did. Do you know how many people called me about that?
I thought that was, I don't know if she meant it this way.
She did.
But that was about the rudest thing I've heard someone say in a while. Like, if it was intentional, that was really, really uncalled for. If it wasn't intentional, that was a big blunder.
I saw Soda say, yeah, Soda, you're in the clear, man. I got no issue with you ever. Now, let's go into Mama Q. I'm about to lay into her ass right fucking now. That comment that she made about come here and let me, raise you right and all that tone.
Like raise you again or re-raise you.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
I need to come here and raise you again and stuff. I'm sorry. Raise me again? Let me tell you something about raising, Nick. Because I have a daughter to raise, right?
Right.
And I hard checked her when she had those booty shorts because I shut that shit down. Let me tell Mama Q something about raising. She should have been raised a certain way, Nick, because you know what? I was thinking about something. Miss Mama Q. You were a teen mother, right?
I have no idea.
She is.
Okay.
Yeah, she said that on the stream. So, here I have this woman who claims to be a good Christian as a teen mom. You know what a teen mom means, Nick? That means you were out there and you let a dude raw dog you and shoot a nut up in you as a teenager, 15, have a baby at 16, right? That being said, let's get into Mama fucking Q. Here's my thing, Nick. If Q's stepfather, the simp, the cuck, did not step up or step in, right?
Mm-hmm.
You want me to tell you where Mama Q would be, Nick? I'll tell you where. I'll tell the chat where she would fucking be. Because this bitch, she really, really, really got on my goddamn nerves, man.
I can tell.
Okay? With some of this little sly comment she was making. If Q's stepfather did not step in, her black ass would be on the street corner selling pussy or getting ghetto gagged to make rent. You understand? You do not come at people with that bullshit that she came at me with. And this in this condescending tone of talking down to me that she thought was okay. Guess what, Nick? If she thought I was gonna take that on the chin or take it lightly, take it laying down, something like that, watch this. No, Nick, I'm not gonna take it lying down. Okay?
Right.
Coming at people and then saying this is what a real man does. Let me tell you something, Nick. When a woman says a single word about what a real man is or does, she's going to describe a slave, an ottoman. He provides, he protects, he does this, he does that. What do you do? What do you do? So I'm looking at so you're a black woman having kids out of wedlock, and then you have to flip it on me, right? Because everyone does that. They're like, well, you had a kid. I don't claim to be a good Christian, though, do I? I don't claim to be a Christian at all, Nick.
Right.
I told you in 2009, I was with my ex-girlfriend. My pullout game was trash. I wound up with a kid. Shit happens. But did I ever duck my responsibility? No.
Nope.
So, Q's mom does not have that WAP. That's why the fucking man that impregnated her bounced. You understand? If you are a quality woman, because, these women are, Nick, you know about the Jezebel spirit, right? In the religious context, in Christian context, the Jezebel spirit, right? When these women are in this church, I'll tell you who's in these churches, Nick. Reformed thoughts are in the church. You understand? When I tell you these stories that I recall, Nick, I recount stories about a lot of these chicks in the church who are throwing up their hands, praising Jesus. These hoes were getting ran through, taking raw nut. That is the vast majority. And there's people out there that are going to say, that's not true. That's not true. How'd you wind up being a single mom? At 15, Nick? You got impregnated at 15, had a baby at 16. What were you doing in your life? How do you get pregnant at that age? Nick, we went to high school together.
Yeah.
There wasn't one teen pregnancy in between our grades, right? Was there one? I mean, maybe one. I don't remember. I don't remember, man.
There may have been. I'm trying to think.
Maybe, right?
I know one that was terminated.
Oh, there you go.
I know one that was terminated. I was told that in confidence. Here I am, like a senior in high school, and this chick's telling me about the abortion that her boyfriend's parents like forced her to get.
Yep.
And I was like, I'm not qualified for this discussion.
Right.
Why are you talking
Facts.
to me? But no, I feel like there might have been one chick who got pregnant and had a kid, but I think she left the school. But I can't verify that because I can't remember her name. But I mean, like, we got to talk about how big our class. Like,
we had a lot of people, man.
My class, 535 people. Your class, like 700.
Yep.
So we're talking between 1,200 plus kids. Almost no teen pregnancies.
I didn't hear a single one. Like I said, now, if someone terminated, that's a different story.
Yeah.
But my thing is this, man. I take this shit seriously, Nick, because like I said, when I declared war, I meant it. And I always said, Nick, the problem has never been the women. It's always been the simp. And Q is a Super Saiyan simp. The fact that he was out there just caping for these females, and I had women who came out saying they weren't okay with that. They watched that stream, they said, wait a minute, man, is this dude serious? And they even said, like, oh, so Drexel, this is what you're talking about simping, right? The things that she said. Q's mom had the audacity to say these words, Nick. I know preachers' daughters, and they are all good Christians, and they're all waving her finger at me, right?
I mean, preachers' daughters are not all good Christians.
Yeah.
That's maybe all the ones she knows are.
Maybe.
I mean, that theoretically possible,
it's theoretically possible.
But to suggest that, first of all, I take issue with the term good Christian.
I bet you do, because I do.
I'm an admitted terrible Christian.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know what a good Christian is, which is why I don't get sanctimonious about my religion or try and act like I have some sort of leg up because of my belief system. That's just a belief system.
Yep.
And I may take it very seriously, but it doesn't make me a better person.
Yep.
In fact, I would argue, at least on my Christian perspective, is the only thing that it does in regards to my quality as a person is it gives me grace at the end of all things. Like to say, I know I'm not good. Like I know I screw up and, do things that are outside of my supposed, my ideal behavior. Like, and what I know is that those failures that I have from time to time don't define me, because something else says, in spite of your failure, you have value and you have this. And that's what my belief system does for me. And I don't think you need to be a Christian to do that either. It's just that's where I derive that perspective. But it didn't give me some special leg on morality.
Correct.
Because I've seen we're gonna go through this later. Someone sent me an article just for you.
I bet they did.
And it was a pastor who turned to stripping and then opened an OnlyFans.
That's right.
We're gonna talk about that one.
Oh, we got to.
But no. So like the idea that Christianity or any belief system gives you a leg up on being moral. Like you can say, well, this is what I think moral behavior is because I have this set of beliefs and this is what is right and good. Okay. Are you living it? A lot of times I fall short of my own beliefs. I think a lot of us do. Even if our morality comes from somewhere other than Christianity, we might hold ideals that we want to aspire to, but we don't always hit them. And so I have words to say on that subject, and I will cede the floor back because it bothers me when people act like that.
Absolutely. And it really bothered me. And it was the tone. And like I said, the whole, the raising me part, I'll tell you what, I was raised by both parents and they didn't raise a simp.
No.
I've never been known as a simp. I was never a cuck. I was never a simp. I was never the kind of guy who would go and do like so that stream, that's something that anyone who's known me 5 minutes knows I would never do. I would never bring a so-called opponent on or just someone in opposition to my views and then gang up on them with my own mother? Really?
Yeah,
That's something I would never do. Like,
I didn't know. One, I didn't know she was gonna be on.
I didn't either, man.
2, I didn't know why she was on, and 3, I thought. I mean, that raised question or that raised comment, and then actually, what really bothered me was at the end, and I thought, okay, so the raising comment was really rude, right?
But I know what you're gonna say.
The comment
rescinding it.
where she rescinded it.
Rescinded it. Yep, you caught that, right?
I thought that was unchristian to say. Like, wait a minute.
You caught that, right?
We're supposed to be like, we are supposed to be as Christians the kind of punching bags, not really punching bags, but
this is talking to me. I'm gonna be literally right back. I use the bathroom real quick.
Yeah. But we're supposed to be the people who, I don't know if you guys can hear those fans out there. Oh my God. This is, am I done having Q on because of this? I don't think so. This beef is between Drexel and Q. Now, I'm going to probably have to have like an uncomfortable conversation with Q because of this stream. But you guys know how I am. I don't, I certainly don't disavow people over other people's issues. I don't do it. And I really don't, if you haven't figured this out, I really don't disassociate with people very often. If people disassociate with me, that's on them. If like having an interaction with me leaves a sad taste in their mouth, that's on them. They can do that. I don't block people. I don't disassociate with them. I'm not going to like follow people around and start talking, but this is Drexel's issue with Q. It's not mine. And if Q wants to have a conversation with me about what Drexel said, like, that's fine, but that's on him. But I'm also not going to be dishonest. I thought Q's mom was out of line. Now, I'm not going to go so far as to say that she was intentionally being rude, but when I heard that first comment and the second comment, I was very, very much not a fan of that. Like, I don't believe in that. And here's the other thing. If the first comment is a mistake, right? Like, because I've said stuff where I'm intending to make a joke or I'm intending to be jovial and it can be taken the wrong way. And I look back on it and I go, okay, I can see how I misstated that, how the other person took it the wrong way. I can do that. But when she said she rescinded the invitation, all I could think of, and again, this was not intentional on my part, but the only thought that went through my head is, you're trying to convince someone that Christianity is the good and right thing to do. And here what you've done is you've said that you can't be redeemed for my perception of your failures. Because that was the first thing. I didn't like it, but I could at least see when she said, raise you right. I don't think I could see her not meaning that as a slight. Like, that just be kind of a bumbling way to say, if you come over here, we'll show you our way. That's how I could see that be taken. That's not an offensive thing. Like, you have it
on its own. No,
you're right. If you say you have an open invitation to my house and I'll show you how we live, and we'll show you some hospitality and some love, that can be a great thing, right?
If you said that, that would have been cool.
And maybe that's what she meant. Maybe. I don't know, because I'm not in someone's head. But when she said, I rescind the invitation, to me, that was a big problem, because as a Christian, like, my job as a Christian is to kind of always have the invitation, even when I think it sucks, even when it's uncomfortable. And I may fail at that job, but that...
You still try.
Right.
You don't quickly rescind it because someone doesn't fall in line with like what you want them to fall in line with, right?
Because what that said to me was, she went, nope, he's irredeemable. I'm like, wait a minute, that's counter to everything I'm supposed to believe about redemption, is that no one is beyond redemption. That's like a core tenet of Christianity. When you've got Paul, who used to murder Jews and Christians, saying, I was the worst. I was the worst sinner. I'm the worst guy. I'm the most irredeemable. And here I am. You're welcome too. I'm like, damn. That's what that second comment really.
Yeah, it really got to me because
I was like, I don't like this.
So what we're dealing with here is a fake Christian. I got comments from a particular woman whose dad is a pastor, right? And he is the pastor, Nick, that is what the right way, the ones who don't accept the money. And he left, I think she said 4 different churches because he saw the corruption. Like, he's like, we're here for the word of God, not the money. You see what I'm saying? So when I see, so imagine that. A fake Christian raised a fake Christian. She found a simp to take her in. Now, a man of value would not take her black ass in. I'll tell you that right now. No man of value is looking at some teen mom and being like, I'm going to come in and swoop in and save you.
Now, to present the counter argument, though, like you talk about making a distinction between how things should be and how things are now.
Yep.
This was a long time ago, right?
It was.
So is there a different distinction? I mean, I
believe people have a default setting, right? So hear me out. Her default setting is the same person she was when she got knocked up. Everything else is just a facade, which is why, if you notice, she quickly rescinded that invitation. Did she not?
Yeah. You
notice how quick that was? It went from, oh, you come here and let me raise you, and then flip, just like that in a heartbeat. Oh, that's funny. So are you really a Christian? Are you really this good Christian you say you are, right? She was saying things, and this whole, I know the preacher's daughters. So let me touch on that real quick. She talks about preacher's daughters, right? And I'm going to segue this into Q. She talks about preacher's daughters. Hey, Nick, when do you think she sees those preacher's daughters? So this is going to now go into tie into. So would you ever see them in a situation where you can go like this? That's the real them, right? You only see them when people are on their best behavior, right? At church, at baby showers, over here, over there. Now, Nick, you and I have known each other all this time. Mm-hmm. When I talk about what I know that's out here, right? I'm always referring to what isn't seen, right?
Yeah.
I talked about the adrenochrome in Hollywood. I talked about the pedo rings, and people, Drex is crazy. Oh shit, it was true, right? That's why you have the QAnon thing is blowing up because people are starting to realize. Shakespeare once said it: the world is a stage. A lot of these people are just actors, Nick. These people aren't real, man. They're just actors. Mama Q is an actor. Those so-called good Christians, they show their true colors. They were all about, I'm here to get that bag. I got dudes. Hold on, Nick. How did Miss Rosalina have guys that can step in right now? Unless what? She's looking, is on a dating app, something, right? I have no dates in 4 years, but she has a newborn.
Or she maybe just knows.
Knows that she's attractive.
Maybe she just knows, like,
guys
if I go outside, guys are gonna, because
absolutely.
Yeah, because I'm guessing, like, if she's just out by herself or whatever, guys are like, oh hey, hey, what's up?
She even said she fights those urges to, talking about why mama's got needs too. Man, look, I'll tell you like this: if she ever slips up, it's kind of like an alcoholic, right? And slip up and have a drink. Alcoholics go all the way back in, right?
Yep.
And so by that definition, by that logic, someone who described themselves as disgusting and ratchet, what do you think happens if she slips? And this is true facts. I had a couple of women tell me this, Nick. They said she's the kind of woman that all she has to do is just meet a new boyfriend, and that shit changes quick. Now, like I said, I don't have anything against Miss Rosalina. I just pointed out some things that made me go, And like I said,
yeah,
my door's still open to her because, like I said,
there you go. That's it.
Oh, so here we go.
The door is open.
Oh,
the door is open. Drexelina 2021.
Oh, there it is.
We're gonna see it.
right here. You're gonna be the ordained minister. But like, nothing she said was like to me, Nick. That was like it didn't go that far. Like when we can have disagreements, Nick. We have plenty.
Yeah.
But we don't ever. There's certain lines you just don't really cross, and when people cross the line, it makes you kind of go like, "Whoa, hold up."
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, I know I wish you did because for reasons.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about it. Look, I'm going in on this usurping motherfucker. you just wait till this rant's over. You're gonna get a real clap back.
Oh man. But the thing is that was the extent of my issue with a lot of what Mama Q was saying, is that the flaws in her armor started to really show, right?
Yeah.
In you claim to be the one thing, but as the stream went on, you started making these comments, and I said, okay,
that's the problem with having 4 people in agreement against one person is, and why I tend to not like that format at all, is you get real comfortable in your backup because you've heard your audience clap for you and stuff. And it's also, guys, some of you have asked why I don't do more debates and stuff. I like to have discussions. I don't like debates, especially on a channel, especially on my channel.
Yeah.
Like right now, we got 2,500 people, and a lot of them are going to like, because they already agree with many of my perspectives.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you guys hang out with me every night, in a lot of cases. So I'm going to have a lot of support for someone who comes in. That's why I don't want to do debates.
Yep.
I feel like that's a little bit of an ambush.
I'm the kind of guy who I believe in discussions, not debates. That's my typical thing. Like
the Shane stream wasn't supposed to be a debate. That's the crazy thing, Gerard. And so they've happened from time to time. But the Shane stream, I told the guy, look, we'll just have a stream and I'll tell you how the process works. As a lawyer, this is how the process goes. And we can talk about it because he didn't seem to understand that. And then even before the show, it's not recorded, but he and I had a nice chat before the show. And he said, we're just going to have a nice, fun chat for your audience. It's not going to be, I'm not going to go personal. I'm not going to do this, not going to do that. And he did almost immediately.
Yep.
And so, I mean, if you're already on here and you start having like a disrespectful or disingenuous communication, I mean, I'll go back, but I don't open the show that way. I don't want to have a debate.
And that was how I felt. Like I felt that I believe I was coming here to say, hey, look, these are some problems people, we need to really look at. And this is why men shouldn't be getting married in 2020 and beyond. And it became like, it got derailed into this basically almost like it felt like a hit piece.
Yeah.
Like I was on trial and I was like, okay, so that's what it's going to be. So then, like I said, that's pretty much all I got for Mama Q. I have my issues with her. But now we're going to go to the main course. Q himself, the depth of why all of this really got to me over time is that here I am on a setup with this dude. I was basically, like I said, I was basically set up on that stream to fail, and I didn't, and I held my own. I didn't go all whatever. But the more I thought, I'm like, see, Nick, you don't know what I know about this dude, and I'm not gonna expose it here tonight.
Yeah.
I will insinuate, but I will not expose directly, okay? But I am telling you out of my own mouth, this dude is a complete fraud, okay? This good Christian facade of his is a fraud. You understand? And I wouldn't say that unless there's something I knew, right?
Well, I have to assume
You would have to assume I must know something then. So let me tell you guys, like I said, I'm not going to go ahead and expose it all. I'm not going to be that kind of dude and put him on blast. I could. And there is a warning as of tonight. This dude says a single word, I will expose him. Single word. I get a text message. I hear my name on the channel. Someone says, yo, Drex, here it is. I will expose him on site for what I know. So this is the only act of mercy I will show to this dude. The only act.
What if his words are an apology?
I don't accept apologies.
But I mean, like, that's not going to trigger you into...
No.
Okay.
If he apologized, I would just go like this. I'll just bypass it and say, no, I still don't accept it. Because when I grew up, my mom had some strong words about apologies. You know what she used to say, Nick?
What's that?
Don't apologize. You had no business doing the shit to begin with. That was actually her say, like, now you remember being a kid. You would do something wrong, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Nick, I was never sorry that I stole anything in my life, right?
Right.
So, but when I got caught, I'm sorry. And they would say, no, you're not sorry. We know you're not sorry.
Yeah.
You're just sorry that you got caught. And my mom was right. When people are out here doing foul stuff, Nick, when people cheat, when people steal, when people do horrible things, they're only sorry that they got caught.
Yeah.
If you didn't stop them, they would just do it over and over and over and over and over again. So with this Q situation, like I said, I started off showing the fact that this guy was saying he set me up for this stream, that it was going to be him and these two good Christian women. So he's trying to neuter me, first of all, right? And that already that irked me a little bit. But like I said, I played fair. I played safe. You guys got to understand this, man. When I tell you guys this dude is a complete fucking fraud, I actually mean that shit. Okay? The same Q that runs his mouth in grandstands, both on Marriage Stream 1 and 2, and tries to pretend that this marriage is so great and blah, 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 and all this bullshit. What would I say about this dude? Besides, fuck him. My thing is this, Nick. This man presents an image that is so far removed from the reality and what a good Christian is, right? And when people come at me in a public setting, which is, the internet.
Yeah.
And you're trying to have other harpies, and you're simping for harpies taking shots at me. And you're just kind of sitting there like agreeing and saying shit like, stay in your lane. Let me tell you what my lane is, Q. My lane is the truth, because you know what the fuck I know about you, because you're a fraud, okay? You know what you came to me for, because you're a fraud. You know what you asked me about, because you're a fraud, okay? This dude says stay in your lane, but yet you have me on your show. How would that look if I say, hey, Nick, I want you to be on my show to discuss blank? And then as soon as you say something I don't like, stay in your lane.
Yeah, I don't, first of all.
The fuck?
I don't, on a friendly encounter, I don't like the line "stay in your lane."
I don't ever use that term.
Because what you might say is, well, cool, that's your experience, but let me tell you about this from my perspective, which includes, like, if I'm talking about law or something, and if I hear you say something, you get something wrong about law, I'll say, well, like, based on my experience in education, here's this, this, and this. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to say, you look, stay in your lane, I'm the lawyer over here. One, because there's always the possibility that you're right. Like, even if I think that you're not or whatever. And two, there's always a possibility that you're working off of information that might be specific to a different place or something that I don't know about. So especially with law, like, it might be, well, this is the law in another jurisdiction or another country or whatever. And that could be applicable to a different situation. So,
yep.
I don't like the stay in your lane thing. The only time I thought it was funny was in reference to the Vic Mignogna case. Mm-hmm. And this guy, Jay Woolman, who's a lawyer, he came out and he said, well, Vic should have just hired a PR guy. Mm-hmm. Should have just hired a PR guy, and that would make all this go away, right?
Of course.
Like, can you? Do you think that would have worked?
Nope.
What level of PR would you need? You need Al Pacino, right?
Facts.
You need the devil himself to fix the PR nightmare.
You're done. If you get Me Too'd, you're done.
Yeah. And so Dick Masterson, who his personal business before he was on the internet is a marketing company, internet marketing. And he said, stay in your lane, lawyer. There's no PR wouldn't have worked here. Mm-hmm. I know marketing. I know PR. You're not marketing this. And I was like, yeah, that's right. And Jay was speaking out of turn on something that's very easy to say and would have applied truthfully probably 15 years ago. Mm-hmm. But nowadays, and we've seen it, they've all been trying. All the Me Too guys have been trying the marketing approach. Yep. Oh, just make your apologies.
Don't
get
do
a PR
it.
guy.
Never apologize.
It doesn't work anymore.
But Nick, this goes into what I've been saying. I only talk about marriage from the modern perspective. You see what I'm saying? I don't speak about it, and I've always said that, to get the church as the de facto, if that's what you want, not the state, right?
Yeah.
When dudes like you are sitting here making these comments, you know that he, and any time that you say something that he doesn't like, he'll try to shut you down. Hey, this is my show, right? And using this tone. In the first marriage stream, I made a comment about preacher's daughters. And then he said, well, my wife is a preacher's daughter, right? And I made the comment because I made comments about these women's body counts, right? Mm-hmm. So if we're going to add the act of most modern women's body counts are extremely high.
Sure.
Plus preacher's daughter. And we all know the cliche of the preacher's daughter, right? Sure. And then you try to shut it down like, no, you don't say nothing. Makes me wonder, because it's trying to present an image. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when this dude comes to me lurking, looking for certain things, looking for cover for certain things. I'm like, oh, really? But you're a good Christian, right? You're a good Christian, right? And then you want to like try to dim. Listen, this is a pro tip for everybody listening tonight. Never, ever, 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 ever cross somebody who knows your dirt. The fuck kind of sense does that make, Nick? Like if somebody has some horrible photos or videos of you and you weren't running your mouth about it, when they look at you like
every photo of me is horrible.
Well, it is horrible.
To be fair, like,
you're very not photogenic.
I'm not doing that. I am not sitting there taking pictures.
But this dude was sitting here just running his mouth, being totally disrespectful on that stream and setting me up in a way that was so far out of bounds. And that's why because I know why he called that next day. He called because he knew, like, oh, I better do a heat check. Where's Drex's head at, right? I know how people think. They don't want to deal with the fact that, hey, man, if this dude flips, he's going to really flip. You see what I'm saying? So I know what the calls were, Nick. It was to be like, hey, try to pretend like we're still, like, it's going to be all bro-y and shit. Look, man, I'm going to put you like this with the whole Q situation, Nick. So much am I sick of this dude and his bullshit when he tries to present one image on screen when he's someone else off screen. I'll put you like this with Q. I don't even want Q to use the letter D when he fucking speaks. You understand? When they ask his name, they say, hey, what is your name? Q Karuji for the fucking cuck in him. Q Saruji for the simp in him. D Drex dominance. You understand? When people are doing this beta bitch-made behavior, Nick, this passive aggressive, I'm gonna have 2 ladies on the street. Make sure you're being nice, and then you try to attack me and bring your mom on. Everything is always this whole, there's something about like whereas when you and I speak, it's always direct.
Right.
Even when I told you, I was like, yo, Nick, I'm coming with fire with this dude, right?
Yeah.
I didn't like blindside you and just be like, just come out of nowhere. And I said, Nick, here's the call streams. We just so happen to not be able to connect. And it was just phone tag.
And I told you flat out, like, I am uncomfortable about that. Like,
absolutely.
I don't like these types of situations. I'm not a fan.
Absolutely.
Of it.
And I apologize for it. I was like, look, man, I hate to put you in that spot. I go, but things need to be said, right?
Yeah.
Because if I were to ever expose this dude for who he really is, right? Listen, man, tell you what, man, the marriage is over, man. Facts. His wife would be exposed to the bullshit. The kids would be exposed to the bullshit. His subscribers would be exposed to the bullshit. His church would be exposed to the bullshit. You would be exposed to the bullshit. And everyone watching would be exposed to his bullshit. He's a fucking fraud. And it's like I said, Nick, this is the part of me that I actually hate. Is that I still have to play by a specific set of rules, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if I were a bitch made, if I were on some bitch made blue pill beta male shit, I would actually say what this dude has done, right? I would just say it outright. But I'm not. I'm going to say, look, I'm going to let you go ahead and get your own house in order, right?
Right.
This dude is bitch made. Okay? I'm looking at this cat, like, look, man. We're at this point with this dude now, Nick. I'm just looking at this guy, man. Like, I can't take people who do shady shit behind the scenes seriously, right? And ask for my help seriously, right? And I'm like, look, man, fuck it, man. These listen. There has to be order, right? And all this back and forth where you always try to kind of like, it's always a call after a stream to pretend that we're cool, right? Like we're trying to fist bump. No, fuck fist bumps with this dude, man. I'm telling you, man. And see, Nick, I could even go there. Remember when I said, hey, man, it'll change the way you view the dude? Nick, honest question.
Mm-hmm.
This is my question for you. Want to know what he asked me about your wife?
Nope.
You don't want to, do you?
Nope.
Change your view of him, wouldn't it?
I don't know. Maybe.
It would. If I say what I know, I wouldn't say, I'm not going to say it on stream. It'll change your view real quick. I told you at the beginning of this shit, Nick, I have never lied to you. Think I got receipts, Nick? You think I'm just making this up? Of course not.
I don't know you to be a dude who makes stuff up.
I don't make this shit up, man. This dude, every fucking aspect of this dude is a fraud. Nick, and it pains. Like, so I want you to imagine, Nick, knowing the shit that I know, right? And so put yourself in my shoes. Now the context kind of makes a little more sense now, right? Is that I'm sitting here on trial, like, this dude's a fraud. And so imagine, Nick, you're sitting there like, look, trying to say nothing, be PG, be calm, cool, and collected, even though you're sitting here letting harpies come at you, right? And he's just sitting there just simping and grinning and, you need to stay in your lane. And Mary, here's the funniest thing, Nick. I got this big lip bitch made simp talking about I'm the authority on marriage. Why am I on the show? If you're the authority on marriage, look, Nick, when I speak about marriage, for someone to come at me and say, Drex has no authority about speaking on marriage because he's never been married, right? Guess what, Nick? Wouldn't you, Nick, like I said, this is not applying to you, just married men in general, right? Wouldn't you think I would have a viable, sizable amount of information to offer, like, modern, remember, we use that word, modern married couples, right? About what's really going on as a single man who's dealt with lots of married people. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I will tell you like this, Nick. Lots of dudes have come to me asking for, yo, Drex, I'm looking for some side action. Lots of women come to me, yo, Drex, I'm looking for side action, right? There are married men, married women, looking for something with the opposite sex, right?
Yeah.
So my issue then, Nick, it starts to make logical sense. The same people who grandstand, like I said, with my issue like Jerry Falwell Jr. and stuff, these people that you guys put on a pedestal, they're such a great, long-standing married couple. These people aren't who they say they are, Nick. They're frauds. And I mean, it's like the text that I've shown you, Nick, with all these chicks are married, right?
Yeah.
Now watch this, Nick. If I were to bring a single woman on here right now, with everything you know about the thought culture, right? If I were to ask a single woman, do they get hit up more by married men or single men? Which one do you think it is? You remember like the Ashley Madison scandal, all that shit, right?
Yeah.
If you just had to take a wild guess about your average single woman, if they had to size them up, out of 100 guys, X amount are in a relationship or X amount are single. What do you think it is? Just like a wild stab.
I have no idea.
The ladies told me it's roughly 3/4. 3/4 are in a relationship. 1/4 is a single man, like just a single guy being like, hey, yo, I'm trying to get up with you, right? I swear, Nick, this dude is a fraud. And it's like every word out of his mouth is bullshit. You understand?
I mean, I see what you're saying, and like, again, Q's always been friendly to me, so I don't know, right? Like, obviously,
yeah, your viewpoint's gonna be different.
Yeah, and I don't know what you know. I haven't seen what you have. I hate every one of these situations. I hate it. I hate it entirely. So, because I can't sit and defend him because I don't have any of the information, and that's also not my place.
Correct.
But it'd be like if someone came on and said a bunch of shit about you, I would have my it would obviously be like credibility check or whatever, and I have no reason to disbelieve you, but at the same time, like, I don't know any of the context for what's going on. So
you still listen to the person, like, okay, this is the opposite of everything I know about this person, but I'll still, then you would ask for like receipts, right? Like, well, hey, can you prove any of these things? Like, there would have to be some evidence.
And I'm also, I don't like this. Well, like I said, I just don't like when my friends fight or in an altercation, and I'm not a huge fan of putting people I like on blast. But someone was saying, like, I'm being a really bad friend to Q right now. My question is, of course, like, what do you want me to do about it? Because I have two options. We could just not do a show and, like, shut down you, or what, like, cancel the talk or try and body you out of your opinions. Those all seem like weird things. I don't know what that would accomplish.
It was going to be shitty regardless.
Yeah.
I just think that was the thing. But it's like, but Nick, at the same time, going on that show was shitty regardless.
Yeah, and I'm like, when I was watching that show, like, I made again, seeing only 30 minutes or so of the show, there were parts of that show that were real uncomfortable, and I don't like when people get kind of sanctimonious about stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a way to like do a fake sanctimony and to say, Asmodeus, you're actually just incorrect about it, but that's okay. Believe what you will, my friend. There's a way to do that as a joke, and then there's not. And I felt that if it was intended to be jokes during the show, that it was. They said it made me uncomfortable, so I clearly didn't feel the joke.
Yeah, none of that was joking, man. It was just straight up. It was what it was, man. Like I said, it's just one of the things, Look, I'm a mama's grave. This dude better never text me again. Don't call me. Don't say shit to me, man. I don't like fake people, Nick. It really gets me. People can say what they will about me, Nick. I've always been honest on this stream too. Like I'm like, yo, look, this is who I am.
You've said you don't like fake people and called out fake people as long as I've ever known you.
Correct.
I mean,
it's actually, what's ironic? That's actually one of the things that like we got along with early on. Yeah. Is because we never fell into peer pressure, quote unquote, right?
Right.
Like I'm me, you're you, and that's why we never really had any issues ever. Because it was like, even if we disagreed, it was like, so we disagree. So what? We agreed. It didn't change anything.
Yeah.
But like, Nick, there was never a time where I presented myself as something to you, and then you were like, "What? Drex is the polar opposite of what he's always presented." No, given you were with me a lot of the times, so it's like, it just isn't who I am. But Nick, I'm okay with people being two-faced in the sense that so long as you aren't trying to grandstand and demean someone who, but you see what I'm saying? You are trying to demean someone and knock somebody.
Yeah.
And I'm looking like, that you can't do. If you want to go out and do whatever you want to do, Nick, so be it. But don't come on and put someone on a show and just do bullshit. Oh, man. Nah, fuck this dude. That's all I got to say. Like I said, I really wanted to just really let go, but I'm like, you know what, man? In some ways, he's not worth it. It's not an anger thing, Nick. It's more of an agitation and frustration that I had to like sit there through that bullshit. So yeah, it's not like some rage, like, oh, I hate this guy. Like, no, I don't. It's like, honestly, it's not even hatred. It's just like a simple like, that's like really, like you're gonna do me like that, bro? Like come on the stream like that? Yeah, whatever. So fuck it, man. Fuck this dude.
Well, can we get off this horrifically uncomfortable subject? Because I get it, of course, and like I get the feelings and stuff, but I just like I hate it. I hate it.
Yeah, I hate to do to you, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, Soda's still cool though, and CC and even the Latina, they were cool. Like I said, and I was being fair. Like I didn't just come out here just roasting all of them. I was being fair to each one.
All right, let's do the chats, and then we'll invite Anna on.
Good deal.
Actually, Anna, I'm gonna invite you right now. Give me a moment. I'm gonna send you the invite, Anna, and if you want to pop in to the Google Meet, you can. But I'm not gonna pull you in until we're at the right spot. If you're still here. Sorry about the delay. Everything's last minute. Okay. Richard Pierce says, "Hey, effing Drex, do not talk down to stepfathers and other guys who opt to do the right thing."
The right thing is for those women to choose better men that are actually going to stay and build a nuclear family. And if that doesn't work, do not take the man to the family court. That's the right thing. Okay,
but what about and you kind of addressed this on the show, but if you wanted to talk about it now, but like, okay, so that happened. Mm-hmm. Whatever occurred, you've now got a single mom. Mm-hmm. So you're saying no guy should come in and step up, or the guys who do are
so understand where I come from with this. So hear me out. My issue is it's not a personal attack. I think people think I have like a personal like vendetta against single moms, Nick. No. If you reward bad behavior, Nick, you get more bad behavior, right? So I want you to imagine this, right? Imagine a world where single moms knew if they're a single mom, for whatever reason, okay, other than being a widow, right? Other than being a widow, if they are a single mom, Nick, there is no guy that comes to get them, right? There is no rescue, right? If that were the case, what would happen? How would women's choice in choosing their mate be to have children with? It would change.
Right, but there's like the ideal, and then there's the practical reality of for this individual person, like the ideal isn't helpful.
But men, here's the thing: men aren't known to be the bait and switch, right? If any woman meets a guy, and she meets the dude, the guy is who he is. You see what I'm saying? Like, if a guy likes drinking beers and watching a football game, like, he's not gonna suddenly flip. Whereas my thing is this, Nick: when these women tell you, "Oh, I'm not with the father anymore," at the end of the day, Nick, think about it for a second. So that can only mean, like I said, Nick, on the stream, it can only mean one of two things: either you don't know how to choose a good man, right?
Sure.
So and to Miss Rosalina, I had this conversation with a chick I know, right? I said, a woman who gets with a male bodybuilder, Nick, is the equivalent of a man who marries a stripper, because they're actually very similar. Like, so there's Anna.
Yeah, we'll let her in a minute.
Okay, the male bodybuilder is insecure and seeks validation, and is always. I have never ever once in my life heard of a male bodybuilder who doesn't cheat, not once. And I've been around close enough to that world to know about the 12-week programs, the way that the judging goes. So I've been close enough to that world to see.
You mean cheating on the competition, the bodybuilding competition?
No, cheating as in romantic relationships.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like this is well known. Like,
sure.
if you because they seek validation because they're insecure. So when a girl gives them attention, they have to go and she actually texted me saying chill a little. When they go to seek that validation, they cheat. Oh my God, this girl thinks I'm hot. And you can seriously, if women were to call into the show, Nick, and you were to ask them, have you ever dated a bodybuilder or known a girl who dated a bodybuilder? They will all tell you straight up, yep. And did the guy cheat? Of course he cheated. No different than the guy dating a stripper. Like, come on now. Like, you got to be smart with who you are. Someone put, I know everybody. No, I don't know everybody in the world. I'm just saying, just like you wouldn't want your buddy, if your buddy wanted to marry a stripper, Nick, wouldn't you be like, what are you doing? Right?
Yeah.
So similarly, a woman should go on.
Have you checked this out?
Have you checked this out? Like, don't date bodybuilders.
Right.
Okay, if I tell girls don't date bodybuilders, thugs, guys like that, and when someone goes, well, okay, so Drex, as a male, who should I not date? No. Porn stars, no. Strippers, no. You see, like,
she has an OnlyFans, no.
She has an OnlyFans, no. So don't look at me like, oh, Drex is just talking crazy. If you guys get with these people, don't be surprised at the result. That's all I'm saying.
So, but that doesn't address the issue though. Like, so a guy does come in, right? Like, I get that your perspective is no guy should come into the situation.
If he has kids, I think that, that creates a different set of problems. But like,
sure.
I'm just saying in general, as a general rule of thumb, a man without kids should not be getting with females with kids. Here's what I'll say though, Nick. If it does work for them, hey, you won't hear anything from me.
Right.
You won't, so I'm not bashing if it works. But when people go like this, that's what a real man does. So what does a real woman do? And they start dodging the question. You see what I'm saying? They
Sure.
always want real man from blue pill simps, and women just means a man that's going to be a simp. That's it. That's it.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think people get caught up on the idea that you say that stepfathers are simps when because some people, they have a lot of respect for guys who do come in and raise a kid even when they don't have that responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're taking offense to that sort of idea that that's a bad thing.
I see what they mean.
Yeah.
No, I get it. Like I said, like the thing is, I'm not out here like a bash. Okay, Nick, it'd be the equivalent of
I get what you're saying when you say simp, but I think that word is it's got such a negative connotation.
Correct.
That people are applying all those negative connotations rather than saying this is a guy doing something that he has no business or requirement to do.
Mm-hmm.
And you think that the ideal is that guys largely shouldn't do that because then operant or classical conditioning, whichever one it is, will take over, and the behavior of society will overall adjust afterwards.
Yep.
And so that's what I get from your perspective. But I think people hear what you say and they go, well, wait, you're saying that all stepdads are bad guys.
No. Stepdads are not bad guys. And I think people need to understand what, good guy, bad guy. It would be the equivalent, Nick, of me if I got in my feelings if someone said, if you didn't stay with the mom, then Drex, that makes you a bad guy. Like, hey, there were reasons it didn't work. Irregardless of those reasons, I don't duck my responsibilities. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So like, I'm not gonna get in my feelings if someone says, "Well, Drex, you're a single dad," and you see what I'm saying? Like I don't take it. Like if someone says men should, because remember back in the day, Nick, men used to, for the most part, men married the women that they impregnated, right?
Yeah.
My viewpoint in the modern era, knowing the laws that I know, and knowing how things will be for a man, especially a black man in court, against a white woman in court in Minnesota, you're done. So my thought was, the worst thing you can do is to get married, and then now you will deal with that problem, the bigger problem, later down the road.
Yeah. Especially
if you end up with another pregnancy, right? And the next thing you know, you're like, damn, well, now if I divorce, you'll be in that Dr. Dre category, right?
Yeah.
She's seeking $2 million a month. So that's where I'm coming from. I'm just like, look, man, choose the right. Listen, a lot of people choose the wrong people. Listen, I fucked up. Other people have fucked up. It happens.
Yeah.
You get people who are incompatible in the long term.
Right. See, I'm just saying, I think people don't understand how you approach situations. And so that's why I was engaging it more so you can flesh that out a little bit. Mm-hmm. Samurai Zenji says, seems like that stream was a surprise intervention for Drex. What they did to Drex, they exhibit the BBB beta bitch behavior. Frederick Little says, hey, Nick and Drex, here's a super chat just because your live streams together are my all-time favorite. Also, I hope to meet you again in person at a future convention along with Drexel. Also, Nick, please say representing thug life in Lemoyne's voice. Nova Zero says, Christians speaking for Christians is how people get ex-commed John Wick style. Nick, we don't know how you are. We know how you is. Have either of you read Black Rednecks and White Liberals by Thomas Sowell? No. I haven't had time to read a book in a long time. Mm. I'd love to.
All these damn kids, though.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know, man.
Okay, we got a couple more, and then we got to get Anna on the show.
Oh, absolutely.
Sinag 8 says, it's been a day, and already Drex is cheating on Mrs. Rekieta with Rose. Nick must be rolling in his grave. Big Red Bear says, people have devolved into degenerates. No, please say it ain't so, Drexel. A slim majority of both sexes cheat. Lots of reasons, but it definitely has increased the number of people with herpes. It won't end well. #fail.
Agreed.
E1337 Neo says, hey, Drexel, point taken about apologies and never accepting them, but what's your opinion on honest to goodness, genuine remorse? I do think it's possible to screw up, genuinely feel bad about doing so, and want to make amends.
That part's true. I just don't like the idea that you. Here's my thing about when it comes to the whole like apology thing, right, Nick? Mm-hmm. When someone does something like they planned it, like that, this is just like in as a lawyer, when someone goes, "Hey, Nick, why is that first degree murder such a big deal and like third degree is not?" Right?
Yeah.
Well, because you planned it, right? You plotted it,
right?
Well, if someone plans something, that's different than. So that's what I mean.
Well, that's what you're saying. Like you said, you never felt bad about anything you've ever stolen.
Yep.
Because of course you didn't feel bad about anything you stole, and you stole it.
Yep.
But if you do something that you didn't intend and it causes someone harm, and you say you're sorry, there's nothing wrong with that. Yep. And so, like I say it all the time, I say never apologize. And what I mean normally is never apologize to the mob, never apologize for the people demanding your apologies. Yep. But there are real places where you can apologize. Someone say, hey, this happened. I didn't think that was, it wasn't supposed to go that way. It ended up. I believe
I apologized to you when we had that whole spat in college.
Yeah.
Because I think it was so.
I apologized too.
Yeah, yeah.
It was just a misunderstanding.
Yep.
But it didn't matter because real people are involved, and sometimes misunderstandings occur.
And I do think sometimes if you see,
I also apologize every time my kids wake you up in the early morning after a long live stream.
You know what's crazy is that for those of you guys in the chat, though it's the wildest shit that Nick does get sleep. Some. I remember we did a stream and we got done at like, I want to say it was like 5-ish. And so I was like in bed by like 6-ish. I shit you not. your youngest woke me up. I don't even think it was 9 o'clock. I was a zombie the rest of it because you never recover.
No.
Once you're up,
Yeah.
you try to get back. I was just like,
Over.
Every time we do a stream, I'd be like, please don't let that door open. And every time, like clockwork, I'm like, so yeah, it is great though. But damn.
Synac8 says honesty. Single moms should put more into relationship than the man. Why waste your time or money on her mistake and not be able to even raise it? Bad Vibe says, my perspective on Drex's stepfather issue is the social reinforcement that is an exception to justify single motherhood outside of widows. Yeah, I think so. Melissa Boomer of the Night says, RSD erased by single father. MR cheated in court. Oh, men are cheated in court. Hubby of 30 years. We both have been faithful. Drex will say we can't know. Trust, we know. Humor truly rules our world, and we laugh at the groupies. He was a low key ex-athlete. So her husband was a low key ex-athlete. So, so she's saying that as an athlete, their relationship has worked out for 30.
But Nick, I've always praised
good
relationships. Like I think so many people have.
Oh no!
Oh,
it dropped Anna.
Oh.
Sorry, Anna. Call back in. Anyway, go ahead because we got one left, and then
I've always like Nick. My viewpoints never really changed. Like I've always praised these relationships that work, right? Like I never cared who was involved. Like as long as it's a healthy, solid relationship, I'm like this. Hey, I'm clapping for you. More power to you.
Right.
It was that simple. Yeah. I mean, it was. Yeah. I never had some like super beef or something. If just because someone's married, like that's a hater. If you sit there and every time you hear about someone getting married, Nick, and you actually start going, "Fuck marriage," that's a hater.
Right.
I just like this, and I've said this on your show, Nick. I just say assess the risk. That's all.
Bradley West says, Drex, always like to hear how you look at things. Wouldn't normally ask, but what do you think of women from rural areas? Haven't really heard that opinion yet. Love your streams together.
They're generally the better bet. But they're generally the bet because Nick, you and I have talked about this. And you were in the city. You spent time in the cities. And now, obviously, you were with some older crowd with the coworkers you had. But as you can imagine, Nick, with dating apps and all that on phones, it's horrible.
I bet it's terrible.
It's horrible.
All right, I'm going to pull Anna in.
Let's do it.
Hey, Anna, are you there?
Oh. Okay.
Oh, your mic was muted.
Oh, shit.
Oh, hey.
Oh, there she is.
How's it going? Here, I'll turn on our cameras so you're not looking at something weird, but you'll see us, but the stream won't see us. How you doing? No, you're good. You're fine. I mean, the show's been a little uncomfortable for me, but that's the way life goes.
The storm is gone. Storm is gone. We're back to the normal stuff.
Yeah. Oh, you're muted. Hold on.
Oh.
Here we go. I got to unmute you.
Oh.
I think you're good now.
Hello?
Yeah. Sorry, you were muted
Hi.
to the stream, not to me.
Oh.
We could hear you, but they couldn't. But
Hello,
I fixed
everyone.
it now with my technical genius.
You are a genius,
gosh.
sir. So, Anna, what is up? What is up? Tell us
Nothing
your
much.
basic story.
Okay. Well, I've been watching your stream for a while, Nick. I came after you talked about Vic, actually, and you started talking about Vic. And then Drexel came on. And things changed.
Well.
That came out some kind of way.
Not in a bad way. Not in a bad way. Actually, when Drexel came on, I was very close to making bad decisions. Well, how do I start? Well, growing up, I was told that men don't like virgins. And after getting out of high school, I really wanted a boyfriend. I still kind of do. I've never dated. There's that too.
Okay.
And he looks very surprised. And believe it or well, I was raised
Who told
in
you
a
that?
pretty conservative
Nick,
household.
Someone trying to get in her pants, I'm guessing.
Well, clearly, but so Anna, let's back up because that sounded completely insane. Let me get this straight. When you say someone, can you give us at least like an age range or like something like that that told you men don't like virgins?
Well, not going to surprise you, but many of my female friends have told me that.
It
Yeah.
should
I'm
be
sorry,
illegal
well-
to take advice from women.
A moment.
Oh.
It should be a crime.
I woke up my dog, and now he's trying to tear up my graduation gown.
Oh,
Ooh,
no.
we don't
No.
want that.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. One moment.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Wow. So, Anna, the first thing that I think people need to understand about men and women and intersexual dynamics, whatever you value, we don't.
I don't know if she's actually there.
Oh, she gone?
So hold on just a second. I'll read this chat from Lido Enchanted.
Oh,
I think
yeah.
No,
Sorry.
I'm here. I'm just trying to discipline my dog.
Oh.
He's trying to tear everything apart.
Okay, I wanted to make sure
I'm
you could
listening.
hear what...
Don't worry.
Okay, go
Okay.
ahead. Go ahead now.
Well, so Anna, I was going to tell you. So, as a general rule of thumb, and this is for all women, whatever you value as a woman, men don't value, and vice versa, because we are yin and yang. So this is the reason why now, and I'm sure you've heard me speak so highly of feminism, right? And because Nick, let's be honest.
We all know
is,
you
like,
love black women. Yes.
Well, what is the feminist mantra, right? It's like the Sheryl Sandberg kind of thing. Okay, ladies, go into college, get your degree, get this, be masculine, raise your body count, right? Go have all these sexual. She actually, this is what she said, Nick. Sheryl Sandberg, Facebook COO. Go have all these different guys and all this stuff, and then marry the beta.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, this is why it should be illegal for. If you listen to advice from women, they will lead you astray. Trust me, Anna. These women want to see you fail because they want you to be as miserable as they are.
Well, and the whole men aren't, men don't like virgins thing sounds to me like a justification of their own situation.
Yeah, it's too.
But that's the thing. A lot of my male friends, I don't know if they were joking or not, but they would always tell me I'm too vanilla and boyfriends don't like that, and that's how I was raised. So how I grew up, and when Drexel's coming out with all this, it surprised me.
Yeah, well,
so I wasn't sure.
The other problem is you're talking to guys who are your age and younger in the context of this conversation, right? Like, because those guys were like your peers, and guys have not the best focus when they're 15, 16,
Their
17,
motives
18
are a little
years.
clouded.
Right. So
that's true.
So I'm, and not saying that, like that's, I think this is why women a lot of times do end up with older guys, is because, again, it's a mismatch in, as Drexel says, there's a yin and yang aspect of it. When guys are 15 to
25, really.
25 easy, their minds are on one thing. I mean, it's a consuming sort of thought. Like you may find guys who reject that or go past it, but it's not something that they're like, it's something that they've either overcome usually, or there's some circumstance where they've justified that I'm not going to do this. But it's kind of wired into us to be seeking physical intimacy. Like that's just what it is. So when you have guys saying you're too vanilla or whatever, I mean, maybe for them, but they're also, I don't think they're looking typically at that age for longer term relationships and for creating serious, roots, if that makes sense.
That's true. Yeah. I don't know. It's just.
Don't be offended by the vanilla thing, though. Like, so here's a general rule of thumb. I remember having to sit through those 50 Shades movies, right, Nick?
Oh my
and
gosh.
it's now, Anna, we all know they're garbage, right?
Yes,
they're pure garbage.
terrible.
Everyone knows they're garbage, Nick. I actually want you and Lady Rackets to sit through them because they're awful.
Through what?
50 Shades trilogy. It's awful.
I read the first one.
What'd you think?
The first one, I thought it was actually like literarily technically bad. The writing technique was awful. The literary stuff going on was really interesting, and it was good. I actually enjoyed the story and the concept and what was going on behind the scenes. But like, I mean, the dialogue was embarrassingly awful.
I heard that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys know this, but did you know that 50 Shades of Grey was actually formerly a fan fiction of Twilight?
I did.
Yes.
And turned into a book.
Yep.
Yes.
I didn't know that. And so that's probably why it's garbage. Fan fiction can be garbage.
Twilight was terrible.
I love it. I love garbage.
No.
You love garbage?
Oh.
It's a sad story, I know.
No, that's fine.
It
That's
happens.
Yeah,
no,
but some of them are good. Some you have to search for them though.
I
Yeah.
did like I did enjoy reading 50 Shades in the end. I mean, it was smutty or whatever, and that was fine. But like getting past that stuff and reading about how the author perceived power dynamics and how she wrote a character that was supposed to be an alpha in Christian Grey, and he absolutely was not. He was a slave to everything, and Anna had all the power and all of the interactions in the entire book. And
But isn't that every woman's dream?
yeah, that's
for
what
men in
she said,
2020?
right? That's what she said when she was talking about it and how she wrote it. She just said, "I just wrote my own fantasy down."
Mhm.
And so when I say it's good, is a good and interesting take on like this person's idea and how they use literature to convey it.
Mhm.
But was it real or truthful? I mean, well, no.
No, but you know, even though 50 Shades is hot garbage, the thing that always stuck to me, that really stuck out in that book, especially the first one, is what attracts Christian Grey to Anastasia Steele. That part is 100% accurate. Because, you know, like I said, I hate when people say stuff like Anna's friends and her social group that was basically trying to lead her astray. It's the virgin who gets that guy, right?
Right.
Because now remember, he can have all of his relations with all those, you know, model-esque, you know, the women who worked for him, right? They're all like basically models.
Yeah.
He had all these subs throughout his time. They didn't mean anything to him, right? Understand what happens when you are a virtuous virgin to a man. Even the most like hardcore dude, Nick, it will trigger his male instinct, which is what? Provide for her and protect her.
Well, and interestingly, so what I really liked about that, one, eat your food. Like food, I don't know if it came through in the movie because I haven't seen it, but in the books, she wouldn't eat. Like she'd get like a little bit, but food was a huge part of like his persona. And so he's like, they're sitting there at the restaurant and he's like, eat. You have to eat. You need to eat food. And he also like, his company donated just tons of food all over the world. That was kind of why he had the successful company, was to give food out. So you get this idea that there's some deprivation of food and that food played into power. And this is what I'm talking about with the literary stuff going on in the book. That was really interesting is there's a lot of metaphor being used. But the other thing that, going really to your point, the first thing he tells Anna is, I don't sleep with women. We fuck. That was one of it. But then first thing he does is he sleeps with her. The first chance he gets, like literally sleeps in the bed next to her, something that he's never done with anybody else. And it was, again, it was that power dynamic shift. And like, yeah, what you're saying is, her friend was trying to get her into bangbust.com all day.
Right.
And,
That's right.
and he was, and that's normally what he would be to these women that were cast off.
Correct.
But it wasn't.
And that's why
Well, that sounds like fan fiction.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Every fan fiction ever.
But, well, and I am kind of sorry that there are so many young women out there who want women to go the Tatiana route. You see what I'm saying? Because
I was told to go on OnlyFans. I was okay.
Do not
Self feet
ever,
pictures.
please
don't ever go on
Please
OnlyFans.
don't.
Don't do it.
I know it's and real talk, I know it is tempting because
absolutely.
like they're
money, Nick.
they're girls.
Have you
What?
seen how much Belle Delphine gets?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that's embarrassing.
All she has to do is look pretty.
I know. Don't do
very
it.
tempting.
It's money's not worth that much. It just isn't. I think
Well-
the other thing is there's a time limit on how effective it is.
Yeah.
And a lot of these young ladies are gonna run into not being young anymore. That time limit's gonna hit, and there's gonna be a million pictures of their vaginas, and with their face and with cat ears on or whatever, and they're gonna have to go get a job somewhere, or they're gonna know that like every dude who matches with them on Tinder or they meet at a bar has already seen every inch of them, and is going to, but he actually saw that every inch of them from like 5 years ago.
Correct.
And that's, I can't even imagine what the dating market's going to look like when all these chicks are on OnlyFans.
It's about to collapse. So
it's going to be a mess.
So
yeah, if you want to solicit anything, just get an anime avatar and do VTuber stuff. You have a really nice voice.
I actually thought about that, but I don't know how to do VTube.
Me either, but you've got a nice voice for it, so it'd be fine.
She has a voice.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I was told I have a nice. I also was told I sound like a white woman. So
what's wrong with that?
I've been told many times that I sound like a white woman. So I didn't think Drex would believe me.
And we got to find out why you hate white women.
Wait, what?
We got to find out why you hate white women now. Like what's the No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
I'm like, what?
Just making a joke.
No, I believe it. I believe if she called in. But here's the thing. Here's what I think a lot of people have misunderstood. So Anna, when I'm so hard on black women, one of the reasons why I'm so hard on them is lack of femininity. And I'm sure you've seen this throughout your life where when you look at other ethnic groups, white women, Latinas, Asians, Indian, like the women are just more feminine. They look more feminine. They sound more feminine. They act more feminine. And I'm sure that you've noticed this in the black community. The women are very masculine.
I don't know if I 100% agree. Probably again because I'm from the New England area. A lot of women, they wear fake nails, they have weaves, they have fake tits. It's all there.
Yeah.
But
have
I
you
wouldn't
ever
say
seen
they're
Leslie
masculine.
Jones though?
Oh God.
I'm not from. I haven't been to California. I haven't seen it all, as you would say.
Yeah.
Growing up, I was I was pretty sheltered, so I didn't know half of the stuff you've been saying on stream. So it was an eye opener.
See, that's good. And Drex talks a lot in generalities because generalities are generally useful for people. But when you start getting into specific circumstances, they don't always apply, obviously. And in your situation, I mean, at least from how you describe yourself, it sounds like, obviously you're not falling into these categories that he's talking about.
Well, you know what's crazy is that I think Anna also was in danger, Nick, of falling down the path that I've talked about, right? Which is like the sheltered girl.
Yeah. Well,
if she listened to her friends,
can you talk about that,
tempting.
Anna? Because you kind of mentioned that, right? Like, you heard Drex talking about this stuff, but you had people kind of encouraging you to go a different way. Can you speak a little bit about that?
I was this close to signing up for dating apps and, looking into what can I do? They don't, I've been told men don't like Christians. I've been told they don't like quote unquote women who are vanilla. And I'm thinking, what can I do? What can I say? What should I wear? I bought a pair of, as Drex would say, booty shorts, thinking that would help. So again, Drex caught me in the nick of time.
I'm trying to find booty shorts for myself.
Oh God!
Look, it is so hot.
There's a store
it is hot
near
in
me.
here,
It's
man.
called Mad Rags. So that's where I got a local store called Mad Rags. Do
they sell men's booty shorts?
I think Drex has an idea of what kind of women wander in and wander out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the store, and I got it. That's the first time I ever shopped there, and it's apparently going to be the last time I shop there. Because I guess with those shorts, I'm not really necessarily getting the attention I want.
So let me ask you this, Anna. When you said, and this actually has come up quite a bit. I'll ask you this question: what is the attention that you want? Like from what men? You know what I mean? Like what attention are you seeking? Like what kind of men are you seeking?
Not simps. I've seen a lot. I've been asked out by a lot. I don't necessarily. That's the thing too. So because I've never dated, I don't necessarily know what I'm looking for. All my life, I've been told. I was given the impression that once you date a boy or a man, that's who you're with for life. So I've been very careful all my life who I choose.
I see
my father especially would tell me, listen, these guys out there, they're only here for one thing. Be careful who you date. My mom. My mom. Love her to death. But she was always, she never really said it flat out, but she was the kind of person like, hold a boy's hand, you get pregnant. Like, don't be near a boy. So that's how I was kind of raised. And growing up in high school, especially high school, good Lord. But yeah. And so I taught myself to kind of be, I guess, afraid of guys to date. And now that I want to date, I have next to no clue what I should do or who I should look for. Well, all the guys in church are taken. So there's that.
Here's the important thing about dating. And why I think your parents are doing what Drex and I do a lot of times. They're speaking in generalities because it was generally useful. And when they're talking about high school, college age guys, you really do. If you're not careful, is the big caveat. You could end up in a lifetime relationship, even if that means you had a bad night or bad choice, and that ends up with you pregnant and having to have a kid and then interact with this person forever. They may be a bad dude. They may be a good dude too. It doesn't really matter, but you'll be tied to that person for the next significant portion of your life, right? And but the thing that matters is, and teenagers are bad at this, and you can't tell them that, and we all get a little bit better at it as we get older. And honestly, I think, at least I used to read this. Who knows if they even allow these studies anymore, but they suggest that the longer you stay a virgin, specifically, kind of the more you mature sexually. And I think what that translates to is that as you get a little bit older, you're more in control of your own agency. Mm-hmm. So you're able to take those situations like now, you said you're what, 21?
Mm-hmm. So
you're 21 years old. You've got a good deal more just life experience and maturity than when you were 16, 17. And it's going to continue to increase. And so now as you start entering that dating market, it'll be more about you may not know how to do it, but you are more conscious of what you need to avoid and how to avoid it, and recognizing that you have the agency in every situation to stay out of it. Like a guy asks you over to his house at 2 a.m. Like it's not just to watch Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
It isn't.
Trust me.
What if it's to play Minecraft?
I've done this.
I can't even look at you right now, man.
But no.
Wait, did you do Lady Rackets? Did you say let's watch Killer Clowns from Outer Space?
I'm pretty sure we watched it in college.
I do remember. I think I actually remember the night that you did this.
Yeah. Like.
I mean, I ain't gonna say nothing. It worked out in the end, but
look, you got to lead with your A game, and Killer Clowns is my A game.
It is your A game.
Exactly.
That and pretending to be gay. Oh.
No. Listen, you better stop. No, but no. What I mean is, you're hearing this stuff from Drexel or whoever, and you're starting to get the different perspective. And I think that is the one advantage of how like broken our world is and how much it's in the media now, is you could see these girls going to Harvey Weinstein's room.
Yeah.
And you go, you knew exactly why you were going up.
Absolutely.
You knew exactly what you were doing. You were trading yourself for an opportunity. And if you're honest with that decision, I mean, that's the decision people make. We're saying don't make that decision. It's not worth it.
Correct.
And you, as you get older, have the agency to do that. And I think that's a big value for you, and that you haven't been in the situations making the mistakes early on, but you also seem like you've got enough going on upstairs that you realize, like, I didn't have to make the mistakes to avoid them.
Yep.
If that makes sense.
Oh, I've seen a lot.
Oh, I bet.
There were listen, after prom, maybe a week after prom, like
did you go to prom?
6, 7 messages on Facebook were announcing that they're pregnant. We're pregnant.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's bad. There's daycares in schools now, Nick.
I know.
Oh, do you?
It's
so bad.
Wild.
And Anna, you said something when you were messaging in that really stood out to me, which is people like me who are gonna say things a certain way that it isn't very I don't know, it's not very graceful. It's very like just kind of like down and dirty, right? And the reason why it stuck out was because Anna goes, I can't trust. She said she couldn't trust anyone, Nick, to tell her the truth. And
Yeah.
I've had multiple, especially women, tell me this. They go, "No one tells me the truth, really. Everyone, oh, Anna, it's this." So Anna, think of it like this. Imagine if let's say you were on a date, right? And a dude like me was like just like sitting there, they're like just like.
Imagine you're dating me. Okay, I see how this is going.
You're so ridiculous.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh
really?
my goodness.
All right.
So imagine a guy like me winds up sizing up your date. I will, and Nick, this is actually true of women too. For from the flip side, right? A man will look at another man, Anna, very differently. No different than if a guy is trying to date a girl, and you bring a girl around, Nick. Who's going to be able to see through her better? It's going to be other women.
Yeah.
They're going to look at you like, yeah, Nick, no. The way she answered this question, the way she said, you're going to be like, I didn't notice any of that. It's the same with dudes. Like I've actually asked women like Anna, like, like, what do you see in this dude or whatever? And they don't really have they're like, well, he makes me feel like this, or they'll pick like one or two qualities. You've seen this, Nick.
Oh yeah.
They'll pick one or two qualities. I'm like, but did you consider this? Did you consider that? Have you, kind of asked people about this guy's reputation? Is he reliable? Is he dependable? Is he an honest man? And Anna, we spoke about this on the Ty Beard stream, where I said, if I ever had a son, I would never, ever, ever want to have a nice son. I would want a good son. You see what I'm saying? I don't want him to grow up to be a nice guy, Nick. I want him to be a good guy.
Right.
So I think what Anna is saying,
I feel like my brother needs a long talk with Drex.
Oh, say it again.
I think my brother would need a long talk with you.
Oh, is he a simp?
No, he's also. We're twins, actually. We've been sheltered all our lives.
Oh wow.
We both never dated, never done anything. I've never. You see, I've been very hesitant of sending that super chat to you because it's embarrassing. I'm 21, never kissed, never dated, never.
See, you shouldn't be
That's
embarrassed
so
by
embarrassing.
that.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be embarrassed by that. Dudes, I think dudes get shamed for it more than chicks.
They do
nowadays, but either way, neither one should be embarrassed by that.
They should,
because it's not. It sounds embarrassing only because we've created these weird constructs about what it's supposed to be, but those constructs are all bad constructs.
They are. We live in clown world. So the reason why, when Anna said that there's people who say, guys are saying she's too vanilla, always remember this, Anna. Somewhere out there, you have a counterbalance, right? Like there's always counterweight, right, Nick? Like you and Lady Rackets, you guys aren't the same.
No.
You counter each other so that it works, right?
Yeah. So
someone like Anna, much like, ironically enough, she has the same name as, of course, our girl from 50 Shades of Grey, right? Anna.
Oh,
right?
no.
So, ironically enough, right?
Listen, when he shows you the dungeon, leave. No.
Oh, no.
well, but Anna, remember this, though. Being a virgin means that you have significant, like your value right now is higher basically than the rest of the women, right? Because so men view you for three things. There's three things that we look for: youth, beauty, fertility, and obviously through that is submission, right? So your submission is the greatest gift you can give a man, and in return, the greatest gift he can give you is provision and protection, right? Monogamous provision and protection, which means he's not out there looking for other stuff. So always remember that, because at the end of the day, if someone tries to shame you for being a virgin, drop them as your friend, for real. Like, yeah. I would question if that person really is like in my corner, if they're trying to shame me for being a virgin, if I were a 21-year-old woman.
Yeah, absolutely. Because
the girl who said that, or girls who said that, who told me that, we're not really friends anymore. But that's for different reasons.
Are they pregnant?
Let's just say.
Did they have kids?
No. They. I don't know. I did something. And for whatever reason, she got so mad to the point that not only did she publicly cut off our friendship, but she also started talking behind my back. So
yeah, there it is. Well, she's trying to tell you.
And then, like years later, she reached out to my brother, and my brother approached me and said, "Hey, she wants your number. You wanna give it to her?"
Well, I mean, Anna, you got to remember, you're at the top. You're at the top of your market value. You said you're young, check. Attractive, check. And you're a virgin, check. So there it is. Like.
But I'm black. That's the problem.
No, so being black.
And according to you, because of what other African American women have done,
that's what I was about to say.
Now that's kind of stained. There's
Correct.
really no
okay.
hope.
On your own merit, it's not bad that you're black, but understand this: being black, so the other black women and young black girls have tarnished the reputation of black women so bad, Nick, that so this is what'll happen: a guy will meet you, and he'll be suspect if you say like, "Oh, I'm a virgin." This guy's like, "There's got to be a trick." Black women, Nick, have gotten so horrible that now, and I don't know if you've seen this personally, either directly or indirectly, but guys are very suspicious if they see a black woman who doesn't fit the stereotype, right?
Yeah.
And she has a nice sounding voice, things like that, right?
Well, I mean, even some of the chat is saying stuff like you're a unicorn because
It's not common. Like,
right, to have someone, be 21-year-old virgin, allegedly pretty. You do have a nice voice. You don't sound like you're drooling, constantly or anything like that. You sound pretty intelligent and well adjusted. So most people aren't running into that. And so that's a handicap against you, and it's nothing you've done. It's not, but you have to you'll have to overcome it.
But Nick, as a black guy, especially a larger black guy, I could deal with the same issues, right? Like I've been places where I've had people who have said I was afraid to talk to you, I was afraid to engage you. I'm like, why the hell were you afraid? Because of the imagery. The imagery is so strong, but it's different with men because so Anna, here's the thing.
People do that to me too.
Of course they do. You look like a serial killer. The thing is though, Anna, remember this. The reason why black male, because remember, what women seek from men in terms of dating and mating is different than what women do. So all the stereotypes that are against black men tend to help black men, right? Oh, big, strong, masculine, dangerous, thug in them. Women are attracted. Women all over the world are attracted to those features, right? Those qualities or traits, let's call them. So what happens is with black women, the stigma about black women is loud, aggressive, masculine, ratchet. So no man anywhere wants those qualities. Now, Anna, you yourself don't have to possess any of those, but it's going to work against you. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be tough to get around. I'm not going to lie to you. It's going to be tough. But you're in the Northeast. I know I'm a little familiar with the Northeast, not as much as I am with like the West and stuff like that. But I'm actually due to go to Connecticut, Nick. My old massage therapist lives out there, and we're gonna go to a place it's the #1 pizza place in America.
What's her name?
Amanda.
She's gonna have the happy ending.
A masseuse, huh?
Yeah.
It's not like that.
She massages shit.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
I can't go a day without a Bad Boys reference.
You're horrible. How old is you, man? So
you look 30.
You look 30. But Anna, the thing is, someone's gonna tell me, is it Fat B&E? Someone's gonna tell me whatever that place is in Connecticut. I forgot the name of it, but it's the #1 pizza in America. But it's like, Anna, your location does matter. You see what I'm saying? The Northeast looking for a mate, it's gonna be tough.
It's hard.
It's tough, man. Nick, it's
bad
in certain places.
There are two guys around here. One of
the
one guy, the first guy, they're after one thing. The other guys, well, unfortunately, they're like the Ron Toyes of the world.
Oh god.
So, yeah, that's who I'm up against.
Beta simp.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't want that. I certainly don't want that.
So I'm not going to tell you to look for an older guy.
Look for an older guy.
I'm not going to tell you that, but I'm going to tell you to look for a guy who acts like an older guy. I mean, not like in the cheesy way, but there are people who have they have goals and ambitions that go beyond tomorrow. I'm not saying they have to have a life plan, but you it's a weird thing, but you'll get a vibe off of them. And I think what Drexel said is actually a really good idea. Get a guy you trust. You've got a twin brother even. Get a guy you trust and have them evaluate the people you're around. And but I would also suggest getting a guy that you trust that's outside of the family.
I don't think my brother will do anything.
What was that?
I don't think my brother will do anything. You're talking about someone who I got beat up by girls when I was little. I told him, he just went, oh well.
No. I don't mean like he's
So
gonna
I'm not
step in
sure.
and save you. No, I'm saying to help size up a guy and his intentions. Maybe your
Correct.
brother, because he's in a similar situation to you, isn't the best option.
Is there anyone who's like old? Like, okay, that's not related, right? Like you're maybe a friend's husband, like it's just someone who's older who like knows the game that you're familiar with. Because like you're 21.
Nope,
you have
that's
to
why
know someone-
Drex was the first for me. Drex surprised me. I don't have that. I don't have that kind of person in my life. Well, I don't want to say that. My dad's a very good mentor. I
That
love
doesn't
my
count,
dad.
though, 'cause
But
dads are-
he showed me what he told me growing up was, you shouldn't do this because Christians shouldn't do this. Drex is telling me you shouldn't do this because life will bite you in the butt if you do this.
Well, your dad
So-
was one step removed that says you shouldn't do this because Christians shouldn't do this. Christians decided they shouldn't do this because it's destructive behavior.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yes, there's that too.
That's where it goes. But no, like family members, I don't think are very good for helping you evaluate someone's character, because they're gonna bring in a lot of biases about you into their evaluation of someone else, and those can be good and bad biases, right? Like your dad's desire to protect can skew his perception in a different way, and that, you know, your dad's desire for you to find a good guy or a partner could actually skew it in the opposite way, if you know what I'm saying. So it's not like a set thing. I just think that family brings too much baggage when you're looking for someone to help you evaluate who a guy is. A good thing to do is kind of what Drexel was saying. If you could find a couple who's relatively stable, that's not your immediate family, that you're friends with, and maybe you'll meet them in a workplace. Like, this isn't something to go do tomorrow as a project, but you know, maybe you'll meet them in a workplace or something else. But it's nice to have some people with some stability and who might be able to give you an honest perspective on people. Plus, it's like, oh, if you're going to meet someone and go out on a date with them, you can go out on a date with another couple and see how they interact with a group. It's also safe. Stuff like that can kind of help as well.
Well, and you gotta remember this, Anna. People will always see different aspects of someone in different settings, right? So Nick, if you think about it, like you said, if you were to go and go out with the family, based on where you are, a different dynamic comes out, right? Like you guys are a little bit different at Disneyland, which is going to be a very informal, as opposed to, you guys have like a banquet, like an event to go to, right? And people could see different aspects of your family dynamic based on that. So it's like, and Anna's the same way. Like, Anna, I know it sucks, and like I said, the dating market, like so the bad women, Anna, have destroyed dating.
Mm-hmm.
Nick, I've talked about that on multiple streams. I go, dating is done. Now, when I say done, I'm talking about in a general sense. That does not mean every single last person on the earth is not dating. But as Anna said, Anna, what you are finding is the collapse of the dating market. So what you're going to see is exactly what you said. And I've said this, Nick. Either F boys or like beta male soy boy Ron Toyas. There is no like the guys who are worth a damn have either checked out or are already married, which is relating to what Anna said. She goes, at the church, they're all married, right, Anna?
Mm-hmm. Yep, I've checked. I've checked twice.
Yep, there it is. Like, and so Anna, if you were to remove the married guys from the church, so pretend that they don't exist, when you're out and about, the guys that you would say he would be like a good guy for me, usually he's out there playing the field, right?
Mm-hmm.
Therein lies
What do you mean? What do you mean by playing the field?
As in he's out there just like with multiple women, because Nick, that's what happened to the dating market. It cratered.
Yeah.
Oh.
So the guys that you would look at, that you say that guy is masculine, he would be a good provider protector. As you've probably seen, a lot of dudes out there, if they are in the chosen men, they go out with multiple women. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, definitely, for sure.
Yeah, and if you ask them, they aren't really keen to settle down, because so Nick, you're witnessing what ends up happening in Anna too. When the dating market collapses, what ends up happening is exactly what we're seeing. X amount of guys, like incels, Nick, that wasn't even a term, let's say 60 years ago.
60?
I mean,
that went into term 6 years ago,
right?
I think that's like when it started.
Yeah, with like Elliot Rodger, people like that emerging. Yeah. But there was a time, Nick, when if as long as you weren't a complete weirdo, you probably had a solid opportunity as a man to get married and have a family. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now the market has cratered, so you got to understand, Anna, the guys who get multiple women, you have to look at it like this. So put yourself in their shoes. Why would they leave the market to settle down? You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So you have to always look at it from the other side's perspective to kind of gain some insight. Like, I believe that marriage in the modern era in the Western world is done. However, I have a daughter, right, Nick?
Mm-hmm.
And someone goes, well, Drex, what are you going to tell your daughter when she reaches Anna's age? I would go like this. Be the absolute best version of yourself and be the best marriage material. Women are going to have to try to sell marriage to a man in a society that devalues them and that it has devalued marriage, especially for the man. So a woman might have to come up with the prenup, Nick. Like convince them, like, look, I'm not trying to get your money. I'm not trying to keep your kids from you. Like try to prove that, like, I'm not like so many others, because that's how bad the market has been. Anna's a victim of the market, Nick. No different than a guy being an incel. Like, so Anna can get a man. Make no mistake. She's young. She's attractive. Nice voice. Whatever. Yeah, you can get a man, but is it the man that she wants? Likewise, Nick, the incel is the flip side of the coin, right? There's guys out there who are horny, want relationships, want sex, can't get it. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So you're looking at both people, young, 21-year-old male, 21-year-old female on opposite sides of the spectrum.
Yeah.
And I mean, Anna, do you like do you have aunts who you can talk to and things like that? Oh, yeah, don't worry. I know that prenups are worthless. Angry Bangley.
I don't know a lot of my father's side of the family. And I know next to nothing about my mother. She refuses to tell me anything about her past, which is very odd. I don't even know how old she is.
Wait, what?
I don't know how old my mother is. She won't tell me.
Wait a minute.
She won't tell me anything.
Sign paperwork, like.
I tried. I had to do a project. I had to talk to my parents about stuff, and I asked her. One of the questions was, "Oh, how old are you? No, what year were you born?" She looked at me and said, "No." It's like, okay, next question. So, yeah, she wouldn't tell me. I didn't even know I had an uncle till he passed away.
Hey, now I hate to be the one to break it to you.
She was sad one day, and I said, "Oh, what's wrong?" "Oh, my brother died." It's like, I had an uncle. So, yeah.
And I don't want to be the one to go ahead and break it to you, because
I know. I have a feeling I know what you're gonna say. I have a feeling I know what you're gonna say. But yeah, it's probably something she doesn't want me to know.
Well, I think you're just gonna find out that your mom might have had you a little bit before she was 18, maybe.
No,
But they're twins. And that would be even harder to cover.
I have an older half sister. So there's that. I asked my half sister how old she was. My mother was in the next room. I was like, "How old are you, sis?" From the next room, I heard my mom yell, "Don't tell her," because I was gonna do the math, and so I don't even know how old my sister is.
Okay, so she didn't have you before she was 18, but it sounds like she may have had your sister before she was 18.
Maybe, I don't know.
Yep. Your mom is suspect to me. So Anna, think of it like this, though. I want you to think about this for a second. Let's say you find a quality man, right?
Mm-hmm.
He comes to meet your parents.
Hopefully.
And something about the mom, like, he'll start asking like just basic questions, right? Wouldn't you see how that could be weird, that like your mom would not answer certain questions or be jaded or be very evasive? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. She's very dead set that I have to date someone black. So there's that.
Wait, say it again?
She's very she's confident in the fact that I should date someone who's black.
No.
Anyone with blonde hair and blue eyes, it's like, be gone.
No. Usually
it's very odd.
I feel attacked. Just saying.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying. I used to be blonde, so.
Oh.
I did.
Well, as a kid, you were.
Yeah.
I remember when we went to like our man's birthday party way back when. I do remember you having like blondish.
Yeah,
hair.
I was blonde until somewhere late high school or yeah, it was high school, I think.
I think it's when you started driving the Green Hornet. It
Yeah.
changed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It made a man out of me.
well, Anna, the mom thing is very. So, like, here's the thing. It's okay if someone says they have a strong preference, but take it from me. If you limit your dating pool to go, they have to be black, you might miss the man of your dreams. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What if the guy for you happens to be Latino? He happens to be a white guy. He happens to be whoever. You see what I'm saying?
Notice he didn't say
Oh, then
Asian.
my mom is gonna have
Rip.
to sit me down and have a long conversation. I forgot to mention that my father, when I was 13, made me sign a kind of a waiver that I would keep my virginity till marriage.
A virginity pledge?
Yeah, it was and he gave me a ring, and a purity ring and everything. I was trying to find it, but I can't find it. I was gonna send Nick a pic.
Wow.
He typed it all out, nice format.
It worked. You did it.
I get
That's wild though, because like.
But when I wore the ring at school.
Oh.
What?
You said you wore the ring at school?
Oh no! What? Oh, when I wore the ring at school, that's when a lot of the girls started to make fun of me. That's when they figured out I was a virgin, and that's when they told me guys like girls who are a little more experienced, and I stopped wearing the ring. Actually, no, I didn't stop wearing the ring. I lost the ring and found it years later.
Yeah, but see, you could tell like that advice was not friendly advice, right? Because they start off by ridiculing and demeaning you, and then they want to give you advice on how to be better. And it's like, I mean, I'm not sure that's coming from a friendly and concerned place.
Yep. They're not your friends. Like most women don't really have friends, Nick, like female friends. And you got to remember the male friends usually, okay, if it's a male friend who they did not friend zone, right?
Yeah.
Usually the male friend is going to be honest with them. Like male friends are not going to be comfortable with their female friends doing certain activities. See what I'm saying? And I don't mean this on like some simp level. I'm talking about like on some, like if a girl's like, well, I'm talking to this guy, and the guy's gonna be like, this guy's a clown. You see, like, I'll give a prime example. Anna, did you ever see the? I know you're more on the Christian side of things, but did you ever see the movie Scarface with Al Pacino?
Scarface. I don't think so. I was not allowed to watch rated R movies growing up.
Yeah, there it is.
So
I really hope
even when I was 18,
Frank
my dad told me no, you shouldn't see rated R movies. Well, yeah, I was raised in that kind of household.
Wait, in what kind of household?
I am in this household. I'm sorry?
Wait, what kind of movies were you watching growing up?
PG, and with my parents, PG-13. Yeah, I was that's how I was raised.
Yeah.
I'm starting to break out. I'm seeing a therapist, if you're wondering.
Yeah, that's.
I'm not joking. I am.
Only if it's a movie therapist. That's all we want. All we need to know is do you have a movie therapist?
I am weird, yeah.
Well,
my life sounds like a lie. It sounds like the start of a poorly written sitcom.
Right? well, Anna, here's the thing.
But it's a good one. Like that's for all of the jokes and the memes or whatever about the PG-13 movies. Like you're in a good place. Like you are. So don't think that it's a bad spot to be.
Yep.
Like don't be discouraged about that.
I feel like I missed out on a lot.
You didn't.
When my parents found out I saw V for Vendetta.
Now listen, you shouldn't have watched
Wasn't
that
a good
movie.
time.
Here you go. Now, you know that's my flick.
That was a good movie.
I've always found that's kind of funny that parents believe certain cinema will influence more. I think the culture itself influences more, especially to young girls, Nick, and also like their so-called friends. Because Anna admitted herself, if you think about it, Anna, the shame that you receive from like your friends and from society at large, that almost push you to go down the wrong route, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you started like you at least considered it like. Should I do this dating app? Well, I hear that men like women who are, looser or whatever, like that's where women like Because remember this, Anna, men can always come back from that. A dude can go down the wrong path, Nick, be promiscuous, do X, Y, and Z, and he can rebuild it. He can come back. Once women go down that path, and I promise you, Anna, they don't come back. They can chameleon their way into some semblance of a, something. But you know the old saying, Nick, right? You don't turn a hoe into a housewife. That's why men like your father will tell you to never go that route. Like, never go down that route of, all this promiscuity, none of it. Because none of it's okay.
Which is odd because he was raised by a single mom. So it surprised me that he's one of the manliest men I know. And so, yeah, see, because what you've told me, what I've heard actually, is that men that are raised by single moms turns them into the simps that we know today. So let me tell you though, my grandmother was a very old-fashioned, hardcore Cape Verdean, so maybe that had something to do with it. But
weird. So what did the girls in your or let me ask you this: the guys in your friend group, in your circle, what kinds of girls have you seen them date?
Oh my goodness. Well, the women you described, but white. They're loose. They go behind their back. One of my biggest regrets is that one woman in particular, girl. She wasn't a woman then. She actually physically and verbally abused one of my friends.
Oh.
And one of my biggest regrets is that I was walking down the hall in school and she was verbally screaming at him with friends behind her about how he left his backpack in a classroom and she was mad that they had to go get it. It was awful. And I was very close to saying something, but I didn't. And I went to a teacher and said, hey, earlier today, my friend got yelled at by his girlfriend. Should I have done something? And he looked me dead in the eye and said, absolutely not. But even today, it's one of my biggest regrets. I really wish I would have said something. And my brother told me that he was slapped in front of his friends and they all laughed. And that's not funny. Why would they laugh? That's not funny at all. If I was sick she's lucky I was sick that day. But oh my gosh, I'm angry just thinking about it.
Like in school?
You know about our man.
In slap, she slapped him in school and they all laughed.
Do you remember when your cousin got slapped?
I don't. When did he?
It was at a wedding.
When was this?
I want to say like probably 6-7 years ago.
Okay.
You remember not his wife, but his previous girlfriend.
Oh god, yeah, she was awful.
So we were at a wedding for a mutual friend, and so we, a guy comes up, and the groom's party or whatever comes out, and they're all gonna go out and smoke cigars, right? And he was one of the groomsmen, and so they come up to me. I wasn't a groomsman, but they're like, "Hey, want to come out and smoke a cigar?" So we all go outside to smoke a cigar. His brother's there and stuff, and he had told her that he wouldn't smoke cigars, or he wouldn't smoke a cigar at the wedding. I don't know why he decided to like make this pledge, but so we're all outside, we each have like a little quarter cigar or whatever, just for sort of the ritual of it. And he goes back and she found out that he smoked a cigar, and she slaps him in the face, like in the middle of the reception.
Wow.
And I'm sitting there like, Lady Rackets is there like,
are you serious?
I'm like, are you for fucking real?
In front of everybody.
Just slapped him right in the face.
What was his reaction? Because that's what's important.
You know him. He went, "We will talk about this later. I don't want to talk about this right now." And they ended up leaving not too long after that. But it was a messy situation.
Don't put hands on people, man.
Yeah. And the chick who slapped that guy is lucky.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Wow.
I really feel like I wish I said something. It's very funny how if a man slaps a woman, everyone has the rights to speak up, but when it's the other way around, it's look
no
away,
one gives a
don't
shit.
say anything.
Yeah.
Nick, no,
And
you know they've done
I'm
social
learning
experiments
that
about
recently. That no, it's not okay. You should say something. See something, say something, as I've been told for many years.
Absolutely. Well,
and it's good coming from women, because if a woman slaps a man and some other guy steps in and smacks her, a bunch of simps will come after him.
correct.
Yeah, there's that.
But if a woman stands, you don't have to physically hit them, but if you call it out and say, hey, that's bullshit. Don't put your hands on someone.
I think a man has a right to pull her away if she assaults someone. I wouldn't say he should go unless she's like some sort of 6'5" bodybuilder. Then you know what?
Abby.
But if she's like me and she's 5'2" and she slaps her significant other in any way, I think a man should pull her away at the very least.
Yeah, but there are dudes who will, even if a guy like comes up and starts telling her, hey, that's unacceptable behavior, there are guys who will like step in for her who have no business to.
Correct.
Then I'll take those guys down. I'll grab a step stool and I'll slap them myself.
The step stool, I love it.
Yeah, it's good.
But yeah, this is not okay, and I really hope things change. I'm hoping the Vic case did open my eyes to a lot of what's been going on. That's that I haven't seen or noticed or ignored.
Yeah, so. Well, you can see the it's a good illustration of what the difference between quality people are, men and women, right? Like you can look at the people who came out and accused him. And Vic's not a perfect guy by any means, but you can see the quality of people who stacked up against him real quick, and it is absolutely they're terrible. I don't know how else to say it.
And he has no lifeline either. Like men don't have a lifeline. Like there's no there's no real advocacy groups. Like he doesn't get free lawyers. Women get free lawyers, Nick.
Oh yeah.
Something happens. There's all these resources. So
a guy can go into legal aid on a family case. Mm-hmm. He just go in. They'll sign him right up.
Absolutely. So Anna, let me ask you: you're in New England. Do you think that there's a situation where, by being in New England, do you think that like it limits kind of like your options in general, or do you ever see yourself like moving out of that to maybe increase your odds? Like you could be in New England, and I'm trying to think like where because people in New England don't. I'm trying to think, where do they normally move to?
Maybe a suburb of the Twin Cities.
Oh God, here you go.
I'm kidding. I'm joking.
So, but Anna, where do people in New England normally move to? Like in general,
down south.
Down south.
Easily. My parents are retiring soon, and they plan on moving to Florida.
There it is.
Are you going with them?
My dad's trying to make me come with them.
But
I thought about moving to Texas.
I'd be careful moving to Florida. You get eaten by people, and also alligators or whatever.
But I want to meet that Florida man. Like what?
You don't.
Florida man.
You don't. That's how you end up in a body bag.
Did you put up that website of if you put in your birthday, you see the Florida man?
Nick, you told me.
I have to know.
I don't know what it is. Someone in my Discord sent it.
Oh, if someone can find that, please post that. I have to know my Florida man. I gotta find me that man.
Texas can be a good place. You got to be careful in Texas Metro, because Texas Metro is full of the same people that you find in every other major metro area. So I just, any major metro area, you're going to run into the same sort of thing. You've got prevalent, dominant sort of culture telling men how to be, and it's not manly. It's not being men. And that hits urban areas first, and that's where that mindset is prevalent. So just wherever you end up. I mean, New England is all like metro-y.
It is.
It's
just
cold.
A bunch of.
That's the one way to describe it. It's cold.
You're right. Well, Anna, one of the things you got to remember is this. So, and I've said this in Q stream. I've said this just in general, is that the metropolitan areas, right? These big cities, these suburbs that are connected to these big cities, they're all, to me, they are the most prevalent with thought culture. You see what I'm saying? She's kind of in a rough spot because she doesn't want to move as a single woman to a rural area looking for a man, right? You know what I'm saying, Nick? Like that doesn't really serve her well. Like, I say, so Anna, it's like I really wish I could go like this. Anna, if you went to this place, this is a place that I think you would find like a quality dude, but it's like Texas is starting to get infected with a certain type of people. You see what I'm saying? And I was gonna say this, Anna, your politics will matter in your mate. And Nick, that doesn't get talked about enough.
Yeah.
It's something that Q and I actually really agreed on during that stream was your politics do matter. Because if you go out to, like I said, Nick, we talk about California, and if you bump into somebody who has, it's a little different because you're the woman, but like the male feminist dude, which is what you said, the soy boys, you're not attracted to them. You know deep down they're only being nice to you to get in your pants.
Yes, definitely.
And you can, I'm assuming you can kind of like feel it, right? Like you can kind of sense it when you're around these dudes.
Again, I've been asked out several times in college. I know. I am very aware.
Well, what I would say is this though, you'll never get anywhere, and this is in any context. You're never going to get anywhere you want to go without some sort of risk. Like,
correct.
Obviously, if you're looking to find a man and settle down, there's going to be risk involved in dating guys. Like, that's just part of it, unless you do some sort of arranged marriage or something like that. And even that's risky, obviously. But the trick is always just keeping in perspective that you are in control of how risky that gets. And sometimes that might mean turning down something that seems like a good idea at the time. But you have to always bear in mind your own responsibility for these situations.
True. Well,
yeah.
But Nick, I'm telling you, a lot of the Annas in the world are victims of the culture. And Anna, let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Do you ever feel that like it's almost like you're out of place in the sense that in a culture where they celebrate WAP, the WAP song?
I've never heard of it. I don't want to hear it.
It's terrible.
I've never heard. I don't want to hear it. The title itself sounds disgusting.
It is. It's. I think you saw it, right, Nick?
What? Sorry, I was
Cardi B and Meg Thee Stallion, the WAP video.
No, I didn't see that nonsense.
Oh, now we know you have to watch your Twitch streams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I just listened to Ben Shapiro.
Ben Shapiro, that was excellent.
That's it.
The little.
I started watching Ben Shapiro, and that's what my. Stop it, doggy.
Don't
sorry,
marry
my dog
Ben Shapiro.
I'm sorry. I gotta take my dog out real quick and throw him outside. He's
no problem.
Don't throw him like
I'm
Alinity
so sorry.
would.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries.
No problem. I think you still got super chats.
Okay, yeah, I got plenty. Lido Enchanted says, completely off topic, just recently started my VTuber debut. I do everything mostly live and unprepared like you. Shill me, won't you?
Nice.
Guys, check out Lido Enchanted on YouTube for some VTuber stuff. Bad Vibe says, men want to virginity, unity, to learn together. Experience is subjective. Knowing your partner beyond intimacy is important. That is very true. We've got Seamus Maulane says, just think of the game F, Marry, Kill. It explains a man's thinking. He wants to screw the tramp but marry the respectable woman.
Always.
Cringe Lord says, I want everyone here to know, no matter what happens, no matter how dire things seem, no matter how many of your sacred cows die, trust me when I say I love you. You will be okay, and I wish you the best. Stay strong, Anon. Oh my goodness. Swarm069 says, hey, I'm 35 and I never dated or did anything. I'm a dude. I mean, I'm not ashamed of it. I'm not proud of it either. Anna, tell yourself this. You didn't do anything. Oh, I'll have to read that when she's back. You didn't do anything that scrapped your life. Anyone shaming you for that is a moron.
Isn't that kind of just sad though, Nick? Like indicative of the culture. Like, I mean, if any girl walked up to me and she was like, I was, in that age, right? Like let's say 16 plus, and she was like feeling like the temptation to go down that route. No, don't. I'm thinking about an OnlyFans. Don't. Like,
Ever.
Like why is it so hard though? It's like,
yeah, if you open an OnlyFans, it should be only memes. That's all it should be. Like jokes. It should never be.
Here's the thing, Nick. Let me ask you this.
It shouldn't be you, is what I'm saying.
Okay, what if the chick in question had, like, let's say, foot pics?
Abby Shapiro. Okay, listening. Where are we going with this?
Is she on OnlyFans?
I don't know if she's on OnlyFans. Someone was just telling me that, like, she tries to work in, like, a foot shot into every video.
Oh. I mean, Abby Shapiro's endowed
by her creator with certain inalienable rights. But yeah, what about, so you're saying a foot OnlyFans where, like, the face is never shown or something?
Mm-hmm.
Just feet. Just feet.
I think
should Brie Larson start it up?
Oh, Jesus, no. Ugh. I think that if a chick went that route, I think that would be the only, because now her face is not being shot. Because think about it, Nick. If simps want to pay for your foot pics, like I said, if you were dating a chick and she was like, "Look, I'm on OnlyFans. Hold on," or honestly though, Nick, I think that's something that you should just never discuss, because a guy may use, lame dudes could use against you later, right?
Yeah,
like,
but
she was on OnlyFans, but if you had,
you can't
to
be just pulling in OnlyFans feet money and
no,
not disclose it.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but it is a thing.
You've been on OnlyFans?
It is a thing, though.
What if he's like, man, your feet are ugly?
I hope he wouldn't say that if she's got OnlyFans. I've read stories about these chicks who are doing that with the whole, like, I just sell my foot pics, and I'm like, is that many dudes? Like,
I think that's actually a risk. I think it's actually a risk, because I think how it goes is it goes feet pics, then knee pics.
I see what you're saying.
And then anal.
Yeah.
Like it's bam, bam, bam. No, and you think I'm joking, but I'm not.
I just can't with you tonight, man.
No, it's an exponential escalation. I'm telling you, because it's like that. What they'll do is they'll do the feet pics or whatever, and the money will, the money will start coming in, and then suddenly it's gonna go like this.
Correct.
It will, because guys are gonna be like, okay, I've seen these feet a lot. And then the response will be to escalate as fast as possible. And they will skip several steps. So,
how did you get to anal, though?
Because that's where it's going.
Why did it have to go from knee to anal?
It's not me. Ask OnlyFans. Ask Dot Culture.
We're talking about anal now?
Listen.
Oh, God. That was horrible.
No.
How long has she been there?
Yeah.
I came in and Drex said anal, and I was okay.
See, I'm sitting here trying to have a good, clean stream, and he's bringing this up.
Oh my God! So,
my Christian years.
Anna, here's the context. When you talked about the OnlyFans thing, right? And I said, in what situation would a dude be okay with his girl on OnlyFans? And I was like, and so I asked Nick. I said, Nick, would you be okay with your girl on OnlyFans, but only doing foot pics? And
my answer is no, by the way.
Nick goes, he goes, no, it just starts with feet. Next thing you know, it's knees, then anal. What?
That's what it is. I'm telling you.
Yeah. I had a feeling.
I'm the OnlyFans Nostradamus, and that's that's what will happen.
That's what's going to happen?
Every time. I'm the OnlyFans Nostradamus. I'm going to open a nose OnlyFans.
Are you?
Yeah.
And just
you have my money
nose
already.
Every angle?
I promise you.
I'll have like fat girl angles for Instagram on my nose. Like in this picture, it looks little and hot.
You know what? Something hit me. To tell Anna. Anna, do the little to no makeup thing. Trust me.
What?
Do that.
Natural makeup.
Yeah,
I love makeup,
little to none.
All right.
How much do you love makeup? Like
I don't pack it on. Like I'm not a drag queen. But I don't know, some foundation, lashes, and maybe an eyeshadow here and there.
Now I'm suspicious.
Uh-oh.
That's like saying I'm a good person.
See now Nick
no. I just started getting into makeup, so I'm not. Well, I'll take that back. I've been into makeup for a few years. Because of COVID, I haven't worn any, and I've been improving my skin. I've been doing the 10, 12-step Korean skincare routine, and my skin has improved a lot. And because of that, I don't have to wear that much makeup.
Don't do it.
I've been exercising more. I've been taking care of myself, and it's improved a lot.
Yeah, it's something that I've told girls about, but like I said, a lot of these modern girls, Nick, and I know I say things that can make people feel some kind of way, but I was like, I've always maintained this. If you tell modern women, Nick, what to do to make themselves more presentable to men, they will curse you and just do the opposite, right? So prime example, Anna, I brought this up. How many girls in your age group right now have tattoos? You see what I'm saying?
Everyone.
Nick.
In my area, my general area, women, they have, oh my gosh, even in high school, they had tattoos.
Bad, man.
And I thought about getting a tattoo.
How are they getting
until
tattoos
Drex told me otherwise.
Oh, they're getting those fake IDs. And here's the thing. So Anna, did you notice that in high school they had discrete tattoos, right? Something
like on their wrist, on their
see.
Ankle.
Yep. But then once they got out of
one of
high
my
school,
friends had she said, "Hey, Anna, you want to see something?" I said, "See what?" She turned around, pulled the back of her shirt up. She had angel wings, like all her back.
Anna, trust me.
Looks pretty.
No tattoos, okay? No tattoos.
What about scarification?
It looks nice though, to be fair.
Here you go.
What about back piercings?
Nope. Not even
hooks,
gauges.
What back
What about the hooks that you hang from?
Wait.
Huh?
There are back piercings. Why would you want a back piercing?
I am sorry.
What?
Well,
now I gotta look it up.
No,
What's
you don't.
a back piercing? No, that's what I'm doing.
The thing is, though, is that someone put thought wings. Anna, you have to understand, from a male perspective, how we view you is the opposite of how you view us. So I'll tell you how men are going to view when they see a girl who's 21 with tatted up, Nick. Pump and dump material. That's exactly, because Nick, we've talked about this. We had a particular girl that you went to school with. We both went to school with. She was in your grade. And did the whole like, oh, I don't even wear panties. And yeah.
Guys had a very high opinion of her.
They did.
What are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Real high.
Real high. And low.
High
and
opinion.
high again.
Yeah.
And low again.
No. It's so Anna, I've got a couple super chats that were for you. So I wanted to I want to read them real quick. So Swarm069 says, "Hey, I'm 35. I never dated or did anything. I'm a dude. I mean, I'm not ashamed of it. I'm not proud of it either. Anna, tell yourself this. You didn't do anything that scrapped your life. Anyone shaming you for that is a moron." So just some encouragement from Swarm069.
Well, I feel like it might be different for men than women. Maybe. I don't know.
In what regard?
Wait, what way are you talking about?
I don't know. Let me see. I guess where I come from, even if you're the ugliest of men, if you kissed one woman, you slept with one woman, you're good. So I've never had a guy approach me and say, "Hey, I've never dated, I've never kissed, I've never done anything." And I'm not sure how it can affect
Well,
a guy.
that's a weird way to lead off.
All the guys I know, they do this stuff. So I'm not sure.
It's just a weird way to lead off the conversation. In the same way that if a girl walks up and says, "Hey, I play video games," like, yeah. Okay, that's a weird way to start the conversation.
Yep.
So same thing with a guy, like, "Hey, I've never dated anybody." You'll probably notice that they've never dated anybody by the approach being so awkward or unpracticed. Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe he was raised like I was raised.
Yeah. But no, I think, but there's a big stigma, and there, at least when we were growing up, huge pressure on guys to not be a virgin.
There was like, you were shamed.
I mean, that's the pressure around here still.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Who do you think gets more pressure, Nick? Because I think back in the day, I think men got more pressure about being virgins back in the day, right? Let's say 90s going backwards. Today, I would say, due to the thought culture, women, like, Anna, did you see, I hope you didn't, but did you see the video of, there's an Adam 22 video where, I think I sent it to you, right, Nick, where the girl who got with the Phoenix Suns players.
What?
So Anna, there's a girl on Instagram named Selena Powell, starts with a C, right? And Nick, she has a how to be a thought tutorial for young girls. You can't make this up. How to be a thought.
Yeah.
So like, girl, get that bag and be around these athletes. It's like, and basically just get ran through. And it's like, and women like listen to her. Like she's like, I'm a relationship expert. And someone goes, so what makes you a relationship expert, Nick? Because she's just been with so many men. It's like, that doesn't make you an expert. None of them worked. None of them lasted.
Yeah.
It's like,
Another perfect Twitch stream.
Yeah.
All these
make sure
videos are great.
they all those V cut necks, right, Nick?
Yeah.
And
that's
you know
all I
those
wear.
challenges, try not to look away. Nick should be watching all these videos and try not to hit the mute button or try not to say anything.
Goodness.
Try not to laugh.
Yeah,
that'd be
you ever
great.
have that, Nick? Like you ever do like a try not to laugh?
I don't usually do anything like that on YouTube because of copyright issues.
Oh yeah.
I might try it on Twitch sometime though.
I mean,
Could be fun.
you failed the Fluffy test.
What was the Fluffy test?
Try not to laugh at Fluffy. You laughed immediately
Who's Fluffy?
from the extreme love. You remember Fluffy, the cuck.
Yeah.
The
Okay,
ottoman.
that's right. I forgot his name.
I was there.
Did you?
I lost a few pounds that day laughing.
Wait. Oh, you saw that? You saw
I
that?
saw that. I saw this. That was it. The same stream. That stream, and when the woman sat on.
Yeah.
The
Oh. Wasn't that like one of the most like,
goodness.
disturbing things? Like so Anna, I actually want you to speak to the guys right now. For all the guys out there who think being a nice guy works, right? Can you tell them right now that being like Fluffy, right? Like being the footstool to a woman won't get them what they seek.
Listen to me, guys. If you're looking for an attractive female, don't date fluffies. No, just don't. That's all I can say. Don't.
So you're trying to tell me you don't want a footstool? Like
I
while you're
love
typing?
footstools. I don't love fluffy footstools.
Yep. well, so Anna, when we did that stream, when Nick paused it,
He was
I said
a
a couple times.
footstool.
He was. It was so bad. It was like.
I forgot. Why did you remind
And he made the eggs and bacon for the bull, right? And there were multiple times.
And he ruined the bacon.
He ruined the bacon, man. The guy literally took it off like this. It's not what I want. It's
garbage.
It's garbage. And I actually said multiple times during that stream, that one and the one with the black chick, where I go, guys.
I saw that too. I saw it
want?
all.
Do you want to be the?
It was so
Anna,
sad.
there are. If you go to California, if you go to Seattle, Portland, Nick, the rampant cuckoldry that I've seen, that I've witnessed with my own eyes. I'm like you can't. I know you're not happy. There's no way a man can sit there and just be like a doormat and be satisfied with himself.
I beg to differ. I think that he actually convinced himself. His life is so sad and so low. He thinks that, yes, this is where I'm supposed to be. This is who I'm supposed to please.
Yeah, almost like a
That's the sad part, because
self-hatred,
there are men out there who don't know happiness. They've probably been abused and used by women all their life. And when they finally find a woman, it's people like her. And that's the saddest thing.
True. Well, here's the thing. I think so. I had that question asked to me by my good buddy, our buddy Nick Phoenix.
Yeah.
He asked me that question because I showed him. He goes, "So Drex, do you think these guys, the fluffies of the world, do you think they actually enjoy this?" And I was like, I think that similar to what Anna said, they convince us because these guys are dead inside. They hate themselves. Because here's something I've always said, Anna. You always know if a man is proud of something because he'll be open about it. Do you think Fluffy would ever tell people that's who he is, right? He wouldn't be at work and say that.
I think he will if he's asked, and he'll pretend. Or he's convinced himself that this is the life I want. This is the life I should have. And if someone asks, he'll say, yeah, I have this life. What about it? I genuinely think he does not know that this is not the way a man should be living.
Well, you remember in that video when he was with that, what would you call her, Nick? A cracked out Amy Poehler.
Yeah.
And Dahlia Rain was her name. I hate having an autographic memory. I know it's horrible.
You and names.
I know. I don't forget him ever. So when
just in case.
well, I mean, just in case I go to court, man. Nick, I keep all the records of this stuff in my brain as it goes on, and I remember that thing with Dahlia Rain and Fluffy where they explain the sexual part, right, or the non-sexual part, right? And he said that that's what he wanted. Like, yeah, this is what I want. I'm like, no man, Nick, wants to give women. I mean, he was paying her, right? So Fluffy was paying Dahlia. So you're paying a woman to demean you, and you're making food for another man. Ugh.
She probably found her a woman who'd actually accept him, and he promised himself he would bend over backwards and do whatever she wants just to keep her in his life. So Literally. If she says, "Be my step stool," he's gonna get on all fours and be the step stool.
Do you think a lot of these guys have like mommy issues?
Oh, definitely.
Because
certainly, no mother alive would let their child do. No mother would let their child do that. As I believe that moms tend to gravitate more towards their sons, and fathers tend to gravitate more towards or be more protective, I should say, towards their daughters.
Absolutely.
And if a mother really loved her son, she would absolutely never allow something like that. That's why they have on the subreddits, just no mother-in-laws, because they care about their sons so much that they would even drive out every other woman in their life just to keep them there.
I've actually seen that to a degree.
100% certain that he has no mother who cares for him. No mother figure or any mother. No woman at all except that woman. It's so sad. It's so sad it's funny, which is the even sadder part.
Oh, someone put his mother's probably a feminist, Nick. Probably. Could like beat the masculinity out of him. That's sad because so here's the thing. Now, Anna, I have always spoken about a lot of these dudes out here today are bitch made, and it's the single mothers who are creating so many of these dudes. And now what you're starting to see, Nick, is that women are basically complaining about the problem that they themselves help create, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Anna kind of touched on it, where it's like, Anna, let me ask you something. In the Northeast, how many like masculine men do you even encounter in a typical day? You're just out and about. What do you see?
Are you talking about the men who, a masculine men?
Yeah, the guy that
not
you look
a lot.
At, like he looks like a man. You know what I'm saying? Like he's not. There's nothing like Fluffy-esque about him. There's no.
All the men that are manly are at church and they're taken. That's all I know.
That's so brutal. That's a harsh reality, Nick.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no. You're saying there's not one single man in church, not one. Who's heterosexual?
Well, one.
However,
I left him out because when I asked someone about him, he was and currently is going through a very difficult time. And I think the last thing he wants to do is, find a relationship with someone. So I'm not really going to touch up on that until I 100% know. But yeah.
Damn.
Well, guys, it is late and there's a bunch of chats.
Oh, hey, get to the super chats.
So I'm going to just start reading through them. And if you guys keep talking, I'll read over you and tell you to stay in. Never mind. I'm just kidding. Nova Zero says, to paraphrase the problem, Anna's value is high, but Anna's looking for the sale. And that's an issue on its own because in the market, buyers will begin to doubt the value. It's an issue in the marketplace, not the item. Anna being the item. So he just objectified you. That was nice. Bad Vibe says, I'm just kidding. Anna, individuality and building trust will overcome the perception and stigma. Oh my God, where are we? Here we go. Crackhead Carter says, question, people often tell me that I'm a nice guy. I'm not trying to be that. I want to be a good man. How can I be that? At this point, it kind of feels like an insult. I'm also a virgin. I want to just do better and don't shit on Florida. It's not Florida, it's Florida man. Also, Florida is way too hot.
It is.
No, I mean,
it's brutal.
Being a good man can often make people think you're nice. I mean, there are guys who put on sort of the nice facade or the nice front rather than being good. They're trying to slide under the radar. They're trying to not be who they are.
Mm-hmm.
That was college.
Yeah, and that's the trick there. The being good will often get people to say you're nice, because it's nice interacting with a good person. But just don't be fake. I mean, that's really where it's going to boil down. Don't be fake, and don't compromise who you are for like some sort of nice points.
I think that the issue should be more of saying no. I think that one of the key difference between nice and good is how often the guy says no, right?
Yeah.
To whatever that may be that he finds to be outside of his value system. So the nice guy is always trying to appease, right?
Right.
The good guy is worried about himself and who he cares about. So to that guy, yeah, build yourself up, and yeah, just do it for you and what you want to do. Because otherwise, what's going to happen is what? It's going to be a situation, Nick, where the nice guy. Like, think about it. Isn't that the guy who's the brown noser at work? You know what I'm saying? Like the nice guy is always brown nosed, and everyone's just going to like,
yeah.
Because like I said, it's very disingenuous.
Next, we've got Bob the Troll King says, if the picture is taken with a smartphone, chances are the GPS information is still in the files. Even if it's not a face pic, it can still be a bad idea. That's talking about your feet's OnlyFans.
Oh, yeah.
Bad Vibe says, Drex, why do you have to taint the pure innocent boomer?
Who am I taking?
Me.
Oh, am I? Oh, jeez.
Bad Vibe says, okay,
Are
interesting.
you calling me a boomer? You
No,
know
they're
which
calling
one?
me a boomer. I'm pure and innocent. I think. Maybe you are. Maybe you're the boomer.
Oh no, I've
Have
been
you
watching
eaten-
your show way too long.
Have you
It's
eaten
starting to take
oatmeal
its effect.
today? That's the question.
You better not use the line.
What line?
The court line. Girl, you thicker than a
No.
bullet. That
no.
dude is classic.
That dude is classic. I could never aspire to that. Bad Vibe says, okay, interesting perspective. Cucks are one bad day from Minecrafting in regards to fluffy level. DOG Beerus says,
Quick
Anna.
question, Nick.
What?
Did you get that sense from Fluffy? Because I did.
He's right about to. He looks like he's going to end it all at any
Anna,
moment.
what was your take on that? Because I think Nick, we talked about that. Was it during the stream or after the show? Like,
I don't remember.
Okay, so
What
Anna,
my take on
do
Fluffy?
you feel that Fluffy, underneath that whole like nice guy, that he was like at any point he could snap when the cameras were off, right?
Yep.
I got that sense though, Nick. I don't know when. I think it was like the time when it was by the time they got to the bedroom. That was when I really got that sense. Like, I could see this dude between like him, the bull throwing away the bacon, and them getting to the bedroom. I could see it.
Yeah,
it's something about him, Nick. He just, and whoever that subscriber was, they're right. Like, I got that vibe, man.
Yeah.
He kind of in a weird way, he reminds me a bit of Ron, like Ron, in a way.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's something about him that reminds me of Ron.
Because Ron goes off on tirades a lot, right?
It's even if he's never hit anyone, he's never been physically, verbally abusive to women in general. There will come a time where something like that can happen because of what's going on.
Ron also seeks approval through financial support of women. Like he bought some random chick a laptop for no reason that anyone can figure out.
Oh.
Wait, he what?
Yeah, there's I can't remember who it was. The chat probably remembers, but like there's someone who was, when they were voicing their support of Ron, they're like, "Oh yeah, I was going through a really rough time, and Ron bought me a laptop." It's like, wait a minute, that's not a normal thing.
You know why he bought her a laptop? Because he's a nice guy.
Yeah.
He's just that guy. He's just a nice guy.
Yeah. So, all right, more chats here. Let's see.
I'll be right back. League number 2. This Gatorade is speaking to me. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Yeah, Anna, 3 questions for you. Oh my God, that's loud. What kind of puppy do you have?
Oh, he's a puggle, a pug and beagle mix.
Oh, how adorable.
He is.
Can we see it? Well, you don't have a camera, right?
Oh, no one wants to see what I look like right now. I'm covered in like facial stuff, vitamin E oil, and I have my hair in a wrap. It's not pretty. No one wants to see this.
Okay. But what about the dog?
Oh, my.
You may not want to turn on your camera to show the dog. I'm just saying, like,
maybe
that was
later,
the question.
maybe some other time if I'm on again.
Another time.
Yeah.
Also, you said you were good looking. So, what do you look like physically? That was the.
What do I look?
question.
I was going to have a picture but I kind of went against it. But I guess think of an older Penny Proud, maybe.
Penny Proud?
From the Proud family, I guess.
The hell is this?
I have a little mole. I have the light skin. My eyes are pretty narrow.
That's an animated thing. That's not a person.
I don't know how else to I that's the thing though. I've tried finding people who look like me. I can't. Every time I look for people, I've sent photos of myself on these websites of finding people who look like me. I get a lot of Indian women.
Okay.
But I'm not Indian. It's very strange. I've actually been told by several people that I look quote unquote unique. It's very odd.
All right.
I don't know how else to describe it.
Well, sometime we'll have to get you on camera at some point.
Okay.
The bad burrito. I'm kidding. Unless you.
The lighting
actually
in my room
want to.
is terrible. That's why I'm kind of.
There will never be pressure for you to be on camera. The bad burrito says, Anna, how much shoe polish would it take for your mom to let you date a younger Rackets?
Listen, my dad, I thought he was joking, but he pulled me aside one day and said, hey, Anna, how would you like if I actually started finding dates for you?
Oh,
and I
boy.
said, yeah, sure, whatever. But no, I actually think he's looking.
Well, there you go, I guess.
I'm waiting. That's pending. I'll get back to you on that when the time comes.
Swarm 06.
Maybe Drexel will do the same thing with his daughter.
Yeah, there you go.
Again?
Her dad's
My dad
out
is
looking for dates for her.
I don't know. What do you think about that one, Nick, as a dad?
I wouldn't. First of all, I wouldn't trust anyone, and as a guy, I wouldn't trust the dad. Like, I don't.
Okay, yeah, what do you think about that just in general? Like, other cultures do arranged marriages and stuff. Like, I think the culture has changed so much now that, man, Nick, I mean, can a father really kind of choose?
I don't know.
Because
I don't know how to do it. Here's what I've figured out how my daughters will date.
Mm-hmm.
It's simple. The boy will arrive at the house, and then I will show him a firearm. Then he will fall unconscious and wake up at the starting line, and he will have to make it through the swamp alive.
Of course.
And if he survives after being hunted, then I will shake hands with him. I will give him whiskey, and then that will be the only opportunity he has.
Of course.
And then
there is no plan B.
I'll still kill him.
Yeah, of course. In Minecraft.
Yeah. Swarm
Sounds
069 says, I live in rural Quebec, Canada. You would think we don't have American problems, but we do. It's single mother galore here, and the dating pool is small enough as it is. At this point, it's almost better to stay single.
Yeah, man.
You like anime says, it looks like Fluffy is going to have to go the same way as Old Yeller, shot behind the house.
Oh, no.
The Pie Baker says, Nick, I'm DMing you a link on Discord to research material not safe for YouTube. Show Drex. I want to see his reaction. Maybe in a little bit.
What I hate?
What's that?
Quick interjection. I hate the fact that we have all of this censorship around every little thing.
Yeah.
Like, don't you miss the days to be like this? Yo, Nick, look at this. Check this out. And just everybody was kind of cool about everything, right?
Right. Yeah.
God, man.
Jay Sean Lemoyne says, hey, Nick, it's your buddy Jay Sean. Did you get that appellate support brief resubmitted, or do you need Lady Rackets to slap Drexel out of your mouth again? Damn. I addressed it earlier. For research purposes only, says you're in a horror movie. Are you the final survivor, the first to die, the comic relief, the skeptic, the smart one, or the killer? Who are you?
Say that.
You're first to die, obviously.
Yeah, being black and so I started thinking back, Nick. Black guys weren't dying first; they were dying like third. Like someone died, and then like
someone complained. Oh, they never kill a black man first.
You're right?
Like when they started getting black hurricane names.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow, the hurricane's named after white people. We need Hurricane Shantae to come wreck Louisiana.
Oh God, these ghetto names, man.
Oh.
Oh.
So Anna, what about you? Who are you in the horror movie?
Well, according to the test I took online a couple of years ago, I'm the first.
You're the
Oh.
first to die?
Well,
And one of the questions
she
was,
can't.
what was your ethnicity? So I'm not sure if that has
Oh.
anything
Oh
to do with
yeah,
it.
because you're a black chick. But the virgin saves you from getting killed in horror movies.
Unless I'm running in the woods in my underwear somehow, maybe I have a chance.
It doesn't always.
Oh.
Well, no, but she was not a virgin.
She was not a virgin, but she was the virgin trope for the movie.
She was the virgin trope, and it didn't end well for her.
Yeah,
And I was like, oh.
zombievers, man. That's funny.
Yeah, Anna, you might want to watch that, by the way.
2, favorite horror monster or villain?
Ooh, favorite horror monster
Or villain. Jason Voorhees is so good.
I've always loved Michael Myers more.
Okay. Anna, how many horror movies have you even seen?
Me?
Yeah.
I've never seen a horror movie. Oh no. So I don't really. I've seen gameplays of like Dead by Daylight. I
can tell you've not been watching my Twitch.
But I
streams,
was never allowed to
watch
see
play.
horror movies, and
Horror
I guess
movies.
because I've never watched real movies growing up, I've kind of.
Oh yeah, good point.
I don't have the interest to watching movies. I don't know.
So here's what's funny. So Nick, a lot of this actually starts to make sense. I think she gravitated
Shame
more
on you, Anna.
towards games
I
and
know.
anime stuff because movies didn't like there's a movie void, right?
Yeah.
Whereas you and I, movies is kind of like a part of like who we were. Like
Right.
we were all about movies. Huh.
Okay, and finally, weapon of choice in a zombie apocalypse.
Ooh. This one's always tough.
Weapon of choice.
The killdozer.
Of course. But well, here's the thing, Nick. It has to be something that's like fairly practical, right? So like the loud automatic weapons is not good. You see what I'm saying?
Loud automatic weapons aren't good. Katanas seem good, but they're not because they'll get dull. They'll snap.
They will.
They have like a broadsword or something.
You could do that. Some people have said like crossbows because they're silent. You could retrieve the bow, right? You shoot the arrow. You see what I'm saying?
I guess.
I like the idea of a crossbow. I'm digging that. Anna, what's your weapon of choice?
I don't know. This probably might seem like a ridiculous answer, but if you can count the cure for zombies to be a weapon, then I guess that would have a bunch of like a weapon that would do that. Just a bunch of like a gun that shoots out the cure and just shoot the zombies and cure them so they don't bite me. And
a lot of guys
save
are
the
saying
world.
machetes. Machetes do.
But besides that, I think I'd go for something I could use. Maybe
because you got to go for the silent kill.
the biggest gun
Hacking.
available because I've never had one of those.
But then you're gonna get the noise, right? So then that's the reason why. Like,
That's true.
That's the reason why, because so Nick, everyone's first thought is the gun. The guns are great if you have like a large team of survivors, right?
Yeah, but you also got to care for them. Like you gotta clean the guns.
Gotta clean them
because they jam up and you're done.
Oh, they have not had that trope in a zombie flick, right?
Jammed up guns.
Because they happen, right?
Yeah, I mean you fire 200, 300 rounds through a gun, you're starting to get into jam territory if you haven't cleaned it up.
Yep.
And these guys are picking up guns on the streets and stuff like that. Never seen them oil them with liberal tears. Okay. Ridgedale says, want some ideas based on the principles of liberty that could steer our elected employees towards serving the American people again. Reconstitute U.S. to form a more perfect union by Mitch Nemo and Arthur Nix. Available now at books2read.com/constitute. Oh yeah, I've read half of this. It's a very interesting book. I need to finish reading it. Good stuff, guys. Check out books2read.com/constitute, and you can check out their book. Hopefully, I'll be able to get it finished sometime soon and do a review on it. Forky's12 says, I'd like to see Chauvin try kneeling on that guy. Be like climbing Mount Everest one jugular at a time. Our dude with the big neck.
That dude. Anna, what do you have to say about that guy? Neck man.
Which one?
The guy with the big neck that I showed earlier.
What was wrong with that man's neck?
I don't know what it was. I thought he had that surgically done. I wasn't sure if he was born like that. Was he?
Can we get baby pictures of that dude?
No.
You want to, though.
There aren't enough megapixels.
Now he's a man that would survive a horror movie. Black or
Imagine him getting
not
bitten.
black.
The zombies like the teeth break. Like
Yeah.
like damn.
He just flexes.
These flexes. Like, oh, that neck.
Socialism is for Fig says, you guys forgot to talk about the politics in a relationship. Most libs are very unmasculine. Conservatives usually will be non-college educated, but we do love manual labor, and my wife appreciates that.
Actually, I brought that up, right?
Yeah.
I said that to Anna.
Well, you were saying that politics should be compatible, is what you were
They
saying.
do need to be, because
Yeah.
if you get like the socialist chick from like California or like just the West Coast in general, where they're super like really, really, really liberal. If that's not who you are, man, with all that progressivism, your relationship is gonna falter.
Ace Brain 2003 says, hopefully Anna's dad isn't as aggressive as that dad on Blue Mountain State looking for a guy for his daughter. No, that was terrible. Meshikiari Roos says, you sound nice. Who wants a conservative Catholic mixed race dude in the Ocean State, and it feels like I'm in enemy territory. Been looking for so long for a quality partner, however, society has gotten so bad I've just bowed out.
Yeah.
I am Pinhead says, I'm a Christian who wants a family, but the last woman I was with is 17 years older, an atheist, and doesn't want kids. I have feelings for a woman who doesn't want kids again. Does this reflect on me and my desire for kids? If you want kids, stop getting with people who don't.
Yeah.
I mean, like that. I don't know what else to say about it.
That really does matter, though. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I
if
think a lot of women. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Anna.
One second.
I think a lot of women actually do want kids, but because they've been told by so many other women that, oh, no, we shouldn't have kids because you want to put your career first. So they have this idea that we shouldn't have kids. We should put our career first. So when you ask them, do you want kids? Their answer is going to be no until they're like 30 and 40 years old and it's too late.
Yeah. And I've met dudes who say they don't want kids until they have one. Then they
They
do.
bail.
No. I'm saying then they do.
At least in my area.
Yeah.
There are a lot of
We're talking about
single
we're talking
moms
about
here.
different kinds of guys here. Morty J says, Nick and Drex, did you hear about Rick Moranis getting random punched in the streets? Sad to hear about a guy who was always warm and kind-hearted get mistreated. So yeah, that was bad. I hope they catch the guy who did it.
That was fucked.
Bad Vibe says, Anna, a brutal quote to illustrate a common perspective in regards to relationships. A key that opens all locks is a master key. However, a lock that opens with all keys is a lousy lock.
Yep, that's the thought. The chick who's out there just loose.
Put that on a mantle.
Gween Ducky says, Drexel, how wet do you think Miss Vasquez's panties were after that stream, if she were wearing any? Do you think she went and got her BBC toy and moaned your name for a good 20 minutes afterwards? Come on, man. That was a bit much, I think. Anthony James says, Melania dishing that savage simp rejection to Fox News just secured my vote for 2020. Please let there be more tapes. Also, someone call Fox News. They're crying. Xander's
Wait,
rant.
speaking of Drex, do you think 2020 is the last? Is finally going to be the year where all this feminist movement comes to an end? It's going to kind of collapse.
No.
Like you said, you see it slowly. No,
Okay. So here's the thing: feminism is not going to fully. Okay, had the beer bug really been much more serious, I believe you would have seen a near total collapse of feminism, right? Because Anna, when you're in the Northeast, did you see a change in women's behavior? Like okay, the shutdown started happening in March, right? Mm-hmm. By April, did you notice that women's like behavior had changed? Like when you saw them out and about, like let's say at a grocery store, right? They weren't kind of nagging their husbands or boyfriends the way they used to. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're right. Actually,
so they kind of calmed that down. Like it wasn't like always. So all of a sudden they were starved of attention, right? No more social media, no more going out to clubs. So they got thirsty and they started going after their old boyfriends or their old hookups. And feminism as a whole can never truly like collapse in terms of like die out. It'll just go. It'll just subside. It'll like suppress for a while, Nick. Like it's good, Nick. Feminism is female nature. It's just you politicize female nature, and that's how you get feminism. So all women by default are feminists. That does not mean that they are like these hardcore rabid feminazis. You see what I'm saying? There is a difference. Like if you look at female nature, provision and protection, right? That's women's primary goal of what they seek. They'll just seek it differently. If they don't have a man, Nick, they'll seek it through the welfare state and the police state. It's just going to manifest different. It doesn't change. And I hope that would be my hope, but I think there's too many simps. Let me ask you, Nick, do you believe you see any like into like say OnlyFans, something there, Snapchat? The simping has gotten out of control.
I see it's going to expand.
It's going to expand until it basically craters out, right? Like, do you remember that Nick, when we survived Y2K, right? Remember the whole .com boom and bust, right? You remember that?
Yeah.
All these companies were all multi-million, Silicon Valley, and then they just like busted. You remember that? That's how I see a lot of this because, Anna, I've told guys, I said that the value of the golden V is about to plummet because so many women are going to OnlyFans. So many women are doing the thought culture that it's like dudes are just going to eventually, like I said, guys are just kind of like turning it out. Like, why is marriage done? Nick, I just think you're going to see more and more guys walk away, honestly.
Yeah, probably. We'll see, though. Xander's Rants says, I know Asian guy who has a neck like that. It's like a condition, and he does smile a lot. Drex, you were saying why people keep bringing up that one thing, but then last night you asked Nick, how would he like to go out? That is suspicious. Nick, do thinking face. Josh,
Speaking of,
go ahead.
I was gonna say when Drex asked you, what kind of pictures do you think? There are 2 pictures on my fridge. One was of my daughter. Guess what the other one was? I thought you were gonna say a picture of Nick. For some reason.
Look, my God! Can you imagine?
That's not on his fridge. It's on his nightstand. And
There's a random pic of Nick screaming into his microphone in his chair or something.
Do you know what's wild about that? Do you remember in the first Bad Boys when Martin and Will had to trade place, right? And they had to go to his place, right? She's like, "Why do you got pictures? That's my partner." Like, your partner? Like, yeah. We have pictures.
Like partner.
Not partner. We have pictures of each other at our houses. God, I love that.
Josh says, Ken, those that live in glass house might want to consult a mirror white. Yeah. Well, that guy's just a turd anyway. Bad Dragonite says, I didn't wake up when September ended, so missed the last 2 streams. My bad. Kermit the Frog.
You can do it.
He says, bring a bucket and a mop for this wet ass pussy. Give me everything you got for this wet ass pussy. Beat it up, N-word. Catch a charge. Extra large and extra hard. Put this pussy right in your face. Swipe your nose like a credit card. Why?
Anna, I know what I want Anna to do. Anna, I know you don't have to listen to the video. I want you to just print out the lyrics, man.
Oh no!
Just print out the lyrics. Like just go and look up the lyrics to that song, and just.
What was the name?
The WAP song.
I don't want.
Don't do it, Anna. Don't do it.
Just read it and just go like this.
No, stay a WAP virgin.
Yeah, right.
All right, I'm looking at my fingers are
so
moving.
Deplorable,
they're typing.
Socialism is for Fig says MGTOW is huge right now, and the courts have to change before men and women are equal in a relationship. Court makes it hard for a man to trust a woman. Knight of Hopex says objective morality is knowable if the Bible is as explicit as it claims to be about its meaning. It isn't, though. Subjectivity comes in with context and conflicting principles. It seems to me like we can have all the information and still end up making bad decisions. Yeah. Yes. And he also says that actually seems to be a bigger problem when you're talking about arguing the consistency of our beliefs with atheists, because if you can know the truth and still act stupidly, then God asks the impossible, which, by the way, is the point of mercy. Get Drex to read this. Says women are rage. I guess you're supposed to read it, but it's not really easy for me to get you this. Women are rage, brutal without mercy, but me, I will be worse. I will rip and tear that ass up until it is done.
Damn.
Okay. Sicky says, hey, Nick, Michigan Governor Whitmer's lockdown was just ruled unconstitutional by the state Supreme Court. They used the 2 acts you cited that didn't explicitly give her emergency power past April 30th. The ruling opinion might be something you'd like. Weird. Weird.
Wait, are those Russell Greer lips?
Yeah.
Why are you squeezing them?
It's something to keep my hand occupied.
Oh.
Like I'm squeezing these or I'm squeezing your thighs. Dungeon
Russell.
Master. Yeah, I'm actually trying to get some of the guys who sued Whitmer on the show. Dungeon Master says, almost died laughing at the idea that all of the preachers' kids are all good and holy. At my church and at a lot of my friends' churches, pastors' kids are infamous for being some of the wildest, most unhinged, and most promiscuous children of all. Night of Hopex says, my dude, Nick is looking pretty uncomfortable right now. That's because I was. Shadows King 101 says, chat PSA, don't expect any intelligent from a foot fetishist that shits in the street. Don't make the same mistakes I did. Wait, what?
Damn.
Blast the Beep Beep says, hey, gents, I've been out of the dating game for a while. I know it's not probably appropriate to ask a woman out at her job. What about asking for her number or Snap? And any advice for asking for dates or just general tips? Thanks for the advice. Nope, I'm terrible at asking women out. The reason you don't ask a woman out at her job is because she's likely being nice to you because she has to for her job.
Correct.
So you get kind of a mixed vibe. If you see her outside of the job and she's nice to you, that's quite a bit different. Quite a bit different, depending on the job. I guess.
I can attest to that.
Well, yeah. Well, you heard about that thing in England, right? That they're trying to get it so that if you ask a woman out and she says no, Nick, that's it. A second time, and it's a criminal charge. I would just tell guys. Yeah, I would tell guys not just to get out of the whole game because it's that toxic. Nick, there's danger involved.
Yeah.
Well, look what happened to Vic, right? We've talked about that ad nauseum, Nick. Just how many snares and traps there are to get caught up in.
All right. Blast the Beep Beep. Says, hey, I just read that one. Night of Hopex says, voice is too attractive, hard to listen to. I hate being reminded 20-year-old women exist now that I'm in my 30s and over dating. Give it your best shot and find somebody great. I wish you all the best. Just don't torture me with that voice. Yeesh, girl. Thought he was talking to me until the end.
Oh.
Actually, my voice is a reason why I'm in the communications field. I would like to be a reporter or a news anchor.
Yeah, you have the voice.
Yeah, you have a good voice for it. Night of Hopex says, being black labels you as a Democrat more than anything. There's a whole thing going on right now where we're not sure we can live with each other's political values, and black vote goes one way. As we know, in my opinion, articulate your values and date on those. Ed Geen's Blackface says, Drex, my black sister has stopped talking to me because she's overheard my opinions on black women, which are very similar to yours. Is it a problem that I don't really care if she's mad about it or not?
The answer is no.
Well, there you go. That was a straightforward answer. Kermit the Frog.
Ugh.
The only thing that really worried me was the ether. There is nothing in the world more helpless and irresponsible and depraved than a frog in the depths of an ether binge, and I knew we'd get into that rotten stuff pretty soon. I don't even know what that's from. I don't know anymore. Night of Hopex says, as a Christian, one of the main reasons I ended up in my 30s alone, a virgin myself, is because my parents would never accept someone outside our religion. Not wanting kids meant that wasn't an option, so I never saw a path to happy future due to that. One of the things you need to realize also is that people turn into their parents about 80% of the time later in life. Generally, if you can't get along with someone's parents, you can't make long-lasting relationships with them. Go into it knowing this. He's got a couple in a row here. It says, no, I've lived your life. You end up alone if you're unlucky, and being alone is boring as hell. I'm fine with it. I like it better than being with someone I hate, believe me, but try at least a few times not to. Give it an earnest try or two, then stop. I think he's talking to you there, Anna. Also says, for some who don't... Go ahead.
That's who I fear. That's what I fear I might turn out in my 30s or 40s. Like, I'll never date, never meet the right guy, and just die lonely and single.
Well, whether or not you date someone is a choice.
The next Joan of Arc.
And again, the more you see people fail and burn to the ground making bad choices in dating, the more ammunition you have to keep from doing it for yourself.
Right.
So you can date with wisdom. That's the key. Night of Hopex says, for some who don't understand this feeling of missing out Anna described, From birth, Christians often feel like we missed out on young love because our parents had us early, and a lot of us were discouraged from our ideals of puppy love and dating early in life. Dreadclown says,
definitely.
Yeah, I definitely see that. Dreadclown says,
I got in trouble for...
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, well, I remember talking to I had a really, really bad crush in middle school. And when I told my mom, she kind of sat me down. That in fact, now that I think about it, that's the same time where my dad made me sign that 13-year, when I was 13 years old, that the virginity pact.
One crush did it.
Damn.
Dreadclown says, Ilhan Omar being investigated by police for election fraud. It's already got more legs than I thought it would. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
We will.
Silky Johnson says, since it's frowned upon to physically assault a woman, what if a woman starts beating on a man, you run up to her and give her the stone cold stunner? I mean, just have your friend in a referee shirt so it's all legit, or am I crazy? No, that sounds good. That's legal advice. Night of Hope X says, if you want to move to broaden your horizons, try Dallas, Tulsa, Chattanooga, and Nashville. Outside of those areas, anywhere rural between them is fine, except there's nowhere to work. Also, visit the local small-town Church of Christ. Those are your folks. Context for that pump and dump thing. Those girls are engaging in risk behaviors, and that's why men don't respect those women as long-term investments. They seem like they're going to be too hard to keep around and will not be quality mothers or wives.
True.
TLJ Screwjob says, did you guys hear about how iDubbbz's shadow appeared in a photo of his girlfriend's ass pic? Yes.
What?
Confirming that he is in fact a cuck. Never go full fluffy.
Wait, what?
Yeah, so remember we talked about iDubbbz?
Yeah, he's a cuck.
Yeah. Well, now like someone analyzed the like silhouette shadow on one of her ass cheeks in one of the pictures. Decided it's him. He's in there taking the shots for the OnlyFans apparently. Okay. Yes, I heard about that. Night of Hope says, I can confirm women wouldn't date me because I didn't offer them sex. There was huge pressure on me to initiate. This is in the mid-2000s. Waiting isn't even a value anymore for people under 40 in any real meaningful way. That went away a long time ago. I think we're going to see that. I think we're seeing that change, in all honesty.
See what change?
Guys, he's saying that waiting, like being a virgin, isn't a value anymore.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I think we're seeing it changed. Okay, next.
Did you see that there was I remember seeing a news report a couple years ago. I know this news report because my dad pulled me into the room to show me where a woman
like a character.
I know, right?
A woman married her husband, and her father, to congratulate her for marrying him as a virgin, he gave her this large certificate of like a congratulatory certificate of being a virgin.
Damn.
On her wedding day.
Atta
and my
boy.
dad said, look, Anna. And oh no.
What if she wasn't,
I
though?
dread my wedding day a little bit. I'm
What if
sorry?
lowercase?
What if she low-key wasn't a virgin?
That's
like-
the thing.
Yeah.
No one knew. And I'm telling you right now, her husband, he wasn't the charm. He didn't look like the charmer. I wonder if I can find it. Let me look, actually. Let me see if I can find it.
TLJ Screwjob says, Drex, I'm worried about the Resident Evil 4 remake. They made Leon a weak, ineffectual simp in Resident Evil 2 remake, while Claire was a strong whammon. Not to mention Karen Valentine in Resident Evil 3 remake. I don't know, man.
Bad.
Don't think Japan is safe from this woke stuff.
Yeah, I didn't feel that way in part 2. I wouldn't go Leon was full simp, but he was because he did the same basic actions in the original. So, but I do agree with him on the woke shit.
Yeah, Night of Hopex says, Drex, some of those guys are like that because they literally don't value themselves and they've given up ever having a normal loving relationship. A lot of them are also gay or bi, and a femdom is better in their estimation than nothing. Seen it a lot.
Oh, like the fluffy thing?
Yeah. Crusader Saracen says, Drex, why is it that women can't seem to form lasting and deep trusting friendships the same way men do? Seems like an indispensable tool for getting through life.
There's a lot of reasons for that because we touched on that, right, Nick?
I mean,
like,
you could go the evolutionary route and say that like the competition for resources is fierce.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, historically men could provide resources for lots of women, so I guess I don't know if it mattered as much, but women had to get resources from a man.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if that's something to do with it, but I'm not an evolution. What was that, Anna?
I found the article.
you found the article. Send it to me on Twitter if you could.
Beautiful.
I can maybe pull it up.
I also found an article where a man, he put a hit on his wife.
Oh.
And while he was attending her funeral with family, she showed up at the funeral and confronted him. And what happened was for the full story, he put a hit on her because he was under the impression that she was after other men.
Damn.
So men will go that far to not get a divorce. I don't know what 2021 will bring us.
But then the hitman found her and they fell in love and he told her the plan.
No.
Of course.
I don't really know what happened, but the hitman found out that her husband's brother was a friend of one of the hitmen. And they said, okay, we're not going to kill you. We're just going to give you a warning. They even showed her a recording of her husband making the hit.
Not good.
I saw the flip side. You remember that? That was in Florida, right? You know what I'm talking about, right? The bodybuilder dude?
No.
Where his girl thinks that he died because she was the one that hired the hitman. And you never saw that? It went viral.
No, I didn't see it.
Wow.
Essentially the one with the purity certificate.
Jeff the Gamer. Okay, I'll pull it up in a second. Jeff the Gamer says, well, fucked up on the PC build, it sounds like. Time to get fucked up after work tomorrow. Just got here, so we doing a movie tonight or will it be too late? It's going to be too late, buddy. How'd you mess up the PC build? Crusader Saracen says, sad as Fluffy is, he ain't got shit on Prince Harry.
Oh.
Knight of Hope.
Oh, no. Who's worse?
He's the worst. No. He's the literal royal simp. He's the king of simps.
You think he's worse than Fluffy?
He is.
I think Fluffy's worse.
Well, no, but Fluffy is a useless guy.
What did he have to give up? Nothing.
Yeah.
Harry literally gave up everything, Nick. His gun collection.
He was the best royalty. He was the second string quarterback. Yep. He didn't have to do anything
other than go around and live his best life.
Yeah.
He gave all that up.
Knight of Hope X says, Crusader Saracen, because women don't face the potential fate of death if they don't form strong bonds and allegiance with the people around them. Women do form friendships, but they aren't based on an understanding of life or death or camaraderie. That's men. Oh, yeah, my parents already pulled that shit. They tried to hook me up with some 30-year-old post-wall girl living at home with her mom with nothing left. Not to mention she lives in a cult in the woods with her crazy brothers. Big help there, idiots.
Your parents have great taste.
Ooey 99 says, Anna, I've got to back up Drexel on the makeup thing. Men do not like makeup. If you want to use it, make it subtle that men don't even notice. P.S. You do sound white. It shocked me to learn you're black. You've got a good and genuine speaking voice.
Mm-hmm.
Let me say something here.
No.
I've been told.
I'm kidding. Go ahead.
I've been told by multiple men, don't wear makeup. We don't like women who wear makeup. I don't think a lot of guys understand what women look like without makeup.
We don't like.
There are women.
We don't like the beauty VTuber clown makeup. At least I don't. Like Drex, what do you think about like the girls who do the big thick ass eyebrows that are painted on and stuff?
I see that more so with Latinas and Asians, but I do know what you're talking about. Like,
I just don't like it at all.
Okay, you know what the worst I think is with white chicks, Nick, and we saw this back in the day, right? Their skin was two-tone because of the makeup. Remember that? Yeah. Like their face had one color, and then like the neck was like pale.
You see it on newscaster chicks all the time now, where like they put like the darker shade foundation on, and then in HD you could see it really clearly. But when it's not HD, you couldn't really notice.
I wish you knew how bad my neck is. It literally is like.
Yeah. It's not that it's no makeup. It's that the makeup. There are some people out there who like kill. It's like they got. Big like eyeshadow going way up over their where their eyebrows would be if they hadn't plucked them out, and then they're drawing on fake eyebrows even higher. It's that clown world stuff that
some women microblade their eyebrows.
I don't even know what microblading is.
What is that?
If I'm microblading is when they literally shave off their eyebrows and they microblade it to look realistic and perfect in a way.
That's weird.
Kind of like a weave for your eyebrows.
TLJ Screwjob says, welcome to Lemonsplaining the Interwebs. My name is Jay Sean Lemoyne of Wick Phillips, a multi-branch firm in Texas. Today I'll explain how West Nile is Best Nile and how Drexel is an uncle named Tom. James P says, off topic, but what brand and model microphone are you and Drexel using? If they are XLR, which audio interface are you using? Great streams. Keep up the good work. The interface is a Focusrite 2i2, the Scarlett 2i2, and these are ours. No, Audio Technica 2035s. Those are the mics. Okay, Changus Khan says, Drex and Nick, if you had to do it in bed with each other, would you be more okay being pegged or doing the pegging? No, you can't die. It's either peg or be pegged. Well, I can't die, but I could just kill him.
Of course.
That's what would happen. Kermit the Frog. Why are we still here? Just to suffer? Every night I can feel my leg and my arm and even my fingers, the body I've lost and the comrades I've lost. It won't stop hurting. Like they're all still here. You feel it too, don't you? So there's that. Woo! Matt K. There's so many chats.
You and that stupid voice.
It's not my fault. Dylan, no, it's
I really should have stretched after
this is raw input.
Chest day.
Yeah, you should have stretched after.
Dying.
You should never stretch after neck day. Matt K says, Nick, did you see the Babylon Bee article about the freeloading bum that only reads the headlines? Sounds familiar? No, I didn't. Who's it sound familiar to? Is it me? Biden the Coleman says India's toilet water is the same as their drinking water. Adds some special flavor to that beverage. Gross.
Damn.
Kiwi Goes Live says, look on the bright side. If Trump dies, one of us is getting his PS5 pre-order.
Oh.
Genocide Hero says, what's up from Philly? Girl got me a 3090. Oh, man. Nice. I love her. We're going to have a kid soon. He's getting a nice biblical name, Noah, so hopefully he can get a job, and I'll keep him from Dinduism. Oh, Dinduism.
Oh, congratulations.
Drex, start your channel.
Yeah, the holy ointment.
Yeah. Congrats, man. Genuinely congrats on the 3090 and the kid.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Wenger says aldrake.com. Okay. I don't know what that is. Bad Vibe says Drex is a trap fan, confirmed. Automata says, I like Q, but him telling Drexel to shut up and stay in his lane was really poor behavior for someone running a conversation. Basement Troll Production says, are you sure that guy with the neck isn't Strax from Doctor Who? Look him up real quick and do a side-by-side comparison, or check the tweet I sent. We'll look it up a little bit later. Dovin, because I got to get through this. I just realized I got to get up kind of early tomorrow.
What time is early?
I gotta be at a soccer game at 10.
Again?
Oh.
It's the last one.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. Dovindet says, Drexel, I think you did great while being teamed up on. I'm just happy my comment struck a nerve with the Latina chick. Uriah Wright says, those that preach the loudest has skeletons in the closet. Angry Baneling says, unleash the Drexel Nick. Lance Johnson says, it's not camera angle. Drex and his shoulders are gigantic. Well, I mean, yeah. Let's see. Jake CB says, Drex and Rackets, Wiener Bros. I hate you.
Wiener
I
Bros?
hate you for saying we sat around eating wieners.
Oh, at first I was like, Wiener Bros? I'm like, wait.
Rhinosaurus Rex.
That's going to be the next logo on your shirts.
Yeah,
I know, right?
Wiener Bros. Rhinosaurus Rex says, Latina chick went from saying she was single for 4 years, but also raising a newborn. Hoes be lying. Q got mad when you called his pops a cuck, though.
Yeah.
Angry Baneling says, Drexel, can you play some games with Nick again sometime soon? Those are some of the funniest streams I've watched. Get this gaming boomer to game. It's just a pain dragging the computer upstairs.
I know. Well, we gotta think of some game that's like great for streaming. Can you think of anything? I'm trying to think.
Want to play Ace Attorney again?
No.
I've always heard about those games.
No.
There are aren't there 4, 5, maybe
There's
5
too
games?
many. Too many.
I love Ace Attorney. I just can't remember how many games there are.
Oh my gosh, it's not my style. I'm not a fan.
I grew up with it. I loved it. It was great.
Mujin1 says, man, Drex, just saw the stream, and the way those 5 females disrespected you was ridiculous. Oh, come on now. Sparks7907.
Yeah, you got that.
Yo, Drex, can you give me what you do for a workout? I'm tired of not walking sideways through doors. You're a good dude, bud. Saving a lot of dudes with facts. What's your workout? Give him a quick routine for getting wide.
For getting wide, you can do a lot of deadlifts just to do everything. But the catch to me I've found is supersetting. It's like not getting your body time to rest.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, I made a mistake, as you've seen. I didn't stretch properly because I was in a hurry. and now I'm in excruciating pain. But yes, do lots of supersets, and you can also do lots of plyos. Look up. There's actually a guy, Nick. I think I showed you his video. Hannibal for King.
Okay.
Yeah.
Halesburg says, I work in high-end retail in a rural community. Half the married women be shopping wearing yoga pants and sports bras. I always tell the young men I work with, they still advertising. If yoga pants existed when we were in high school, I think I would have died.
Dude. Nick, I don't remember the girls looking like, okay, by comparison, right? We got to be fair by comparison. By comparison, none of the girls were sexy then. Like look in terms of what they were wearing. Compared to today?
No, because like sexy was like a skirt or whatever.
Yeah,
I mean,
much.
But you start throwing those yoga pants on. That's not healthy for young men. Alfonso M6 says, my own sister has 3 kids from 3 different guys. One left for Mexico. The other 2 broke up. It be like that sometimes.
Yeah, man.
Jay O'Ballas says, Meet the Feeples by Peter Jackson. Dirty talking puppets. Ryan Gordon says, Simba and Nala are technically siblings. Oh, gross. Damon Dog says they're actually making a live action Lion King sequel, so have fun with that, Nick. Also, what's your channel name going to be, Drex?
I've tried to settle on a couple of names. Like I don't want to say them because if I say them, then can't someone just take it?
I mean, yeah. Let's wait.
Yeah.
Get it set up. Alfonso M6.
You can look through the comments. They bet they'll have a bunch of suggestions.
I know, right?
Alfonso,
what was it? The wiener.
The what?
Yeah, wiener, bro.
That
should be it. Use that.
Alfonso M6 says, I remember when some women were upset about Adele's divorce settlement. Yeah.
Yeah.
MT says, for Drex, what lifts do you do on shoulder day?
On shoulders, I do Arnold presses. So you do shoulder press, Arnold press. I'm trying to think. I always warm up, Nick, if you do lots of if you work your delts, right?
Yeah.
So as you work your delts with dumbbells, I like to use dumbbells for that. It's like it builds those. Like you got to build up every muscle around the other muscles is one of the keys.
Yeah. John Doe says we can't expect God to do all the work, can we? History is 27 says rational man speaking truth. Solemn says Drex took that chopping mall stance right before he went in on Mama Q. Got him. Don't take it lying down. Eat those wieners. Logo says Q is named after his real dad. Q is short for question mark. Come on. No one important says Shane doing that gotcha and him trying to turn you so hard towards it was hilarious. Confirmation bias indeed. Glad it's in the opening of the show. Gerard Garvin says, Drex, please start a YouTube channel. Angry Baneling says, Drexel, you don't accept apologies. Rip Canada. Nia says, apologies are for legitimate accidents. Brandon Caballero says, I'm not American, just curious. Can Trump's COVID thing postpone the election? No, not really. Matt K says, Nick, are you done having Q on the show because of this? Sounds like they really ganged up on Drex. I think most of us would be okay with that. No.
I don't think that would make sense for you.
No.
Yeah.
Drex's issues with Q are Drex's issues with Q. And as I do, he will obviously have the full opportunity to come in and say his piece about it because if someone gets specifically talked about on the show, I will always extend an invitation to the other person. Well, 99% of the time do that.
Which is fair.
So,
that makes sense.
Yeah. And he'll have the opportunity to say his piece, but that's that. Onibushi Kabuto says, my God, Drex is terrifying, the wrath of the gods. Alfonso N6 says, makes me think, what about female bodybuilders? Don't think about female bodybuilders. Don't. Joseph Kerwin says, when dating, check the whore facts. I guess it's like Carfax.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Obi-Wan 2020 says, even though it's not ideal, I think a guy can stepdad as long as the dude doesn't allow the female to continue self-destructive behavior. Uphill battles can still be won. Alman John 1 says, either of you guys watch Yu Yu Hakusho? No. Do you?
Heard of it, never watched it.
Anna, do you watch Yu Yu Hakusho?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I have not.
Okay, good. Mario Kart 13 says, born again consluts, rosary beads equals her body count. Come on.
Wow.
Joshua Vidrine says, question for Drex. When everything collapses, how long will it take to receive my survival mandated waifu wife? Do those just show up in your camp one day?
That would be awesome. Well, Nick, I got a lot of talk from guys who watch Dollhouse Phil, and even regular dudes are starting to see where this is going with the whole automating sex and reproduction. You see what I'm saying? With the doll and the artificial womb. So,
Alfonso M6 says, like the famous quote goes, "Anime is trash, but so am I." He also says, "I believe there's a VTube app on iPhone." Automata says, "Query. So exactly how many points is Rick Moranis worth in the knockout game?" Oh, that's wrong. Not very many. Small. Pokemon's Master says, "The author knows nothing about healthy BDSM practices and relationships, as told by Christian threatening Anna with a hard limit." No, it's not a book that is accurate. That's the whole thing. Sheepsidian says, "Anna, don't do OnlyFans. In the long run, you will catch more hell than you will catch dollars. You're on the good path. F those thoughts, but not literally."
True.
The money is not it really though. The money is tempting.
Yeah, but
the Sims are so easy.
Yeah, but don't.
Don't.
VTuber.
What is it with the but when did that become a thing though? Let's think about that.
I think it was a meme, and then a bunch of people were like, "Actually, though."
Is that what it was? Because it's a thing, man.
Yeah, I think.
I wonder if there have been a time where it actually worked.
You like feet? What are you talking about?
I know. I'm an everything. What's that?
I'm wondering how often that technique works on women.
What's that?
When they get random pictures of just a guy's junk or something, feet. Do guys take
what's your success ratio with it?
What sending out dick pics?
Yeah.
I don't do that.
Oh, really?
No.
I thought you said you did before.
No. So chicks would always, there's chicks that will ask for your package and stuff like that, and I'm like, I just think that's ridiculous because when dudes who like brag about their junk, those are the small guys.
Sure.
Or the guys that just can't perform well. Oh, speaking of which, I was supposed to send you a message. How
does this lead into the next thing?
Yeah, about how bad these guys are. This kind of goes to Anna's point about what the Rons of the world, right? I was supposed to send you this. I'm actually going to send it to you now because wait, I can text it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll text it to you because you need to see this. It's bad, man.
Okay. We'll keep going here. Angry Baneling says, "Drexel, come see Indian women in Bangalore, specifically in my area, and tell me they're feminine. I will never go to the gym in my apartment complex again." Mario Carter 13 says, "Drex wants that thoughty Anna." Aw.
Wow.
Okay, you sent me the message.
Don't worry, there should be a picture attached.
Oh, there it is. Oh, you did send me this earlier.
Did I send you that?
Yeah.
That is now I've told you, Nick, about a lot of these guys out here, right? For the modern woman, this includes Anna in this pack. It's dangerous for women out there now because Nick, these guys are crazy. So both sides, I start to kind of see it, right? Like guys have a different set of things that they fear could happen with dealing with women.
Here, I'll pull this up on stream.
Oh yeah, I mean, you guys got to see this, man. This is my girl out in Arizona.
Space?
Anna, do you have the stream up?
Yeah.
All right, just a second.
I'm reading the chat, and someone said I've been on the public space. I don't know what that is.
You've been on the public space?
I looked it up. It's a podcast. I don't know what it's about, though.
Oh, were you on the public space?
I don't even know what that is. I don't know what I just found out it's a podcast. I don't know what it's about. It looks like it's a magazine.
I thought they said you've been on
maybe. That's what someone said.
Oh, okay.
I've actually been told I sound like Weeby News from YouTube.
So here is allegedly a female, right, with the white message. Yep. And she says, "I was just trying to be upfront is all. Okay, then." She must have told him, friend zoned him or something.
Yeah, she was just kind of like, this dude is acting one way based on his action. Then she gets this, man.
Says, "Yeah, I hear you white women are so judgmental. I don't like white people. I wasn't racist at first. Y'all make us black races. I can find you and kill you all. I need was your pic and first name. They can't track this phone. It's disposable. Glad you told me where you live. I'm going to look you up ASAP. You can block. Just know one day you will get killed. You won't know when it's coming. Fuck white people. Kill them all. Put your tongue through your neck. Die. I hope she sent this to the police.
She went to somebody. And she's not even the only chick I know in Arizona that had to deal with a crazy dude. One of them is actually in court, Nick. I think I told you about that, right?
Probably.
The revenge porn story. It's gotten, Nick, it's a total shit show out there. Anna, do you feel that way even if you aren't actually dating? You still understand how much of a shit show it is, right?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I've been watching. Well, the closest I've come to dating is watching a bunch of divorce court episodes. But I got a general idea. I've also seen my friends date and who they date. Example, one of my friends who dated that abusive chick. But yeah.
Lemon Ration says you guys should get an Asian guy on to complete the diversity Triforce.
Oh my god.
The Atomisk says, lol, Nick looks so uncomfortable over Drex VQ. Yep. Banish the Mantle 4 says, I turned 32 and I haven't been in a relationship with anyone. No kissing, no sex, nothing. Also, Drex, I would love to be able to chat with you about some of the things I've experienced at some point.
Yeah, I mean, Nick knows how to get a hold of me. You know, Nick, you actually have like some of the best subscribers ever. I've talked to some of the people who have reached out, and including Vic's mom, and they're all just like, class A people, and it's really amazing that it gives me a lot more fuel to press on, because I'll say things, and I'll get my detractors for certain things, but like when people say, yo, Drex, I've lived exactly what you're talking about. Like,
yep.
It's like, damn, like to a T, right? Like it really says something. It really just says a lot, like, that you are on the, because I mean, how it is, Nick, like when you make a stream about a topic, and there are people out there like maybe who have said like, yo, Nick, I've been in some of these, like, okay, Vic's case, right?
Yeah.
Vic's case, and Anna just said it, and Anna, good job for pointing this out. There are people who didn't know, Nick, how it was to be like a famous dude getting Me Too'd, right? And so like the Annas of the world and other people can see, they kind of start to see it like, oh my God, like this is a serious thing, right? Like dudes, like there's some people out there getting a raw deal. Like yeah, can women get a raw deal? It can have. Oh, there was something I was supposed to remember to say about that stream, Nick.
Yeah.
The Latina. She mentioned, and I brought this up. She mentioned that she lost in her divorce, right?
Sure.
Do you know what her definition of losing was?
What was that?
Yeah, I lost. Well, what happened? I mean, your kids can say, no, I didn't get any money. So you have full custody of 2 kids. I got full custody. So the government doesn't take any of your money. No. You don't pay any money. No. But you have full custody. Now Nick, you're a lawyer. If you had asked any man you have ever known who went through a divorce, and you go, I'll tell you what's going to happen to you. You are going to get full custody. There's no child support either way, no alimony either way, right? So you don't get or receive anything.
You take it in a heartbeat.
In a heartbeat.
Yep.
She called that a loss
because
she wasn't getting money from the dude or the government. So I want to point that out.
Vast Game Master says, as soon as Anna came on, chat went full simp mode. In the meantime, I'm sitting here listening in while modding a video game. Is there something wrong with me? No.
It's no longer No Simp September, so.
Right? Oh, God.
Oh, thank God.
Shout out to Coach Greg Adams for that. I don't know if he was the one that invented it, but I heard a lot of people say it. Wait, are we back to No Nut November?
It's October.
Well, I know that, but I'm saying like
it's Shocktober, so it's Max Nut or whatever.
Oh, is it? And then November's No Nut. So what is December?
Definitely Double Nut December. I don't know.
Oh my God.
These are all weird to me. DCV Titan says, never dated, never kissed at 21. Get on my level. I'm 39. Joseph Kerwin says,
we can start a club. There should be a club.
Anna should go to the Pacific Northwest. It's a sausage fest. Peter Pete says, being a black man, I love black women. My issue is black women don't think I'm hood, and white women don't want a relationship with a country man like me.
Yeah, it can be a little tough if you're like a country black dude. If you're a city black dude, it's easier. But black women in general do, Nick, knock you if you aren't thuggish.
Yeah, that happens a lot in The Wire, man. That show is.
Nick, I have got to watch that show.
You
You've
need
been
to.
telling me for forever. So,
Yosh Ken says, I don't trust the courts to chance it, but someone might change my mind. And with that, with what I've seen, I really don't think so. Marriage doesn't work nowadays. It can, man, but it's tough. It's tough. You got to have two people who are committed to it, and they got to commit to it every day. Red Mage.
Oh yeah,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say you guys also taught me that it doesn't take 50-50 in a marriage; it takes 100 and 100, which is interesting.
It really does. Red Mage 13 says, girls I know cry a lot about getting screwed over, yet will insult less than perfect looking guys with no shame and keep making the same mistakes.
absolutely.
They never seem to learn, so no sympathy from me. Acid Blade 21 says, Nick, have you ever watched the Japanese movies Ichi the Killer? Yes.
Of course he has.
Suicide Club? No. Tokyo Gore Police? Maybe. Hell Driver? I don't think so. And Vampire Girl versus Frankenstein Girl? Yes.
Wait, what? You saw that?
Yeah, I only liked Ichi the Killer out of the ones I've seen.
Well, that's the one that you showed me. And when my man got the shrimp grease, ugh.
As brutal. But the other ones were like too goofy for me.
Yeah.
They're too goofy. The of Tokyo Gore Police and Vampire Girl versus Frankenstein Girl. Those were real weird. Mr. Scott J87 says, Anna, how did you find Rekieta and Drexel, if I may ask?
It started with the whole Vic case. I was talking to friends about it on Discord one day, and I was surprised when a lot of them said, oh no, because these women came forward, they were so brave that they should believe him. Something along the lines of that, like, why would they lie? And it blew my mind, because I actually met Vic twice, and I think Nick said before that you actually have to meet the guy to just know that he's a genuinely good guy, and he is. He also gives amazing hugs, by the way.
Yeah. Oh my
He gave me a
goodness.
big bear hug. It was awesome.
You're not gonna. How long ago was it? Is it 10 years yet that you can go ahead and use that again?
Right?
No, this was a couple of years ago. I forgot this. It was great. I was gonna do it again, but it's rare for me to go to conventions, unfortunately. And so the one time I did, I had to go to this one because Vic was there, and I did, and it was great.
Well, I assume he'll be at Matsuri next year because I think all of their guests got rescheduled to next year. So
I was heartbroken about that, by the way. I told Vic's mom. I really wanted to go because
me too.
She was gonna be at some other one. I don't think she was gonna be at Matsuri, but like,
no, I think she was at Ultracon in Florida.
Okay, yeah, she was gonna be somewhere else, but like, I just really wanted to because there's so many people out there that are like you said with the whole I stand with Vic thing. But it's like it really called a lot of awareness, Nick. That like it wasn't just that a guy gets Me Too, Nick. He gets canceled. This is 1984, right? Like the George Orwell thing, where it's like a thought crime, right, Nick? Well, the woman felt you said this or retracting statements. It's like but the guy's done.
Yeah, done.
He can't make money. Like he's done. Just cancel.
It's a mess, man.
I also want to add that I say the hug that Vic gave me was great because I was actually going through a tough time. It was pretty bad, and Vic was actually. When I first started watching anime, it was one of them was Ouran High School Host Club, and Vic's character happens to be one of the main characters to that show. And a lot of the shows I've liked from then on, Vic was a part of that show. So that hug meant the world to me. And how dare people like Monica Rial, Ron Toye, Jamie Markey just destroy a man who has helped people like me for years. Yep. It's awful. It's disgusting. I think Nick has said it a lot better than I have. Nick says it a lot better. He says a lot I can't say. But it crushed me when I got that Twitter message or Twitter when he came up on Twitter. I was on campus. I remember too. I was on campus going to class, feeling miserable, feeling in debt, and that was just the nail in the coffin.
Ooh.
It was bad. It was bad. And watching Nick's stream gave me hope. So thank you, Nick.
Oh, my pleasure.
And thank you for helping Vic. Thank you so much. I know this got really sappy really fast, but thank you very much, Nick.
Oh.
You've helped people like me who have admired Vic for years.
Well, like I said, I I talking to the guy a couple times early on, and then getting to know him over the past almost 2 years now, I guess, or year and a half to year and 3/4. I want nothing but the best for him. He's just a genuine good dude. So, From Eggman says, I was told never to hit a woman, but I was also told she isn't a woman if she throws hands. Random Firefly says, yo, don't do it. Us Floridians aren't crazy for no reason. Trust me. And the driving, que se va con Dios. Super Alfredo 64 says, Anna, if you move to Florida with your parents, I recommend visiting El Rey Jesus Ministry. Definitely full of men with values and are single. Eat Dirt says, Anna, try Asian dudes. There's a lot of cute little Asian studs that fly under the radar only because the media portrays them as undesirable. They might be small, but they are guaranteed to be ninjas.
Wow.
I feel like I should send Drex out to places, get some feedback from him. Like, hey, what do you think of this church? What do you think of this place?
Yeah, these dudes. Well, here's the thing, Nick. I've actually been okay. So the situation that Anna just described, I've been in it in some form or fashion in the past, and it never goes well. Like you can have any one of these guys. Like we're talking about the typical dude who's out there who's available to women, right? Which is the beta dude, right?
Yeah.
And when I'm physically there, the tone changes. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you heard that, whatever that.
I heard whatever that was.
Right? Yeah, a lot of these dudes will start just, I don't know, it's hard to describe the vibe, but like, I showed you like what happened with the sub with her whole boyfriend, like after the state fair incident, like not long after that they broke up. Because he's like, did you really believe what Drex was saying? And I'm like, because I'm me, like rather than, so what Anna was saying, these dudes are all simps, Nick.
Yeah.
Like for a woman out there, Anna, let me ask you this honest question. How many times has a man actually disagreed with you? Like legitimately was like, no.
One good friend of mine. Well, I don't want to say it like that. There's a lot of men I've spoken to, they don't really tell me, no, you're wrong, and here's why. They just go, and that's it. One friend I have, or a few guy friends actually I have, they have told me, oh, no, you're wrong, and here's why. And I understand it, and I actually agree with them most times. I love free speech. I love talking to people who disagree with me. Maybe they give me a better view and better perspective of what I should be thinking about.
Correct.
And it's sad that people are trying to take that away.
Yeah, they are.
Crackhead Carter says, speaking of simps and guys going crazy, a guy shot his baby mama at my job and then shot himself. Left his child in his car. It's truly going crazy out there.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
I hadn't heard that. I think it's in the story link to that, though.
Let's see. Timothy Reaper says, you and Drexel really need to watch the music video Thunder and Lightning by Ninja Sex Party. It just dropped today and it's awesome and hilarious. Okay. Mulfiard says, as a 24-year-old nerdy steelworker with heavy Christian background, I understand Anna's sentiment pretty well. Onyx Robot says, as a 28-year-old guy looking for a wife, a woman's ability to actually love me and her qualities as a potential mother are very important. Brosna, my man, says, is there a place we can send dating profiles to Anna? Honest inquiries only.
What are your thoughts on Christian Mingle, like Christian dating websites and this?
Don't.
Watch this. Hey, Nick, what's your opinion on websites?
Don't go on the internet.
Anna, here's what's crazy. All of these sites are for the same thing, right? People just use it different guys. Like, there's no difference between Christian Mingle, Tinder, Bumble, all this. The basic premise is exactly the same.
FarmersOnly.com is the only website anyone should be on.
You are unbelievable.
You know, I almost went on that website just to see who the people were.
Almost like a social experiment, right?
Yeah,
I kind of want you to. Like, I kind of want you to do it just to give me feedback. Like, I got because Nick, there's got to be a part of you that has a morbid curiosity, right? Like, you got to know.
No, you can do that on your channel. You can join a bunch of dating sites and give us insight on what it's like.
Yeah, right?
No, that
I would love
terrible. That. It might be
That's
funny.
That's the job.
Ron,
you got to do it.
Ron Type says, careful with the pet, Anna. You're not a linity. Lord Shulk says, hello, Nick and Drex. First super chat. Hey, thank you.
Oh, wow,
Can I get a happy birthday to my friend's son, Bemby? Sure.
Yeah, definitely happy birthday to Bimby.
Is Bemby watching? Happy birthday,
Yeah, happy
Bemby.
birthday. Yeah, whether you're
Happy
watching
birthday.
or not, wherever you are in the world.
Yeah. Stooge Muffin Stuffin says, the worst zombie apocalypse you can be in is the one from 28 Days Later. Once you get the rage virus, you're fucked. No, because you got a bag of soda cans and that's all you need.
Do you remember when we saw 28 Days Later?
When he hits that priest at the beginning.
That priest. But you and I remember the worst part of the movie. The part that I still don't know if it had to happen, but we hated it,
The
right?
drip.
The drip.
Yep.
Because no one else could stop that dude because he was a monster.
Yeah. He was too tough.
To end up going out due to a blood drip in the eye.
He got robbed in gangs in New York, too. He was Monk.
Oh, that's you're right. Same dude.
Yeah.
Yep. Bill the Butcher did him wrong.
Yeah.
Speaking of movies, I just remember, I don't know if you count this as a horror movie, but I did see the movie No Country for Old Men.
Love it. You
Good
saw
for
that,
That
right,
was
Nick?
that's kind of a horror movie. The first horror movie.
Yeah,
I kinda
he was
seen,
horrible.
First rated R
That was a ruthless
movie
Javier.
I've seen. It was great.
Yeah.
Loved it.
I love that you're like showing being shown other movies other than like the PG stuff. Because all the good,
Yeah.
most of the good movies are the hardcore stuff.
The only movie you need to watch is Top
But
Gun.
to be fair, I did like Into the Spider-Verse and movies like that.
Into
I
the-
did like
Into the
that.
Spider-Verse was good.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
why
I
you
like
It
liked
was
it.
good.
Yeah.
I wish my family liked it.
Mario Carter 13 says Nick's nose is too big to swipe like a credit card. Jay is bored says, as a straight guy, I never expected to fall in gay love in Nick's chat with an Aussie named Mark Trafford.
Oh my god.
What? Bad Vibe says, Drex during introductions, I am Drex and this is my hetero life mate, Rackets, the Griff King of 2020. Oh, damn it. I hate when this does it. Okay, here we go. Bad Vibe says, there goes Drex again on the snares and traps. Yash Ken says, yo, Nick, ask Joker from Better Bachelor on with Drex.
He's great.
You
want to talk about a channel that like blew up, and he's like super moderate. Like he's because some of these like red pill dudes are very, they're like actually bashing, right? They get stuck in like the red pill rage era. He's very like moderate. I think you really like his videos, Nick.
I'll have to
He'd
check
be
it
great
out.
to have on.
Yash Ken says, no, damn it. Gawker's Death Rattle says, we can't stop here. This is pig country. The Bad Burrito says, as Mickey Mouse, a black woman is basically a man with weaves. What's wrong with you people? Brian and Terrence says, Drexel, would you smash all of the WNBA to save Nick?
Although
All of them.
there's like 4 attractive ones. You know what's sad is when the rare attractive chick in the WNBA, which it's gotten so bad, Nick, I don't think I would let my daughter play basketball.
No,
because that's how strong the lesbian agenda is there, right?
Yeah.
Like the Elena Del Dons, I think, is attractive, and she like married a chick. And you're like, well,
Oh my God.
all of them though. I mean, Nick, all. Nick, I couldn't do it.
Oh my goodness.
I
What
want
if
to
it was
say,
the
what
end
friend
slippery?
are you?
I just couldn't do it. Nick,
Aw,
they
Drex,
look like
pick one for
men.
the team.
Brittany, have you ever heard Brittany Griner talk?
But it's men with a V card.
Is it? Anna, have you ever heard Brittany Griner speak?
I don't even know who that is.
She's the highest paid woman in the WNBA. How dare you?
you?
Is she the woman that they portrayed Abby's character from?
They basically
Abby
did.
from,
She beat her ex-wife or girlfriend or whatever, and so they had a I'll never forget this. They had an interview with her when she was in college, right? So now, Anna, imagine being me. You're just kind of minding your own business, women playing basketball, nothing to see here, clearly. And then they do an interview with her, and they're like, "Yeah, Brittany Griner, I can't remember what college she went to, only like me, LSU something." And they asked like, "Yeah, whatever star," and they put the microphone up, Nick. Shit you down. This is how she speaks. So imagine you're expecting like a somewhat feminine voice. Yeah, what we really gotta do is we just gotta go out there and rebound. And I'm not joking. Hey, Baylor, that's right. She came from Baylor. Everyone in the chat, anyone who has heard Brittany Griner's voice, put a 1 up. You have got to hear the Nick. It was literally a dude. She sounded like a dude, man.
Brittany, what's her name? Brittany what?
Griner.
Brittany Griner. Anna, you got to see a video and just listen to her talk. She is a man.
Praz says,
Pull up my
Drex,
phone real quick.
is it true that once you go black, you're going to need a wheelchair?
It depends on which way, because I think that there's a certain amount of there's an amount of dudes, right, who they get with a non-black woman because they have escaped the matriarch. Oh, someone put something that made me, I couldn't help but chuckle. The Thad's PTSD, Nick. That 11-month ED was real.
Yeah, eventually you might have.
Yeah, we're gonna get there. But Nick, I don't know, man. I just think that like when you leave a certain environment, and when some people say black, you don't go back. Like, I just think that if you get something quality, you don't go back from that.
It was, if you go black, you're gonna need a
You're gonna need a wheelchair, but
Bad Vibe says, Drex, you missed the big hair 80s. Instead of yoga pants, they had pleather skirts and pants. Painfully enjoyable. Yoga pants are better.
yoga pants over all else.
Tomoki Sakurai says, get Drex sunglasses, take off his hat so he can look like Luke Cage. Sean Tillman says, Nick and Drex, evening guys. Since Drex will never start his channel, you should do an actual call-in show like a couple times a month if possible. Phoenix Lord Asterman says, Nick, play Life is Strange. You'll love the intense gameplay and deep, interesting characters. Trust me, I'd never mislead you. Stop.
I heard that game is good.
Silky Johnson says, hey, Nick, does the Prez order money to be printed? No, the Treasury. I mean, I guess through the Treasury. Sean Tillman says, seriously, Nick, do a call-in show for real. I'll think about it. Phoenix Lord Asterman says, have you considered introducing Anna to the chivalrous Russell Greer?
Oh.
At worst, at least she gets free Olive Garden. Just ignore the drool.
No.
That's savage. So, Anna, how would you handle that? How would you handle Russell Greer?
Hopefully with a gun.
I mean, you show
How
up.
would I handle Russell Greer?
You show up and he invites you to Olive Garden, right?
Oh, like in person he invites me?
In person.
I'd
So you
turn
meet a
him
guy
down.
who's Russell Greer or just like Russell Greer?
I would kindly turn him down. And if he kept, coming at me, I'd probably get one of my friends to go after him. So I have friends who are. I have a friend who is a bodybuilder, so I don't think he would mind.
Just pepper spray him right in the teeth. DCV Titan says, no. What?
Would that hurt? What? That would hurt. Never mind.
It would hurt like shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
It would hurt real bad.
Ew.
DCV Titan says, no simp September, no nut November, destroy the PP December.
Damn.
Let's see. Bad Vibe says, my mom stated it differently. Never hit a lady. Not all women are ladies. Same with all males aren't men. CJ says, if VP becomes POTUS, who gets the Senate tie break? That's a good question. I think he'd have to appoint a vice president. Brian and Taryn, welcome to super lawyer status. Thank you. J Meister JAD says, Nick tied to a chair and Drex is given that WNBA ultimatum. Drex, can you do the Ivan Drago voice? If he dies, he dies.
If he dies, he dies.
There you go. Thank you. Broken Guy says, hey, fun fact about No Country for Old Men. The hotel where the MC is killed at was the most ghetto place on earth before it was demolished. Ace Brain 2003 says, would Drex smash Miss Valdez to save Nick's life?
Look, man. Now, Nick, be honest. You keep hearing about Miss Valdez, don't you?
All I hear is you backpedaling from the question.
Look, man. Wait, hold on. It was to save your life, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
There we go. Perfect. Nice cover. Crusader Saracen says, what's the worst part about the Prince Harry situation is that Meghan is like a 6 out of 10 at best. Kermit the Frog says, fuck you, chat. I am immortal.
You say she's a 6 out of 10, but I would argue that she's actually quite pretty. For women I've seen, at least.
And she's like 40. So we got to give her some credit. Like
she's 40?
Yeah, Meghan. Okay, I'm going to Google it right now. I think Meghan Markle is...
I'm going with 32.
No,
She
man.
can't be 40.
Meghan
Markle.
Drex's Pimp Hand says, Anna, can you please confirm you're black by letting us know if you're going to vote for Biden? Answer me. I am the Democratic Party.
I wish I could show my mom that.
Have you not found this yet?
All right. Meghan Markle. Yeah. Okay. Meghan Markle, y'all, just turned 39 August 4th.
She's
She's
39?
born August 4th, 1981. Yep.
Damn.
I'm
She
telling you,
looks
man.
good.
No, here's the thing.
39-year-olds are old as shit. Those people need to probably be exterminated.
2 months later.
Yeah. Okay. We've got Brian Natarin says, please sing in Kermit voice. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh, Lord. I've been waiting for this moment all my life. Oh, Lord. Can you feel it coming in the air tonight? Oh, Lord. I'm losing it. It's too much, Kermit. I'm losing it now.
You're killing me.
It's too much. Crusaders Airs, it says, if y'all want a game to stream, you can play River City Girls. Good fun. Beat 'em up.
I do want to play. Nick, I've been saying I want to play that, man.
TLJ Screwjob says, Griner is the only NCAA basketball player to score 2,000 points and block 500 shots. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar has over 38,000, but women can be just as good as men, right?
Right.
God damn it. We're almost done. Macca Jr. says, catching up on streams, and I love how Null says Vic's case is moving at a snail's pace. It's only been just over a year, which is crazy fast. Love your shows. Yeah. But right now it does feel really slow. Phil Anselmo says, shout out to my buds Mike Hawkslanted and Beefy Dong. Crusader Saracen says, Nick, has Drex given you an N-word pass yet? No. I'm hoping this Christmas.
Oh my goodness.
All right, Anna, we got to end the show.
All right.
Thank you for being a wonderful guest.
I know,
hanging out with
Anna
us.
is just cool. There are certain people, I got to give it to her. Yep.
Aw, thanks. Thanks for having me.
But like, you know what, though, Nick? I do my absolute best to be fair. Like I said, even with the Q stream, the black chick I thought was the coolest one, the CC chick. And you know what I'm saying? Like even though I generalize, I still make sure to give an individual person their fair shake.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
oh yeah.
You've done the same thing. Like there are certain, like, let's say like prime example.
I hate white people, but I like me.
Oh my goodness. But Nick, if someone said, will you do an interview with a furry, right? You already have a certain view of furries, but you still have them on and be like, all right, I'll give this person an opportunity.
Adam's, it's 4 a.m, man. We can't do the article. Maybe we'll do a stream tomorrow or something. I don't know, maybe a game stream or something.
We can play a game, man.
Yeah.
So,
something chill.
You know what?
Huh.
I think we might have to do the River City Girls.
Okay. I'm waiting for a reason.
So the plot was all I needed.
It was River City Ransom in reverse.
Yeah. So now your boyfriends get kidnapped.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm game.
Stooge Muffin Stuffin says you and Drex should play Double Dragon Neon. All right, guys. We're ending the show. Anna, thank you. If you want to hang out for just a second, Anna, we'll say goodbye in private. Thanks to the chat.
Hey, thanks,
always
everybody.
Great. We'll see you guys soon. Have a good night.
Have a good night, everybody.
All right, bye, everyone.
Peace.
All right, now we're muted-ish.
No, now we're